And a pleasant good afternoon, everyone, as we're getting started. Slight change in the schedule. We're going to do Hart versus Lucho first, but we'll swap it around and do Nika versus Dagao. Lucho is going to be a few minutes late, so just to keep things rolling, we'll start with Nika versus Dagao. Both sets will be played essentially simultaneously, then we'll go to Rex for the second one, and then cast the final. So the players are getting started with their drafts. I made the horrible mistake of clicking the draft before Dagao did, and I need to be extra careful that I click spectator so that I don't actually join the draft and mess up the links. Oh gosh. I really need to stop doing that. Alright, so let's merge the chats. And everyone join together. Again, we're dual streaming both on my stream and on the Onamaru stream, so welcome in everyone. We'll knock and request to join. We did yesterday hit the wonderful goal of 2K followers on the Onamaru stream. I don't even know what goal to have now, but thank you all for the follows. This has been amazing. The support has been lovely. They're having their team game Tuesday, but I'm sure Dagao will have to come and join. Okay, looks like he's joined the map draft. And he's joined both of them, yes. I can add the drafts to my overlay now. Hello, Zaxis. Hello, Mulu. And the shared chat has started. Welcome in, everyone. As we're about to get started with our drafts. Why are the drafts not the right size? What mayhem did I do to my overlay to cause the drafts to be different sizes? Wait a minute. I realized what I did. This is still a best of 5. I was already for the finals. I jumped the gun. This is still a best of 5. There we go. I was getting everything set up for the finals, making sure my overlay was right. I forgot to change it back to the semifinals. So, here we are. Doubt is raiding Team Onamaru's channel. Welcome, everyone, from Doubt's stream. Welcome, welcome. As Nikov and Dagao will get their drafts started. Best of 5, the second semifinals will be after this. That'll be Hart versus Lucho, and then the finals after that. West, yes, that is indeed who I am. Welcome in, welcome in. And if you haven't already, go give the Onamaru channel a follow. We just passed 2K followers the other day, so appreciate all the support we've been getting for the channel. They are hosting the LAN. And you can come visit us in Sao Paulo this July if you want to attend yourself. Well, they should have ticketing information available shortly. I think they have a couple of issues they're resolving, but it'll be a great time for everyone. Well, I am adminning the tournament and also doing the maps and casting it. And Viper's rating too. Like, Viper a bit late, Doubt rated first. We're in a universe now where Doubt's APM is faster than Viper's. Welcome, Make a House. Welcome, Magnolia. Doubt was defeated, so no delay needed. Did Viper need to celebrate and brag a bit and trash talk? Is that why he was delayed? Doubt had all last game to prep. So Nikov's home maps. Nikov has had quite the set of strategies for these maps. He is very well prepared. His 2 home maps, and again, I've been attempting to practice my Portuguese pronunciations, Festa da Pólvora and Monte Pascoal. He has been picking Celts with his very first pick for Monte Pascoal. And he also used the exploding gunpowder barrels. If you saw, we had one player, Barles against Sorokuma, who finally shot one of the gunpowder barrels and killed 20 villagers at once the other day. Nikov picked conquistadors and looked like he'd practiced the map and knew what he was doing. Are there any auto invitees to this tournament? Only Hera. Only Hera. As our base explains, we have invited all S-tier tournament winners of the past 2 years or so. All of them. It is a short list. A short and exclusive list. I remember a couple years ago, Hera hosted the Champions Invitational. I think it was, Hera, Viper, Leary, Yo, Vinch, of everyone who had won an S tier in the past year. He's hosted that every year since, but he just hasn't had any opponents. Is this pre-recorded? Nope, this set is live. We have 2 sets happening simultaneously, Nikov Dagao, and then we will cast Hart versus Lucho as Rex. That way the players have a bit of a break before the finals, and then we'll do the finals live after casting the second set. Do I see anyone beating Hera in the next 2 years? Well, he has lost a few events, but they just haven't been the S tier events. Yo did beat him in Medieval Masters, which is a fairly standard map. As far as he might not have focused on preparation for that as much as other events. It was a fairly standard map pool of all in-game maps. So I think that someone definitely has a chance. As Orlin will say, games are live, casting is pre-recorded, and the chat is AI generated. We also had Sebastian winning the Sax Arabia tournament, which is just kind of silly that wasn't S tier. That really should have been an S tier event. Doubt will beat him when he feels like it. You never know when Doubt's gonna win something. Yeah, Nikov also won in Wandering Warriors too. Who knows though, maybe it'll be Lewis with the way he's grinding. Yep, and also check out the Onamara website for the brackets. And I'm genuinely surprised that Dagao did not ban Celts. Because Nikov has been picking Celts on Monte Pascoal every single time and winning with them. That's the one map he won against Winchester with Celts. So unless Dagao himself has a special plan against the Celts, would have been a pretty simple civ to ban for him. So right now, in the seedings for the Latin American qualifier, Nikov is seed number 2, Dagao seed number 3. Dagao also both our final Brazilian player and our final Onamaru player left, hoping to qualify. Capture age question, if a knight is discounted, which cost does it add to the total military res? That is a good question, I don't know the answer. And there's our base. Our base helping to admin the event, and is going to be very excited to see the Celts picked. Our base went in costume to Red Bull, if you saw him there. Dressed appropriately for the Celts. Is Degao the best 1v1 ranked Brazilian player right now? He's definitely the highest rank. I have no idea who number 2 would be from Brazil. I think there are lots of contenders. But Degao does seem like the number 1 to me at the moment. I think it might be fun to have a Brazilian double elimination 1v1 tournament. I mean, there are options out there. I think a lot of it depends on who really takes stuff seriously and who plays the most. There's Fire, Stark, Gabby, Miguel, Goku. Alive was still playing in the qualifiers. Bruh's been playing, he's still pretty high level. Riot, Riot did play last summer. As much as I'd love Riot to make a comeback, imagine that. Riot joins Otomaru, then you have Viper, Doubt, Jordan, and Riot playing together again. Throughout this map pool, we've also seen a lot of the Age of Kings civs picked. A few Huns, lots of Celts, some Britons, Turks there for Degao. Mongols, Chinese, always popular. Riot back? Last summer he played a few team games. Huns picked for the Hunnic horse they get now with the land nomad start on Pantanal. As a Celt, I'm rooting for Nikov. He's putting us back on the map. He's clicking your soldiers and right-clicking your the blue flag. Italians are an interesting choice for Degao. When we don't have a pure water map, we do have a couple of hybrid maps. Byzantines are banned by Nikov. They had been one of the top picks on Amazonia. Amazonia, the one map in the pool that's rather campy, or that can provide long games. We did see Nikov win the Celts versus Italians matchup on Monte Pasquale. But that was also a water-focused map that ended very quickly, where it seemed like Nikov's build with the Celts was more efficient. And Dizzy, thank you very much for the sub.
Look out! A battle rages ahead. Stay back, lest we be caught in the crossfire.
Nikov with the OG civs. Well, Turk's also there for Degao. He at least has one OG civ. You've almost recovered from our walk. Nice. Our base, Dizzy and I took a 1-hour walk back to our Airbnbs from the theater at Red Bull. Dizzy got some exercise. You're sick of Woo and Shu? You'd rather shoo away the new civs? Bring back the old ones? Think Bohemians FC could work against Celts? Probably not on Monte Pasquale, but I do think that thought process of gunpowder usually is good against Celts. That's why the Italians, I think, are an interesting pick. Good on the water initially, and should be decent late game if they can get to hand cannon or bombard cannon. Although that if they focus on gunpowder and don't have enough pikemen or Genoese crossbowmen, that could set the stage for Nikov to go Celt Paladin. And if we get to Celt Paladin, that'd be insane. What are we waiting for? We are waiting for the games to start. Players have finished their draft and they're just setting the lobby up. Yeah, no Britons, sadly. No Britons. I do like Britons on Pantanal. I think with all the extra sheep, they should get off to a good start. And weirdly enough, even though there are lots of castle drops and monk rushes, I think the Britons are fairly good at defending against that with the extra range they have on their crossbowmen. Hart versus... You did not miss it yet. We had to swap the schedule around. Lucho was going to be a few minutes late, so we decided to flip it and we'll do Nikov de Gal live and Hart versus Lucho as Rex. Yeah, so we had a very last minute change to the schedule. But they're both being played simultaneously, so we just swapped them around. How many civs are there right now? 53 in AoE 2. There are a few more if you count Chronicles, where you could hit the All Civs button and play with the Chronicles civs, but those aren't in ranked multiplayer. No infantry civs for Dagao? Not in particular, no. But then again, the map pool does not have any of the very infantry-focused maps in it. You have his Celts and Romans? He does. He did play Woad Raiders several times, so might even be looking for infantry. I see what you were getting at earlier by saying Bohemians may be Castle Age hand cannoneers, but they don't really fit Monte Pascual as a map. They don't really have that Dark Age eco or naval setup that they have to win water in feudal. Where am I from? I'm from East Coast, US. I am just outside New York City. I'm most excited for Festa da Pulvera because I think Nikov will actually use the gunpowder barrels. I think he's the player of the 4 players remaining who will actually use them. Good lobby name? What did they name the lobby, Arbase? ASD, lovely. We should probably require that they put BD, or Brazilian Dynasty, in the lobby title, so that we can actually find it using the in-game search in case we have to. We'll watch the rec. We'll watch the rec after. That way, the players have a bit of a break between their sets. Sometimes players name the lobby 1 or 2. So actually having a lobby name at least is an improvement on that. I realized, wait a minute, I turned off the sponsor logo accidentally. There we go. At least my misclick in OBS is not as bad as Sebastian deleting all of his docs. And if you saw the other day, Sebastian was playing on Fernando de Noronha, which is an islands map, and we interviewed him afterwards. He has 4 as select all docks and F4 as delete all, and he accidentally pressed those 2 hotkeys in quick succession and deleted all of his docks. And to make matters worse, he was Dravidians, and he deleted about 30 to 40 population space of housing and was horribly housed afterwards. You need to rewatch that. That was a disaster. It was a very close game at that point, too. Sometimes disaster strikes. Still waiting for Degao to join the lobby. I see Nikov there ready to play a 1v1 against our base. I also just got a preview of, if you had watched TTL, the tournament where we had most recently used Coast Arena before this one. You might know there's a Community Cup going on right now, and I saw in the semifinals bracket, we're going to have 2 players you may have heard of, known as T90 Official versus Nilly. That hasn't been scheduled yet, but I just saw that show up on the bracket. That's going to be an adventure. What is my favorite map now? So the maps that I think have worked out really well have been Pantanal, Lençóis Maranhenses, Monte Pascoal, Vala de Selva, and Satan. Off the top of my head, maybe I'm missing a couple. Festa de Pólvora I really like, but I think I need to change the stats of the barrels for the LAN event to make them a bit easier to destroy. Araucarias I also really liked. Let me try to think what I'm missing. Amazonia, I think I need to tweak a bit because it's a bit too campy and boomy. I really like the concept of the bridges, and we've had a few fun games with players actually using the bridges. But I think it just needs a few tweaks, particularly because we don't want lots of games going to the time limit in the LAN. We'll need something to make the backfish boom a bit viable too. Fernando de Noronha is just kind of a dependent on the water meta.
Attila, that boar would have killed me had you not intervened. Pity that none will ever learn of your loyalty. Archers, attack!
Do you have a place where you can download the maps from the tournaments? Yes, search for Brazilian Dynasty maps from the mod menu. From the main menu, you should be able to access the mods. It might be behind there's like a gear icon you can click to get to mods. Search for Brazilian Dynasty maps. And thank you, Morwen, for the sub. Thank you very much. I appreciate the support. And also remember, everyone give a follow to the Onamaru Twitch channel too. Show them some support for hosting this event. And helping us make all these wonderful maps too. So we're still waiting for Dogao, it looks like. I don't know what's up with him. He's in a voice channel. Okay, there he is. Now he's in the lobby. Thank you, Quick SC, for the follow. Alright, we're all good. Nikov and Dagao in the lobby. As for colors, I'll make Nikov blue and Dagao green, and that way they match their flags. I'm used to seeing Dagao playing green anyway. $14. Time to start spamming 14. And here we go. Chinese versus Bengalis. They're launching. We'll have a brief spec delay. Then we'll get going. So, best of 5 semifinals. Then we'll move into the finals after our 2 sets. Game 1 will be pantanal. Nikov, the number 2 seed, against Dagao, the number 3 seed. Nikov taking his very first Civ pick, the Chinese, for game number 1. This will be our land nomad styled map. Lots of herdables in the middle. Javelinas to lure in around the outlying shallows. And on the outside land, lots of hunt with all the gold in the middle and stone on the outside. We've seen some crazy games with fast castles and castle drops. The other Civ Nikov might have considered for this map would have been the Huns, because of the Hunnic horse able to capture lots of capybaras. Is the first map the map that wasn't banned or picked? So players ban 1 map, then they pick 2 maps, then they each ban 1 more map. That leaves 3 maps remaining, and game 1 is picked randomly from among those 3 maps. That way we have a bit of randomness in case players all want to play the same map over and over, or keep banning the same map over and over. We at least have a bit of a distribution of maps with the final picks. Alright, spec delay just about over in another 5 seconds and we're ready for game number 1. And here we are. Let's put Dagao in green. I'm used to seeing Dagao in green. It'll match his flag. So we have Nikov as the blue player. He'll be building his TC right to the north. He'll be playing as the Chinese. Dagao will be just to the side. He'll be doing his TC over here. Oh, where is he doing his TC? Oh my gosh, their TCs will be super close to each other. Let's go. This is going to be an epic game of pantanal. And alright, so Nikov, I don't know if it's good or bad that he built his TC by the shallows, because here he can't really be tower rushed. This is what we love to see. Now you got me using my tournament admin brain, where we said, for the 9-Vil start, you're allowed to lame and Vil fight right from the start, because with so many Vils, players might reasonably lure a boar while doing their TC. You see Nikov doing Loom right away as the Chinese. But they're just not allowed to have a douche. They can't be in range of each other right at the start. What if Nikov blocked the TC location? I don't know if the rules would have allowed that or not. Anyway, Nikov with the house trick, trying to stop the lure, does de-aggro the Javelina, but Dagao able to shoot it and bring it back in. So a bit of laming right away with these 2 players directly next to each other. Dagao heads up to go for the Javelina right from the start that was somewhat between the 2 of them. Fewer Vils at the start, but heads up to go for that lure right there. Do the Chinese get their extra Vils on Nomad? Yep, but only after they build the town center. Only after the TC goes up. Wait. What is Dagao? Dagao hit by the chat filter. Scouts the TC there. Secret. Oh, he's Xing the map. He's Xing the map. Trying to trash talk to Gal, being like, oh, look, my TC's somewhere over here. Oh my gosh, you bot. Thank you for gifting a sub.
We shoot to kill.
Oh, the Chinese TC with extra line of sight. That's one of their bonuses now. The Chinese TC has an extra +7 line of sight. That was back for the old days when they had to build houses and they had a horrible start because you didn't see your sheep at the start. Now it's a nomad bonus. You can see exactly where Gao's TC is. So Gao sees the foundation, that's it. Nikov knows... You'll know when Gao goes to take gold. Nikov literally could tower rush from under his TC and hit the gold mine. And he might even think about doing that. He's laming. He's laming in the back. You thought the alert was GG. You got to learn your campaign sounds. That's not the victory sound. That's the objective completed sound. So does Gao see that? Okay, he sees the laming now. That means the only other gold he'd reasonably have is over here. So Nikov essentially controls 1 gold. A tower rush controls a 2nd. A lame controls a 3rd. And Gao maybe has 1 more option. If Nikov sees this, he could try to do a quick gate and... Oh, it walks back by itself because of the house. Okay. I was like, wait, what, did Gao mess that up? No, he's fine. I'm watching Nikov's point of view in the Fog of War to see where the Javelina is. And Gao will get it just fine. What gold does Nikov have? His gold's protected by his TC. And if he needs to, he can come all the way over here for gold. Yeah, that might be a bit of an adventure for him. But it's also pretty far from Gao. Now, Nikov, he's not done laming. And he has Loom. Gao doesn't have Loom, so Gao can't just Vil fight this with a single Vil to stop it. Now, the Bengalis will get their extra Vils, but that will be 2 Vils per age up. So that'll be 2 upon hitting Feudal, another 2 upon hitting Castle. And then 2 per TC once he hits Imp. So Feudal Age for both, Nikov up a bit faster. And from this position, I don't think Gao can go for a Castle drop in Rothas with how close they are. And it'll be a Javelina Lord in from Gao. Again, he's getting good use of all these Javelinas. Those blue dots on the left, that's Nikov on some berries, and he has a lumber camp. So he has a sneaky eco over on the left. Barracks for Gao. Nikov might even be able to fast castle with this economy he has. Look at all those capybaras he managed to pick up from all the way over here on the left. Yeah, and he's lamed all of the gold from Gao. So I imagine this will be a tower as soon as he goes up. Because of the TC distances, Nikov can probably do a house here, and then a tower right behind it, hit the gold, and Gao won't be able to do anything. Might not even need to go for the house, although I think 2 palisades would be nice still. Then the tower is completely protected by the TC, so Gao can't Vil rush it. Gao would see that. Gao might not see it. And it has to be a tower. Maybe he'll want to fast castle, then do the tower. Those 10 seconds. 10 seconds are a lot. Could also let Gao put the tower first. And then react to the counter tower. So he does see the tower. Is just choosing not to react to it. Spent 5 stone on an outpost. We'll see the archery range. Always love a good clandestine economy. That's what Nikov has. Building the market, walling himself in with those 3 Vils. Making sure that he's safe. And he's not reacting to the tower. So won't engage in a tower fight. But that tower doesn't hit the gold right now. Gao could do fletching and then hit it. Nikov's just thinking of walling off. And I'm very surprised he didn't tower himself. With all the laming he did, that would have taken Gao completely off of gold. Isn't the TC... Oh, the TC range? That's why he's not reacting to it. The TC ranges the tower. Oh, that is a horrible mistake from Gao. You never build your tower in range of a TC. The TC will knock it down. Gao can try to repair that. He'll spend the rest of his stone. 10 Vils in the TC. Shooting the maximum number of arrows. Ooh, the Vill's even getting slightly underneath the TC fire. Quick wall from Nikov, and that tower goes down. So complete waste of stone from Degao, and now Nikov can tower freely. So I don't think Nikov could have hoped for a better start to the game. So I'm still wondering where he's going to spend the stone and wondering why he's not towering. But nice and calm. Properly uses the range circles to see the TC and tower distance. Knows that the TC beats the tower. And still up in res collected even with that bit of idle time. He'll do a barracks. Close enough to the TC, he should be able just to send Vils and rush it up. No fletching yet from Degao. And this outpost will go down, but Nikov has great map vision. And there finally is the tower. There is the tower, notably outside the range of Degao's TC. And whether he chooses to wall it up or not, doesn't really matter. I still feel safe with it walled, but maybe he wants access to the wood line. Degao cannot counter tower. Due to the stone he already spent, Degao needed to build that tower one tile back. And Nikov is up. He's up and he can make fire lancers. And Degao has to run really far away for gold. So, Degao moving to the side for his economy. He is still the Bengalis, and he does have stone access. Nikov has fire lancers, but didn't go for feudal agent archers, so not going to be harassing the stone, or any of the outside eco just yet. And monastery plus workshop for Nikov. Going to be aggressive. Don't think he'll stop Degao from getting to the next stage. But that fire lancer heading straight for the Vils on that gold mine, and there's a weak Vil there. And quick gate. But the Fire Lancers is actually faster than the archers. You remember, the Chinese Fire Lancers, they move 5% faster in the Castle Age. So at 1.01 speed, he will outsprint the 1.00 speed of the Spearman. And run circles around the 0.96 speed of the archers. And as Degao's chasing that speedy Fire Lancer away, here comes another Fire Lancer to raid the gold. So Degao, mining stone, will lose a Vil, and still go archers. Now, he might castle drop the TC, but where does he actually build the castle? All of these muddy shallows out here prevent the castle drop on the back. Tower and rocket carts are in the front. He has nowhere to drop it at the front. So he can castle drop maybe over here to clear up the golds and get some wood. Does not yet have the stone for the castle, and he might have to give up the TC. Drop the castle, and maybe for just a moment, be 0 TC gaming. I mean, if he deletes the barracks to try to put it here, Nikov has 2 rocket carts. That would be quite the risk. A 3rd rocket cart on the way, too. There's a workshop from Degao. Does he have a lumber camp? Yes, on the outside. Does not have a TC on the outside and doesn't have the wood for the TC, but he does have one on the outside. And every rocket cart or mangonel, every mangonel he makes is going to eat into his wood and prevent him from doing another TC. So right now Degao is 0 TC gaming. We have seen players with 0 TCs come back and win on this map. MBL had a silly game against Kosva. Already, I've never really felt monks are all that effective against Rothas. But they'll be extra effective if the Rothas don't exist. Conversion on the Vil. And there is the castle very defensively between the gold and the wood line on the main island. Rocket cart's still attacking the barracks. And Degao selling 100 wood for 60 gold. Using the market. And thank you, Ev Jenny's, for the sub.
Comes from the renowned royal stables of Seville.
And that's a tier 3 sub. Thank you very much. So I hope you've been enjoying the Brazil Dynasties tournament. And Mangonel hitting the Fire Lancers as they will run down the Mangonel. Degao finally getting a TC. And as much as I feel like he's dead, I've seen way too many Phosphoro games with Rothas to think that he's actually dead. Now, 2 Fire Lancers with low HP, maybe they could raid the wood line. Some low HP Vills there. Maybe the Vills could turn and fight, though. Fire Lancers do have an attack bonus against Cav, and that will count against the Rathas. Nikav running into the TC, loses a Fire Lancer, but at least he knows the TC is there, doing a second TC of his own on the outside. And we're now up to 2 Rathas, only wood and gold, so they're somewhat cheap. As more houses go up on the wood line, Lancer comes over and will attack some Vills. No low HP Vills, so they should get back to the TC. Appreciate he's trying to play this out. I love that he's trying to play it out. You never know what's going to happen on this map. It's only an 8 Vil difference. And here come the Rathas. Time for him to counterattack. So far, so good for Nikov. He's safe, and he's secured wood on the outside. But this starting TC is going to start being exposed very quickly. He's basically chopped all of the wood by it. And now monks need conversions on Rathas, but with the Ratha's ability to go ranged mode, they can fight monks. Also, no redemption anymore for the Chinese, so they can no longer convert mangonels. Definitely could have castle dropped near the TC. I still think that's risky with all the rocket carts. That is a very all-in play. So the use of Siege here from Dagao will be crucial for him to keep the monks away from the Rathas, knowing that the mangonel itself can't be converted. So anytime the monks get close, they don't have Sanctity, so a mangonel would one-shot them. How do Chuko News do versus Rathas? Depends on positioning. Rathas can go to melee mode and run them down. And the Rathas still have 100 hit points, which dwarfs pretty much any other archer unit. Other than maybe an elephant archer. Nikov gets 1 conversion on a Ratha. Immediately goes to melee mode to try to snipe off the mangonel. So much HP that not even other Rathas can kill it in time. Oh, but nice attack round. Attack round saves it there. Fire Lancer levels of HP. Yes, Fire Lancers do shoot their charge attack against the siege. So Nikov added in a 3rd TC behind this. He's not trying to finish Dagao off right away, he is booming. And the Fire Lancers with 65 HP should be able to hold up against the Rathas decently well. Dagao about to lose his workshop. And with fewer mangonels, less of an effective defense against the monks. But, nice split at the last moment from Nikov. Dodges the shot. Rocket cart down. And Sanctity now on the monks. Dagao will try to dive the monks. He'll get 1, 2, and 3 at the cost of 1 conversion. That Ratha going to melee mode. 20 HP left, but taken by the castle. Now Dagao losing his Rathas. Nikov now 20 Vils ahead. Had to be... Yeah, maybe being more aggressive with the castle was his chance. If he could have actually disrupted Nikov's eco. Nikov's still farming in the center. Basically out of wood there. Picking up a relic, doing his own castle. Don't think that Dagao can stop that. This castle maybe could have been more aggressive too. But 3 TC versus 1. Dagao needs to make something happen quickly. Otherwise, Nikov's economy will really kick in. He's 2,500 resources collected ahead. As the Ratha goes down. And yeah, Nikov playing very carefully, right? This is a tournament castle. If you're playing on the ladder and you want to have fun, you're going right into Gal's face. Nikov making sure he's prepared. And maybe Chuko News, as someone mentioned earlier. A couple of Chuko News being produced now. Ratha's still hoovering around in the back. but not much they can find to raid right now. Oh, Degao going for another castle. But that castle won't have the range to protect the TC from the rocket carts. Maybe if he does fletching, but then the rocket carts can still move over a bit. Fire Lancers still seem to be effective against the Rothas. So Fire Lancer Monk, Chukonu, should be pretty good here. 1v1, Chukonu is only 45 HP compared to 100, so the Rothas would still win. But with the combination, even the villagers being drawn to the fight. Nikov occasionally gets a charge attack, and the Chukonus don't have ballistics yet. And there's GG from Degao, and Nikov goes up 1-0, taking game number 1. The TC location, right from the start, was the key, I think. Nikov won the early eco with the Chinese for the TC battle. And all the laming meant Degao had to scatter for his eco, wasn't up in time, and awful first tower from Degao building it in range of the TC. That Nikov simply garrisoned the TC to take down, so... GG. And we shall move into the next game. Yeah, the first tower felt like the deciding factor right away. Once that was in range of the TC. Nikov also, he was sneaky. He didn't stop Degao from building it. He let it go up before shooting it down to ensure he spent all the stone. And also, hello again, everyone, over in the Onamaru chat, in the YouTube chat. Hello, Noob Netrum, Automatic Hart. And thank you again, Evgeniz, for the Tier 3 sub. Thank you so much for the support. And game number 2, Degao picking his first home map will be on Amazonia. We have seen Burgundians played here a bit. Italians could be a pick for Degao, and actually it will be. It'll be Wu for Nikov and Italians for Degao. So now, what Degao picks on Monte Pasquale, I'm not sure. Maybe Berbers. Maybe Bohemians with gunpowder could be a thing. Someone had mentioned that earlier. And... maybe Degao... I was questioning their early game eco, but maybe Degao could be onto something with hand cannoneers against the Celts. On an arena map, I'd say they match up wonderfully against the Celts. But for Pilgrims, I'm not sure. What are Degao's chances against Nikov? I think this matchup could go either way. I expect it to be very close. I expect both of these players to be highly motivated. And game number 2, Degao in green. So we'll have Nikov as the blue Wu to the northwest, Degao as the green Italians to the southeast. This is Amazonia, our map with bridges. Javelinas across the bridges for players to lure in. The bridges separate the middle water from the backs. There are no deep fish. No one really docks the back. We had thought maybe players would fish boom in the back, but we haven't seen that yet. A few oysters at the front. That's the only gold at the starting island. And the theme of this map, perhaps the theme of most maps in this event so far, has been players overinvest into winning the water and then lose on land, or fall behind and don't boom on land quickly enough. So figuring out the right mixture of water control versus land control can be quite tricky. Both of these pretty common picks for water hybrid or hybrid maps. The Italians, the discount civ, discount advancing to the next stage, docking university techs are discounted, gunpowder units are discounted, fishing ships are discounted. Early on, it's the age and fishing ship discounts that really matter. The Wu, they get 55 food every time they build a barracks or a dock. They do like to go sometimes drush or men-at-arms along with their docks because of all the extra food they get. The infantry regenerate, and they'll have the Jin swordsman. Haven't seen it spawn with the water in this direction? Yeah, it does rotate. It does rotate. Has two 90-degree rotations. I made sure all the maps rotate around. Might not be completely accurate for Linsoris Mariniensis to have the water in the southwest, but for the sake of variety, I did make them rotate. Lots of neutral capybaras on the sides. We have seen Britons picked on this map, for better or worse. Not the most success with the Britons. Viper did actually lose a game to Doubt when he picked the Britons. There's a house for the Gao. We needed dunes. There's only so much you can do with terrain elevation. I tried to do little pits for the water. Yeah, that's the other map. That's the other map. Is this one here Amazonia? Representing the Amazon River. Using the new water weeds terrain. If you see, there are little like weeds in some somewhat shallow water down there. That was added with the last chieftains. We needed snakes. We tried using snakes, bro. We tried using snakes. We actually had a game. Originally, all of these Kaiman in the middle, they were snakes. I thought the snakes would kind of blend in a bit with the mangrove terrain. But since the snakes roam around the map, we had a problem that all of the snakes decided, instead of roaming around randomly, they would go in the same direction. And so one player expanded to the south, only to have 10 snakes wander down and harass their villagers. So I had to replace the snakes with the Kaiman, our other new DLC asset. So Feudal Age here for Degao. He will be much slower than Nikov, who is up already. He's been collecting capybaras. He got 25 capybaras. This is why people pick the Britons on this map. And it's a fire opening from Nikov. On water maps, Nikov consistently has been playing fire plus Hulk. Other players like to add in fire plus galley. Nikov has been going for the Hulks. And with the faster uptiming, Nikov's going to get the win against Degao's Scout. And Degao, he has a lot of capybaras himself, too. He's got 12. And I think some of the challenge of this map, because you also have hunt and papaya trees out here when you expand, you have some fish, is figuring out when exactly to add in your farms. There's so much food on the map, it's tempting. You can wall and you can boom, and you can skip farms for a long time. But if you do that, players often find themselves floating wood. It's hard to put as many vills on food when you're not building the farms. I don't know how to explain it, but it always feels like it can trip people up if they're not used to the eco management properly. Is feudal fighting over water worth it, or can you just FC? I've seen Nikov play FC water for the most, or play feudal age water for the most part, whereas other players would FC. So here's Degao going hulks. We'll see the changing sails on the hulk as they chase the fire galleys away. Fishing ship's starting to go down. There are 2 deep fish on the water per player. Nikov's taken one of them, but now is taking the oysters. If you take the oysters, you can delay your mining camp. As Nikov is attacking with the scout on land, but no transition to archers or men-at-arms for either player. FC warships feels like a better way to control water. And it might be. I think fast castles certainly can be viable. Maybe not when you're this close, though. We're still kind of figuring out the water meta. And here, maybe surprisingly, Nikov adding galleys. I haven't seen him do that yet. It's mostly been Hulk plus fire, but the galleys will be as an attempt to counter all of the Hulks from Degao, who simply has amassed Hulks and now will try to push into the fires of Nikov underneath his docks. Hulks should counter the fires, be countered by galleys, and also be countered by dock fire. Hulks with the least pierce armor will be most affected by the docks, as Nikov tries to hide behind the dock against the fires. And a Hulk for Nikov to deal with the fires as he tries to chase down Degao's Hulks, and does manage to snipe them all down. No fletching for his galleys, but Degao down to 1 fire, as he'll lose that fight. A bit of idle time for Nikov, and we see the res collector is still very similar. Scout came back for Nikov as he's trying to wall himself too. Started with a barracks now, and could think to pressure on the outside. Some repairs now for Degao, trying to get those fire galleys back to full HP. I don't quite see repairing as much these days as I did before the water rebalance. Maybe that's just Hulks destroying fire galleys more effectively instead of fire versus fire, so you don't have the time to pull back and repair like you used to. Both players on the right side. Mark it from Degao. He's getting ready to go up behind those walls. Nikov will scout the walls. Did Nikov do a stable, or is he just one scout? That scout's having a back and forth adventure. He's back by that bridge a moment ago. And now underneath the docks have a minimum range of 1, so if you don't have murder holes, then you can't actually hit the ships right at the base of the dock. But Degao up to the castle age first. Nikov not too far away, though. He'll be up. Degao's castle age a bit cheaper as the Italians. The Byzantine's been most picked on this map? I think so. They've definitely been highly picked, and we have seen late-game cataphracts a few times. Georgians and Armenians also somewhat popular. Vietnamese a bit too. So fire galleys for Dagao, trying to save his navy until he gets up. And we'll have a small timing window, about 45 seconds, where he can do medium warships and push Nikov, where Nikov will have to retreat to his docks. Are all 3 sets today? Yes, all 3 are today. This one is live, the other set is being played simultaneously. We'll cast recs of that when this one is done, to give the players themselves a break before the finals, and then the finals after that. So 2 TCs immediately, along with medium warships for Dagao. He'll try to boom on the outside. We might see the same from Nikov, but he does have a stable, and could try to pressure over here. Transport ships, a perhaps underutilized option on this map. So husbandry and medium warships for Nikov. And fighting underneath the dock, feudal age ships against castle age ships, Nikov has to rely on having numbers, which he does for the moment. He now gets his medium warship upgrade, and he'll try simply to micro away from the fires, will garrison his dock, chase the fires with hulks, and try to micro down the hulks from Dagao. And I think Nikov is going to hold this fight, but hold at perhaps a cost of not having the same boom. He's making only his 2nd town center now, whereas Dagao already has 3. And that was a very good fight from Nikov. Managed to pull back, had just enough timing to get medium warships. And now he has the water, but as we can see, no more deep fish. Or actually, there's still a deep fish for Nikov, but you don't get much value, regardless, from holding the water. Nikov needs to protect his vills. He's going to take gold in the middle already. 3 TCs from Nikov. Maybe trying to get some value from the water. I am kind of waiting for a player to TC the middle. I know the wood lines aren't that big, but you could try to TC the middle and hold it all game. But now Nikov has to worry about a faster imp from Dagao, along with cheap bombard cannon once he does get imp. Yeah, I don't know what those vills are doing. Nikov just wanted to long distance mine some gold from the middle, I guess. Maybe that's just a misclick if he selected his ships and sent vills too. And a gal with enough stone for a castle. He could castle drop the middle, take the docks, and then maybe play middle control to be able to run to both sides. I haven't seen that approach yet, but that would give him water control plus a good launching point on land. Yeah, that was one big box formation. Yeah, did anyone else play in the Age of Kings days when ships didn't have formations? That was a feature from the Conquerors expansion, formations for ships. His wheelbarrow for Nikov. And Dagao's the Italians, cheaper imp. Getting close to the Imperial Age. Needs his buildings. Does not have a university, monastery, workshop, or castle yet. So it could be a castle drop into the Imperial Age. But it might be faster to throw up a quick university and monastery, as he needs to realize what his wood situation is. Outpost Ville for Dagao found by Nikov's scout. . Good old days when camels were boats. The ships of the desert. So Bodkin arrow now for Nikov. That'll help the war galleys. Delayed Bodkin a lot while fighting on water, but really wanted to make sure he wasn't falling too far behind in booming, but did fall 20 vils behind. Dagao, 2,500 resources collected ahead. Nikov with the score lead because he's won water. But I think this boom has been pretty good for Dagao as he clicks up to the Imperial Age now. And clicking up even delayed after needing to rush up the buildings. So 1 vil on a castle, he'll probably send a couple more. Are there vils? Oh, the rest of the vils are hiding behind the mill. He'll be doing the castle. And we'll be getting a 4th TC now down to the south. Nikov wants to convert a vil. And does get it, but the vil will be trapped, so Nikov brings the scouts over to try to free the vil. Nikov also pushing into Dagao's docks at the same time. Wants to clear Dagao off the water before Imp comes in. And looks like he will be successful, maintaining his ship numbers, hulks, fires, and war galleys, now in a position to grapple down the docks with the hulks. Shoot them down with the fires. And handcart also for Dagao, who's taking a really nice eco lead, but slowing down a bit with vil production as he wanted to click Imp. Now it's only a 3 vil difference, which is insane how quickly Nikov closed that when Dagao added an extra TC. But Imp is still a bit away from Nikov, could use the market maybe. He has the stone for a castle too, he'll place that very defensively on a hill in front of his base. Not moving to the middle yet, and not particularly overlooking the 2 golds in the middle. And he's gonna wall the bridge! Oh, let's go, Nikov. I know Nikov has played the campaigns, because I saw him once posting about Joan of Arc 6 being difficult, and he got defeated or something. Or maybe he's learned from that experience, and knows how to wall off the bridges. So Dagao up to Imp. Ballistics also for Dagao. Chemistry behind ballistics, so he's gonna go for Italians and gunpowder. 1 Warhulk and a Kaiman going to be harassing Nikov's vils. He can go for the TC in the middle. We'll have to run to his entire navy to save the vils. And we'll save them, they'll go for the TC, even killing the Kaiman. And Fire Archer now. So Fire Archer versus Genoese Crossbowmen. Usually Genoese Crossbowmen are somewhat weak to archers, but Fire Archers are also somewhat weak archers. So the Genoese Crossbows might even be fine here. There's a conversion, and this castle will go up. And that 1 conversion saves the castle there. The Fire Archers also will push the Genbows back. And there's the bridge walled off from Nikov. Dagao down here already, though. As Nikov's up to Imp. And his economy has been so much better. And as the Italians, usually a civ that can find ways to push an early Imp. Maybe Dagao needs skirms now to deal with the Fire Archers. Now chemistry, he has chemistry already. That cheap university bonus for the Italians, nice for pumping out bombard cannon quickly, and that's what he's going for. Remember, only traction trebs for the Wu, no real trebs of their own. Fire Archers kill the Genbows, and they'll attack the trebs. Yeah, Nikov's setting up for Fire Archers. And right now the Trebs need to be repaired. Nothing to protect them, only the bombard cannon. And Nikov probably focuses the repair vills and then the Trebs. As the guy relying on his cannon to protect the Trebs, but Nikov will try to micro them down too. Oh, he's attacking the Javelina, setting the Javelina on fire. And now making traction Trebs. Red Cliff's tactics. That'll make his fire archers better against the buildings. They'll do fire damage to ships and buildings. And he still has water control. And Dagao needs to find a way to use his eco. As so far, Nikov not taking any damage in early imp. And hits with ballistics that bombard cannon. And now Dagao trying to add skirms, so Nikov will have to counter the skirms. Could go skirms of his own, but they'll miss the final armor. And he's picking off cannon. Bombard cannon going down. Maybe traction Trebs could be the counter to the skirms? Well, working decently there. Skirms have all their armor now. That's 8 pierce armor even for the Italian skirms. And I don't think that was the fight Nikov wanted. Don't think that was the fight. Trying to do leather archer armor himself. Yeah, Jin swordsman perhaps? Would be a bit of a transition though, he doesn't have any of the armor upgrades yet. And with 7 attack, you do at least need to make sure you have armor against them? What's the base armor of the Jin swordsman? I don't think capture rate shows me that, unless I can check one. Yeah, Nikov also with 4 relics, 1 more in the middle, should be easy for him to grab as well. Dagao starting to do a castle in the south. Nikov though with outposts, look at Nikov's map vision with these outposts, he sees everything. He'll know to wall off in the south, he'll see what Dagao's doing, he sees the ranges in the castle. He knows that there might be a swap to the south. Bombard cannon trying to fight the Luchuans. Ooh, Luchuan's out. Another campaign task, dodging siege ships and bombard cannon against each other. And nice hit, nice hit. Almost gets another cannon. And the ship's doing a great job of countering skirms. There's architecture and chain riding armor for Dagao, but Dagao taking a score lead. Is eco still better? The KD is close. But if he's fighting on the water, then he's not really managing to push on land. As we get 37 minutes into a game that has gone towards the 90-minute time limit a couple of times. But here, Nikov picking off 3 bombard cannon. The repair vills were blocking the cannon and they couldn't escape. No skirms, no archers nearby. And the traction Trebs won't push the castle. But Dagao lost all of his siege. And handcart for Nikov. And Dagao at this point feels like, yeah, the eco's better, but he's still going to be hoping that his Civ wins in the long run. Heavy warships for Nikov, handcart, adding in more techs. Thumb ring for Dagao. Traction Trebs taking down Dagao's actual Trebs. And that score flip was all from that cannon. That cannon loss gave Nikov a ton of score from destroying the expensive unit. And there's Town Patrol and 2-man Saw for Nikov. And Bloodlines also for Dagao. And a castle here for Nikov. Treb shot, not going for the castle, not in range. And Nikov continuing to creep towards these golds along the southwestern riverbank. Wants to keep Dagao off of gold. He has the center control, and he'll have the gold control of one of the golds in the middle, as he's also massacring the skirms. Look at all that. It was arrows on the ground, and killing more bombard cannon. Killing more bombard cannon. Dagao has to fall back to his castle. Both cannon go down. Both cannon destroyed. You can have 99 vills on wood. That's what I was saying on this map. You could have too many vills on wood and not make your farms. Nikov realizing that, trying to rebalance his eco a bit. All the food that players didn't take, and they don't have room for farms. Would condottieri be good here? They're weak to archers. If you're gonna do them, you need all of the armor upgrades. And even then, you're only really trying to snipe siege with them. And that's already kind of the role of your cannon. So Treb goes down to the traction Trebs. Yeah, maybe some rams in front could help. That's true. I don't think traction Trebs do particularly well against rams, but they do have melee attack, so maybe if you attack properly. Oh, and Huiguang Cav could be cool. Nikov does have the gold control in the middle, so he could consider going for a gold unit. Maybe that's what he's thinking of, is he is adding in the armor upgrades. And if he can hold and then make a Cav swap with heavy Huiguang Cav with upgrades, he'll push this side if Jigao isn't prepared for it. In theory, Genoese crossbowmen would wreck them, but that is a theory because Jigao in practice has 0 of his unique unit. I don't think they get the longer range versus siege. Jack can correct me if I'm wrong about that. I think they simply have 5+3. Not 5+7 against cannon. And as Nikov's holding the hill, he's also starting to push in the west. It'll be a Hussar swap from Dagao. Nikov right now starting to do Huiguang Cav. Sitting Tiger, that'll make the traction Treb shoot more projectiles. And Dagao is patient. He's going to reveal the Hussar though. That maybe lets Nikov... Yeah, he sees the stables, he sees the Hussar. I would say tech into Halbs, but here, not in time for Nikov. He'll start losing traction Trebs, and that'll be a nice raid on Vills from Dagao. Nikov has some Vills to spare. Still also has more population, but his traction Trebs will go down while Dagao's castle will stand. The scores are still really close. And I think there were traction Trebs stacked on top of each other and one went down. Nikov out of stone as he's trying to repair. Now, there isn't too much stone on the map, so you can run out of stone quickly. We'll have to buy it at the market now. As the scores are still really close. KDs are still really close. You can have more eco KD, but the actual military KD then in favor of Dagao. Traction Trebs push the castle, and Bombard Cannon come forward. Forward to try to deal with the Traction Trebs.
Help us! Crusader bandits are everywhere!
Thank you, Hagbardar, for the sub. And nice hit on the Traction Treb from the cannon. And Dagao pushing back. Feels like he is now a bit of momentum on both riverbanks, and has added in some Genoese crossbowmen. Not elite, but will deal very well with the Huiguang Cav. Huiguang Cav, a unit with less armor, or with less HP but more armor. Because the Genoese crossbowmen do bonus damage, they will ignore that armor with their bonus damage. And they should wreck that Cav unit. And now, foraging for Dagao. As we're 45 minutes in, and he's still pushing. Nikov's still with the middle control, has to be careful of how he uses his gold. With the ranged unique unit, Dagao can keep that unit to the back in any fights he takes. And raid not in the middle so much as across the middle, I guess. Dagao sending more Hussars over here. Now doing foraging, maybe turning back towards the middle. Nikov trying to do the final armor for his Cav. Can you wall? Yep, it is Mangrove Shallows. You can wall. You could wall directly across the middle. Haven't seen anyone do that yet, but you can do it. And this here is normal shallows, so you can't build on it, but the middle is Mangrove Shallows, where you can build. So both players still trying to hold their castles in the south. A bit of a rage from Dagao through that fortified wall. Timing to get Hussars onto the villagers. There's light Cav and pikemen from Nikov investing into his trash units. As every time he destroys Trebs or destroys cannon or destroys a castle, he's getting some score back. And now iron casting for Degao, as we're starting to get to a long-term fight. Eventually, Nikov takes all the gold in the middle, but still has 4 relics. 5th relic still just sitting there on the Mangrove Shallows. Nikov could have taken that a long time ago. Degao getting some raids in. Nikov doesn't have any barracks over here for Halbs. He's trying to get a stable, maybe his own cav over. But this will now drop Nikov's eco, who's at the mid-140s, down to 130. He's dropping in pop a bit. Degao trying to raid everywhere. Fishing ships even killed by hussars. And this too, remember, Degao's home map and his very first civ pick. So he loses this map, and I think it'll be a very tough reverse sweep for him afterwards if he can pull it off. Skirm's killing a Vils. Vils get pushed back. And Degao back on gold. He's almost gotten to a gold. I don't think he has any gold access, though. Degao, full trash unit mode, where the only gold he's spending would be Siege and Genoese Crossbowmen. But because the Genoese Crossbowmen are in the back, they're not really dying. They're not directly in the fights, unless they get too far forward and hit by traction trebs. I don't know what happened there, but a bunch of Vils died with the skirms. Blast Furnace for Degao, so the last of his blacksmith upgrades for the Hussars. He wanted to eventually do pikemen. Could think about the armor for them. Maybe not how he wants to spend his gold at this point, though. Nikov will be sending light cav into the meat grinder against the Genbos. The Wu do have access to Hussars and Blast Furnace, but Nikov's been able to afford neither so far. Nikov, remember when he had 99 Vils on wood? Now he's got 75 farmers. So he's managed to rebalance the eco and get back to the farmers despite all the raids. But raid in the middle again, as now Degao may be able to claim some gold in the middle. Nikov's still with docks. Degao could redock and think about going to the middle. He's got Blast Furnace on the way. As we're now 53 minutes into the game and maybe, just maybe, heading towards a potential 90-minute score game. And he can repair that castle atop the hill against traction trebs for a while. Degao still 143 pop. Production just not quite there for him. And Hussar clicked for Nikov, still needs Blast Furnace. But he now is able to push, as Skirms and Genoese Crossbowmen on the right, harass Vils on the gold. Our fire archers here from Nikov. Skirms go down to the fire archers as this castle will collapse soon. Halb and Squire's on the way. Crop rotation versus horse collar. Well, maybe Nikov needs heavy plow. As this castle, repair bills are dying, and one more volley from the traction trebs will take the castle down. Down it goes. Skirm is fighting against the Huiguan Cav in the middle. And there's a GG from Degao. Nikov going up 2-0. On the verge of advancing to the finals. A very long game there, but Degao with his map plus civ pick not able to win against the Wu. Lost the water early on, had a huge eco boom, but wasn't able to turn it into a win. Felt like he got imp with the Italians, but wasn't in a position to do early pressure. Maybe that simply has to do with the map being set up where they're so far apart. He wasn't in a position to take a quick treb war. That'll be a loss for him on his home map. As far as civs go, that's the Italians losing to the Wu. And the civ draft so far, using the first pick and losing Degao. So Degao with his back against the wall will need a reverse sweep. The last Brazilian player is still eligible to qualify. And he will pick Monte Pascoal as the map. He'll save Lençóis Maranhenses for later, but picking one of Nikov's home maps now. The Civ matchup will be Celts as expected for Nikov and Burgundians for Degao. We talked about gunpowder earlier. Burgundians have great gunpowder. Extra 25% gunpowder, or extra 25% bonus for their gunpowder units in their attack. Should have gone Burgundians on that map. Yeah, and then you have Italians for Monte Pascoal. Maybe kind of similar civs in that they have a good eco and gunpowder bonuses. Of course, Burgundians have great gunpowder. Oh, I see what you did there, Shepard. I see what you did. I approve of the pun. And the skirms always are brutal. So Nikov could close it out here and advance to the finals if he once again wins with the Celts like he's been doing on this map. And Degao has to have a plan to deal with it, and he has to be confident in his plan to pick the map here. And here we are. Degao will be the green Burgundians to the west, Nikov the blue Celts to the east. And both players TCing the starting island. So the island's a bit far apart on this matchup. Wales up to the north. It's Celts time. And Degao didn't TC or didn't dock near the whale. So lumber camp and dock. Those are all the buildings you need to advance to the next stage. I don't know why Capture Age shows 3 buildings here in the Dark Age, but both of them capable of advancing now. The whales give you 1,000 gold. What we've been seeing Nikov doing is docking the home island, taking the whales, and not doing the transport ship until at least mid-feudal. Since he skips the transport ship, and he takes the whale, he skips the mining camp, he saves wood, and he's the Celts. The Celts, their lumberjacks work 15% faster. So, not usually thought of as a water map civ, but here where you simply want wood, and as much wood as you can get to pump out your warships, that's where the Celts bonus will shine. So fishing ships for the Degao, he has the option to dock and take the whale too. After some initial games on the map, after seeing how players use the whale in the mainland, I edited it to make sure that of the 4 whales, 1 was somewhat close to each player's island, and then the other 2 were farther away. So wherever you want to transport and dock, you can grab the whales. Again, whales don't show up on the minimap on Capture Age, so you have to be really aware of where they are. Oh, Nikov with the sheep heist! The sheep heist right off of Degao's island! He takes the sheep. And wait just a minute. Wait a minute. Degao, he still needs to click feudal. He did double bid axe in the Dark Age. He spent 100 food on that. Now he needs to get enough food to click up, and that's just going to be with his fishing. Just Celt things, indeed. Just Celt things. Nikov using the Celt bonus. Livestock animals within Celt unit line of sight cannot be stolen. Or can be stolen by the Celts. Maybe that's the more accurate bonus. And Degao, he's just going to transport to the mainland. That might kill his uptiming. Burgundians, remember, they usually like a longer Dark Age because of the double bit axe. Oh, the Celt bonus! Being useful. I don't think you can kill the transport that quickly. It has 70 hit points. The TC would need to do a lot of damage to it. The gal will start bringing back his capybaras. We'll have to maybe take the javelinas in the middle, but now he's in a ton of trouble. Nikov with the Celts, pulling off the sheep heist. And if the gal wanted to go fast feudal to fight on water, he's not going to be able to do it now. He doesn't have the food for it. What a bonus! And yeah, Nikov playing the strategy he usually does. Not transporting. He'll do another dock by the whale. And Milfidagao, he will have the javelinas, but they will be late. You can already see the res collected difference. Nikov up by over 200. Doubt's transport may have died, but if you're smart, you can dodge and run away. You're pretty far from the range of the TC, too. The TC only ranges the beach. So it would be really hard to snipe the TC off, or snipe the transport off with just the TC. And Nikov, with Celt stealing sheep, might be on his way to the finals. So we'll have double bit axe for Nikov. The Doc might have a better shot at killing it. But if you're Degao on this map, you're probably not expecting the sheep heist. You have to keep them underneath your TC. He wouldn't put them directly underneath it because he wants to send them in one by one so the vills can be efficient. There he is, going to the middle again, up to feudal. And Nikov forward with 3 fire galleys. They are kind of far apart on this map. But then Nikov also would have had the option to transport forward and do docks forward if you wanted to apply more forward pressure. We've seen players doing that. And Degao is just going to call the GG. He's going to call the GG with a sheep heist. Nikov will win. The sheep did it. Degao, he's not going to be up in time. He's maybe can feel the fires approaching. He can feel it. And the sheep heist does it. Celts. The most useful bonus in Age of Empires? Livestock animals for the Celts. Right from Degao's starting island. Celts OP. Nikov has picked the Celts maybe 3 or 4 times so far on this map. Every time he's done the same build order, and he's won undefeated with the Celts so far. What a way to end it. Degao could not have been in a good mental state, already down 2-0, loses all the sheep, can't do his build order, can't click up, has to transport to try to grab gold on the mainland, try to grab food from the javelinas, but seeing the difference in uptiming there just gives it up. Going to lose the water when he had done a mainland TC to fight for water. Celts OP. Celts must be OP. Oh, you know what else was happening? Wait, I missed this. He was about to lose a Vill to 3 Jaguars, too. He was about to lose a Vill to 3 Jaguars. Oh, no. He was going to lose a Vill, too. So, extra tilting for him. So, go Jaguars. Resigned before the Vill died. What happened? You missed it? Let's go back. We can watch. Let me rewatch that. We'll just go from the start. Let me give Capture Age a restart, because sometimes Capture Age likes to crash my PC if we don't restart it. Well, we don't have the other Rex yet. Can we share them one at a time, our base? If you don't have all of them yet? I'll do a replay of this. You blinked at the wrong time. We didn't have any yet. Did we just cast the set live then? Have they started? So we'll watch the sheep heist again, because apparently we don't have the next set. Yeah, so between games, we'll need to grab the next wreck. We'll just take a bit of a break. And let's just see what's going on. Yeah, here's Dagao. So what Dagao's thinking is, I will put the sheep here and send them in one at a time to be extra efficient with the villagers. But Nikov, and he's prepared for this. He's 100% prepared for this. Scouting right around the edges of Dagao's island. And he will find the sheep in slow motion, captures the sheep, puts them on the transport as the Celts. The transport not even really in range of the dock or the TC? That's simply a mistake from Dagao. He probably wasn't prepared for the Celts. And just like that, if he was planning on going up, he'd already done double bit axe. If he was planning on going up, he can't. And that wins the game. And that'll do it is right now, Dagao. I'll see the difference in uptiming. He has 100 food when Nikov clicks up, and he's trying to go to the middle to hunt the javelinas. So maybe his play there would have been swapped to a fast castle, but he still clicks up. And just lose the water, but transport everything to the mainland and try to play mainland, but he'll just call GG. So, easy win for Nikov. And we're gonna have to figure out what to do now, because the other players were playing privately. So we don't actually have their wrecks at the moment. They will have to finish a game, then we'll share the wrecks one by one. I'm sad we didn't get to see the gunpowder map, but right from the start, when I saw the Civ draft, I was surprised Dagao didn't ban Celts. If he was paying attention, he would have seen all of the Celt picks on Montepasquale that Nikov had done. He thought maybe Burgundians would counter them, but apparently not. So we will figure out what to do, because Hart and Lucho are playing privately. Yeah, our base has been right all along. It's a powerhouse of a Civ. Just right in the caster chat. The plan for the Rex. our base seeing Celts are too strong. Have we seen Cumans? I don't think we have seen Cumans. So, Nikov will advance to the finals where he faces the winner of Hart versus Lucho. So, apologies for the delay, but that was a very quick final game from Dagao. And we just have to wait for wherever Hart versus Lucho finish their next game in order to get their Rex. Looks like we were getting Nikov instead of Nivok. Did I spell something wrong in my title? No, I didn't. Hello, Ornlu. Are you waiting for Rex like we are, Ornlu? Oh, Red Bull misspelled Nikov's name as Nivok. Okay. Ornlu, the master of knowing about Red Bull technical issues, I'm sure. Called him Nivok on a banner. Oh, no. So, yoink masterpiece. Yeah, this reminds me of if you've seen the map Pacific Islands, where you start with a bunch of water buffalo on a small island, somewhat similar to Migration with some large neutral islands in the middle. Sebastian always did this thing where he'd transport the scout because you start with a transport ship. And he'd transport the scout and steal all the water buffaloes right from under the opponent's TC, because it's one of those water maps where you're transporting to the middle, or also putting all of your vills on wood and gold instead of food once you click up, so there'd be nothing to stop the water buffalo heist. So, while we have a bit of a break then, let's maybe check out the brackets for this event. You can pull up the Onamaru website. And if you want to check out the brackets too, there's the link. Having to kill time to distract people. I'm used to this though. That's what your main job is when you're at a LAN event, filling the time. So Hart now went through Stark and Roderick's without losing a game. His next opponent is Lucho. And then we'll face Nikov. Nikov going through Gali, Prisma, Degao, and one of Hart or Lucho. So it will be a tough road for him to have followed to get to the finals. All AoE 2 casters are professional time killers. I mean, we have it great these days. Back on the Voobly days, when things were less professional, you'd have a time scheduled, and then you'd be waiting 1 or 2 hours for everyone to get there. And we'd had more team games too. You had to get players leaving and rejoining the lobby, fixing the fast proxy. So we had our first international qualifier where Hera was already invited for the players who qualified there. Lots of Onamaru players. We had Viper. Then lots of Wonders players too. ACC. Oh my gosh, Nikov and ACCM are in a clan. I almost forgot that. They're both on Wonders. Wonder is basically Argentina plus ACCM. Plus Sebastian too. So then Freakin' Andy. We'll have Yo. Leary. All from the first qualifier. So that's Leary, Yo, Andy, ACCM, and Viper. From the second qualifier, we had Lewis finally making it to a LAN event, but that's where Hart. This one has even an exclamation mark on it. Or like a thunderbolt. What does a thunderbolt mean? Wait, what does that mean? I don't know, but match details there. Voobly was amazing. We had Sorakuma here. Amazing achievement for Sorakuma to make it. And Sebastian qualifying. Tato. And Winchester. Maybe the Thunderbolt is an upset? That's why we're running 1 over MBL. And then Hart Lucho, the winner facing Nikov will be our final sets. Well, it's happened before. We did have the LAN in China for Nations Cup many years ago. That was Finland versus Brazil. We did just have Red Bull in London without Lewis qualifying. So we do have the drafts for the next set at least, so we can get those prepared. Let me just take a minute and update our overlay. Was there a Red Bull where Jordan didn't qualify? There might have been. I don't think any other German player would have been at a level to make it to a LAN outside of Jordan. So if you like dry land maps other than Lençóis Maranhenses, this is what we have here for this map pool. Valle de Silva is game 1. Araucarias and Lençóis Maranhenses, the home maps for Hart. And Serra dos Corajes and Satan as the home maps for Lucho. Oh, we have another Celts pick. Celts at the end of the draft for Lucho. Britons for Hart. Imagine Celts versus Britons. Who knows? I'm imagining Celts versus Britons on Valle de Silva, where Hart grabs 20 capybaras, is all happy to have all that food as the Britons, then Lucho picks Celts and yoinks them all. Yeah, and right now, we've all that we can see is the fact that they were in a game. We don't know the results, we don't know what maps have been played, we don't know anything. Well, I guess we do know that they played the first map for game 1. Other than that, apologies for the break. We're not expecting to have such a big difference in timing between the sets. But the Nikov just proved the Celts are way too strong. And Lucho, also from Wonders, also from Argentina. Maybe he's done some training with Nikov. Maybe he knows about the strength of the Celts too. So some representation for the Age of Kings civs again. Britons, Vikings, Japanese, and Celts all in that draft. Well, Nikov will get himself a nice break before the finals then. Well, I'm sure De Gea did not expect the transport ship heist, that is very certain. But great strategy from Nikov. He's got a hope now. That whoever wins Hart versus Lucho, that they don't watch the Rex in between and learn from the strat. Yeah, Brazil, usually a good Nations Cup team. Their B team did win in the past. That was the LAN against Finland in China years ago. There's no way Hart loses this? I mean, I wouldn't doubt Nikov. I mean, Hart did lose to Dark already, and Hart certainly was at Red Bull and did have to do a lot of traveling afterwards. Nikov has had a lot more time to prepare and focus. Terrace. Oh yeah, the Mapuche. I genuinely have no idea where they go. Other than Bolas riders have seemed to be unstoppable. Maybe Lucho could do the running build order of FC Bolas riders on Satan with them. Also Vikings for Hart. I guess he uses them on Lençóis Maranhenses, but without Fernando de Noronha, the islands map, in the map pool. Surprised to see Vikings as the first pick. Maybe on Amazonia. He could always do longboats in the ponds on Araucarias. I think Andy versus Lewis set that they both pick Vikings first. I mean, Vikings are a darn good civ. I could see them for Lençóis Maranhenses. I've been looking for a Vikings pick there for a while now. Good men-at-arms if you want to push the wood line early on. Extra hit points on them. They'll have the cheaper dock. And wheelbarrow plus handcart. For how much you're running Vills around to get to the other ponds, or to capture the far golds, having those upgrades for free is not just an eco boost, but also helps you move your Vills around. So I think they're actually really well suited for that map. Particularly if they want to dock all of the little ponds, cheaper docks makes it more viable. Letting Catans through the draft. Well, to be honest, Catans haven't been doing that great. Their pastures were hit with a bit of a nerf. And since then, their eco hasn't been the insanely powerful food boost that it was in the past. Who won Nikov to Gao? Nikov won. So Nikov has advanced to the finals. Nikov won with a Celts transport ship stealing sheep. They should be good enough on Satan. They could be good there to go heavy scouts for sure. But then there's also the problem that pastures take up a lot of space and they're kind of big. And yeah, you can put 2 Vills on them, but I feel that it's kind of hard to place them properly when you don't have a good wall off. Update names in the stream title, thank you. Before the finals chat, I'll need you also to remind me to update the overlay from semifinals to finals. Georgians for Lençóis Maranhenses, they certainly could be there. We've seen them played a lot. The spawn towers have been crazy. Late game on Lençóis Maranhenses. Catan pastures are worse than Chimera farms now. They might be. This is... I guess we'll know that one of their games is kind of long. I think they might have just started. Let's see if we can get these wrecks. What is the best farming civ? Chimera Poles or Catans? You're not including Slavs anymore with their farming bonus? Or Aztecs? Probably Poles. I think Poles benefit a lot from the change to the farming upgrade. That they can do an early crop rotation and have it apply to their existing farms and instantly get a bit of food. Definitely a good change for them, buffing crop rotation. Alright, so we're hoping to get Rex now. I think we're close to it. I remember the day. Do y'all remember the days when Aztecs had the best farmers? With their carry capacity bonus? Those were the days. Really bring back the vintage AOC civs. I have been enjoying the Aztecs play on Vela de Selva. We did see Eagles, or Triple Barracks Eagles from a Fast Castle versus a Monk Rush again. It's been a long time since I've seen that build order, but that was classic Arena Aztecs mirror. The days before the power creep. I love how Oromaru has a top bits counter above their chat. And we see Lewis is there with 1 bit. That's how Lewis is celebrating, by qualifying for a LAN. That's how he's spending his prize money. Spamming the bit on his team's Twitch channel. He is clearly a man who knows exactly how he wants to celebrate. Yeah, big returns to the team. Alright, oh, we have gotten a response from a player, and we should get the Rex momentarily. Alright, let me just get some ads out of the way in between the games then. That way we don't have ads during the game. I'll click that button on my channel. And again, check out the Oromaru channel and both the YouTube streams too. Oromaru, we have a YouTube stream there. Give them a sub too. I think we're getting close. Again, apologies for the break. We probably should have had the players share their Rex 1 by 1 in hindsight. The players do exist. Yes, they do exist, Ranger Alpha. On my part, I think I'll take a quick break and just grab some more water before the set, so I'll be right back. Stay tuned, and we should get started in just a moment.
Very well, brave Rodrigo. Face the knight afoot.
Okay, 14. Thank you, Jenny, very much for using your Prime sub. Our base has shared the Rex. It's time to go. Time to 14. Let me just download these Rex, place them in my save game folder. And we are just about good to go. Oh, chat. You're gonna like this Civ matchup for game 1. You're really gonna like this Civ matchup. As for the map, we'll have Valle de Selva. And the Civs are going to be Britons versus Celts. So here we are. Hart will be the Blue Britons to the northwest. Lucho, the Red Celts to the southeast. Celts, let's go. They started a bit behind. Alright, we'll just speed up slightly. Skip part of the Dark Age. They're luring in the Trapiers. Forward scout from Lucho, scouting the back of Hart's base. We don't have an instant drush. We have a nice woodline here for Lucho. This is one of my new favorite maps. I've really enjoyed this map. Unfortunately, these are not monk civs, but we'll see a different type of clannery here. This might be a Britain's rush to crossbows against Celts to mangonels. So longer range crossbows against faster firing mangonels could be our matchup. Usually I do like Britons against the Celts with the crossbows. We'll see what happens as Hart will be grabbing 9 capybars, but he'll have to bring them in against the Celts. Lucho is the Celts, ready to yoink them. I'll see the Celts bonus in action again. Oh, there we go, there we go. How did we design a map pool that favors the Celts so heavily? The Civ matchup we were missing from Red Bull, Britons versus Celts. Prepare to hear Celts in Brazil? Do you pronounce it differently? Well, we also do sometimes use that pronunciation in English. If you're a basketball fan, we have the Boston Celtics, not Celtics. But here we go. Drush from Hart. And Lucho might not see the Drush immediately since he's engaged with the scout, was a tile away from scouting the barracks. And if he pushes the deer, we'll have the militia going around, both the benefit that they can grab capybaras, and also when they're not scaring the deer, they might not be spotted. So Feudal Age for Lucho against the Britons' Drush. Celts not drushing. Nice wall-off position for the lumber camp here. Lucho could go for a big wall-off to the wood line, or to the mini wood line, or simply wall off the lumber camp. So Feudal Age for Lucho won't be in. Did Lucho do Loom? He did do Loom. He does have Loom. And we'll have some walls off from Lucho. With Loom also for Hart.
Yay.
So Drush walled out for the moment. As Lucho went for a wall towards his TC. He'll have 1 back gold. both golds somewhat forward for Hart, but he can wall in front of them. And by the looks of it, he wants to go for a fast castle. Maybe a bit risky with the forward golds. And there's Lucho up to feudal. And not many capybaras. Lucho, the second game in a row, we see Celt's sheep laming. Celt's sheep laming from Lucho, helping him out against the Britons. And that drush there, the wall might need to be repaired soon. Lucho will have to take his straggler trees as he goes for the blacksmith in a market and will still try to force a fast castle himself behind this. Am I gonna keep the rocky terrain that's deep in the forest? Yeah. I don't see a reason not to. I think it does make the map interesting to have the path and also a bit of a difficulty in late game wood collection that you have to spread out rather than just taking one lumber camp forever. Mule cart civs maybe with an advantage. It feels like a fair advantage to give them. So both players up to the castle age, Hart up slightly first even with the drush. Oh, actually no, never mind. I've read that wrong. That's the feudal age. That's the feudal age for Hart. He's not up faster. Alright, yeah, that was a bit confusing. Drushing and... He's gonna have to go to men-at-arms, maybe. I mean, look at that eco. He's out of capybaras. And... not ready to go up. So Hart feudal. As Lucho's up to the castle age. And what do we see then from Lucho? He's gonna send a whole bunch of vills back to the lumber camp and might need to vill fight. But could fight while it's still militia. As he's recognizing the fast castle from Hart. And it's not gonna be men-at-arms. Just will be militia. Does open up the wall. And could have an option to try to wall again. If he wants to do siege, he needs wood. And Hart won't engage. And Lucho has to get walls up. Looks like he will. Wonderful quick walling. Hart maybe in between, wanting to go men-at-arms and pulling back versus not losing HP on the militia. But if he's not going to fight, he's not going to get any value from them. Just can destroy houses now. And he's not going to click men-at-arms because he wants to go up to the castle age. But Lucho's already up. He'll move to gold now. Doesn't quite have the wood for a workshop, so the drush was a bit disruptive for him. Oh, he doesn't have the wood for it because he already has one forward. Here I am looking for vills to go forward. They're already forward. And what does Hart do now? He does not have the food to go up. He hasn't sold the stone. He went stable blacksmith. Maybe he's lucky that Lucho did not do a barracks because there won't be any spears. If he goes scouts to snipe monks. And Hart not selling the stone because he wants a tower. So Hart, the player everyone's afraid of. Everyone's saying Hart's the favorite. As we'll have a scorpion now from Lucho. Opening with a scorpion, not with a mangonel, but all the same, Celts. Faster firing siege. Attacking 25% faster.
Yay.
Now he still has capybaras, so he hasn't needed farms yet. And once again, this comes down. That Celt lame with all the capybaras. Hart losing the eco he wanted as the Britons. Not pulling off a clean, fast castle when he invested into a drush that didn't do much damage. And things are looking pretty darn good for Lucho so far. No men-at-arms, those are just militia. Hart's scout takes a poke from the spear. Okay, Lucho loses his own spear there. Hart finally getting some value with the militia. The vills at least have loom. Militia versus Castle Age Scorpions, though. One vill goes down. And Hart now trying to go scouts, but now he has to defend against essentially a Huang rush. Yeah, the spears will hop in a ram soon. The militia could destroy a scorpion. The repair vill has to come over. As we'll get some spears from Hart, too. Lucho went with the forward barracks. And Lucho going to Huang. There is a ram forward protecting scorpions. Defensive workshop from Hart as he's up. Not going to get any crossbowmen as the Britons, simply a stable. And that could be a lot of dead vills from the scorpions. Oh, double kill on the scouts. Double kill on the scouts. Hart's dead? He is a knight, but that's against monks and spears.
Ready.
He's only down by 2 vills, but he feels completely dead here. 8-2 military. Will he be able to hold on? Can he get a mangonel out behind the TC to destroy the ram? Why is this a FC map? That's a great question. But when we first had the map, people were playing it with feudal with lots of skirm wars, but people have learned as long as you have some type of way to wall your map, you can pull off a FC build. You don't have any stone, so it's not one of those Phosphoro castle drop builds. More opportunities for monks, for Huang. Oh no, Hart, he's gonna get massacred on that gold. The Vills have to pull back. 2-2 eco KD so far. Hart still with more res collected. And, oh, you don't want to do a mangonel war against the faster firing mangonels of the Celts. So Hart doing what you need to do in this situation. Running to the outside looking for gold. He'll send his Vills to the outside. Mangonel hitting the Scorpions. And clear shot. Ooh, that misses somehow. Good micro from Lucho. Mangonel's already going down. And TCE going down to all of the mangonels. And Hart now. He's gonna be 0 TC gaming as Lucho is pushing in. No more towers, no more stone to spend, but a single defensive mangonel, 1 against 4, gets 1 good trade. There's a knight going to destroy the mangonel. That goes down, doesn't clear with another hit. If that workshop goes down, now the question for Lucho is, does he push the Vills to the workshop? That's not a question anymore as Hart answers with a GG, and Lucho goes up. Wins the first game. That's what everyone has been saying. Everyone worried Hart, oh, this is his qualifier. So easy for him since he lost and now only has the Latin American qualifier left. But Lucho takes a win in game number 1. Impressive Celts versus Britons using the Celts bonus again. And looking at the Civ picks, the very, very last pick, the Celts. Alright, so that is Valada Silva, 1 for Lucho. Civs, that is the Celts over the Britons. So, the winner of this set will go to face Nikov in the finals. And game number 2 will be on Linsois Mariniensis. And what a Civ matchup this will be too. So let me know in the chat, do you like Age of Kings civs? Do you like Age of Kings civs? Because we're gonna get that again. Here we have Hart to the north as the blue Vikings, and Lucho to the southeast as the red Japanese. So Britons Celts, then Vikings Japanese. What are we getting? What are these civs? Leary's gonna look at the set and say, this is why I don't buy the DLCs. I don't need the DLC keys, I can just play the old civs. So Capybara, taken for Hart, immediately moves forward, tries to take the goats in between them. Vikings have a lot of bonuses for this map. Let's go down the list. Wheel cart, I said. That's exactly what it's called. Wheelbarrow and handcart are free. Men-at-arms, more HP, 20% extra HP for infantry. Their warships are discounted, but perhaps more importantly, their docks are discounted. Players like to dock the small ponds for the shorefish. Yeah, maybe soon we'll see Persians and more elephants. Players, just like the other maps, moving out, taking the goats. Celts have been played already. We've already had the Celt herdable steal. When is the final? The final is after this set. The final is after this set. So however many games this set is, afterwards we'll have a very quick break, then do the final. Final will be live. Can't imagine how good Vikings were before Halbs, when Vikings, Japanese had the two best pikemen. More HP and faster attacking. Nikov is back. Yep, Nikov is back. Nikov already, we casted his set today. He won over Dagao, and he'll be our other finalist. You don't have the hook ship? Oh, everyone has the hook ship now. That's just in the base game. Everyone has the hulks. Regardless of whether you're grappling over the decision of which DLC to get, you will still be grappling with hulks. So nothing aggressive so far in the Dark Age. Sometimes we see instant drushes on this map. Maybe a risky strategy though, and the players might not want to risk that for this high level of a game. Balls now from Lucho. And we'll have two more vills, then Loom for Hart. Now, as we've been seeing consistently on this map, whoever wins the water usually somehow ends up losing the game. There is quite an abundance of fish and whales in the water. But oftentimes, that huge investment into adding more ships to win the water allows your opponent to get their TCs up or do some type of land pressure that ends up being more valuable than the fishing ships. So 30-second difference in uptiming. We'll have Feudal Age coming in faster for Lucho. And still, I don't see a barracks from either player. So, looks like it'll simply be fighting on the water. We'll probably see another dock. Bit of a trade-off, putting your docks closer together gives you usually a better production boost, where you can get ships out of the dock at the same time if you're defending. Maybe overlap with fishing ship arrows. But spreading the docks out gives you better access to fish. So we see Lucho moving down the coastline for a dock farther away, maybe gives him a bit more room to defend, too. Same thing for Hart, doing his next dock a bit farther back. And there's Lucho up to the Feudal Age. Still nothing on land as he's going to open with hulks. Now on this map, you are far enough apart. Can use galleys. I have double bit axe for Hart. And first hit from Hart on the scout. Lucho might try to go back to a hill. Yeah, so if Bruh is still around, this is maybe a mini version of the sand dunes he was mentioning earlier. And the scouts will be fighting in the middle as Lucho's trying to grab more sheep or more goats, and we'll have a fight hulks against fires underneath Hart's docks. Hart opening with fires, but he's housed. Hart is housed. Oh, being housed on a water map feels awful. Puts you so far behind. You can kill Lucho's scout. 6 versus 4 gets the kill. Needs to make sure he has housing space now. So Lucho with the early score lead. Hart taking some gold from the whale, and we'll have fishing lines for Lucho. And Galleys trying to defend now with fires, so Galleys will focus on the hulks. Fires will try to provide a meat shield. The hulks pushing the galleys under the dock. And the hulks are being forced back by the fires. Hulks grapple the fires, and all the fishing ships eject from the dock. Fires destroy the fishing ship. And Hart's still stuck defending. He's down by about 300 res collected so far, playing defense. His fishing ships have had to garrison and be idled ever so slightly. Trying to do hulks now. Something of an even trade on water, but that's an even trade with a couple of idled fishing ships. And he still has to camp the docks. Did do a third dock. But same from Lucho. As Lucho's forward, and it feels like Hart at least has the production advantage by his docks, that he can hold this. And oh, nice snipe. Still doesn't have fletching. And on land, no one doing farms. Hart gonna start using those cheaper docks to take the little ponds. As Lucho walls up, starts going to the edge of the map, he'll do a market, maybe looking to sell stone and click up, or just click up. Depends on how quickly he wants to go up. Hart, even with the Vikings, nowhere close to advancing. And if you're not doing farms, you're not getting the maximal advantage out of Wheelbarrow. Of all the gathering villagers do, farms are the most useful advantage for Wheelbarrow, the most powerful boost you get from the carry capacity. And now hulks against the fires as Castle Age for Lucho. Hart will take a bit of a score lead. Maybe he'll recognize the score lead means Lucho's up. And is Hart able to keep pushing and get into the fishing eco? He has a good numbers advantage, floating a bit of gold. Maybe those fishing ships on the whale might be too much for him if he's floating gold. Hulk's fighting fires, everything low HP for Lucho, losing a couple of fishing ships now. But without fires, Hart can't particularly push the docks, and we have 4 dock production for Lucho as he's on his way up, and he's just about to be walled fully all the way to the edge of the map. Hart will pull ahead slightly in actual vills while Lucho's up, but he also has a lot of idle time, even milling one of the ponds. Now that does not feel good if you're Vikings and you're milling the ponds rather than placing a dock. Why the red flag is blue and the blue flag is red? I'm just using the colors they picked in the game. I did notice that. It does swap their colors from the flags. And we have medium warships for Lucho. Starts to pick off the fires. Galleys against hulks, and Hart will overrun the navy. But right before medium warships kicks in, but he's getting away from the docks. All those fishing ship arrows, actually. All of a sudden, Hart losing the numbers, not committing to the fight, and the rest of the fires will push him back. Fires going down, galleys all being destroyed and surrounded by the fires. And that'll be bow saw for Lucho. And Castle Age for Hart. All the Hulks now for Hart. Getting pushed back, and it's going to be a long time before he can get medium warships. Lots of galleys are going to be extremely weak to the Castle Age fire ships. On land also, we have a knight. On land, it is a stable. Lucho mining gold at the front of his base, idling Vils at the back who have already mined their gold, and Hart paying attention on water, not noticing the knight getting into his economy as Lucho is streaming knights forward. Japanese knights, much better than Viking knights. They do have bloodlines these days, the Japanese. And that's a Vil going down. Right now, Hart was not fully walled. Had a lot of time to wall like Lucho did to the edge of the map, but maybe more worried about taking these extra fishing ponds. His Vils will be idle on that pond too. We'll have some archers now for Hart. Ready to pop out of the ranges. Castle Age on the way for him too. He's fighting knights with villagers in the wood line. And Lucho getting such a great raid. The Vils killing a knight. So far he's killed 5 eco units though. That includes the fish from earlier. And his navy finally goes down so far forward that Hart has the reinforcement and dock advantage, but more ships are being pumped from Lucho. He's raiding on land without having lost the water. And 1 or 2 knights. Now Hart finishes the gold in his base. He'll have more idle Vils, 15 idled Vils from that gold. Wandering around, not having anything to do. They'll go build the TC. But Hart has to be careful. I think does he have a whale left? He might have taken his entire whale on water. Not like he'd be able to take it anymore, though, as he's being pushed. Fires and Hulks will take down the dock. We'll have Bodkin Arrow for Hart, and he will have to try to go archers and crossbows to raid, but we already have a defensive workshop. Scorpion on the way for Lucho. He's doing his own ranges. Could go Cav Archer, could go Elite Skirm. Elite Skirm maybe hits a bit sooner as a defense against archers. But maybe with a Scorpion defense, he's content to wait and try to amass Cav Archers. At least Bloodlines and Husbandry then synergize a bit with the Knights he's pumped out. Now Hulks and Fires will push the galleys back. Everything here going down. And now Spearmen trying to fight Scorpions. Vil's there to repair. Triple range Cav Archers for Lucho. He's a bit housed. Has to make some houses. Loses the Knight. Well, he's housed with 6 pop space open. Alright, where are his houses? He has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 docks. All the fishing eco in the world. And he's ready to push Hart off of the water. Another TC for Hart. And another lumber camp up for Lucho. And we'll have a TC for Hart. So 3 TCs for Hart. Now, if there's one thing that might save Hart, it's the knowledge that losing the water somehow, more often than not, means that players end up winning the game. And if we look over at Lucho's side of the map, he is the Japanese. He has a ton of fishing ships, but he's also taken all the fish already. He's up by 3,000 res collected, and he'll need to push that advantage now by the time Hart's able to reboom, because with 3 TCs, with handcart, Hart might eventually come back and have a better eco if he focuses on Vils, and especially if he can get some raids that Lucho doesn't notice. That's 1, 2, and now 3 Vils killed by Bodkin archers on the wood line. But still rough for Hart, who needs to defend against the Mangonel. Crossbow for him just clicked. Ballistics 2 for Lucho. Mangonel hitting the wall. And TC goes up for Lucho. Lots of weak Vills. Crossbows start to pick off Vills. Oh, Vills all going down. Picked off by the crossbows. Mangonel hit. Okay, if Lucho has a way to throw a game, maybe this is it. Maybe this is it. Tons of Vills go down all of a sudden. He'll kill some of the crossbows, but the Scorpion goes down. Nice hit from the Mangonel from Hart. And Lucho, bit of a Titanic there. Bit of a Titanic. And now Eco KD, 14-11 in favor of Hart. Lucho, more Vills could go down. He's lucky there's no ballistics. The Mangonel gets a nice hit. Can it get another hit on running Vills? It can. Another 3 Vills die. Another Vill going down. Hart coming back in this game. Almost clears the Mangonel. The crossbows might be able to finish it off. But he had a great raid. 65-66 is the Eco difference now. 23 of that are fishing ships. Yes, they're Japanese fishing ships, but there aren't many fish left in the sea. The downside of being the Japanese, you win the water too quickly. Or you fish too quickly by the time you've won the water. And Hart finding a way back. Finding a way back, actually having the Vill lead. Needs to catch up in economy, but after that raid, he's destroyed a ton. And now has to worry about his Mangonel micro. And, ooh, downhill. Stuck in the pond. Ballistics on the way. Now, Japanese cav archers will be good against crossbowmen. They have +2 attack, but they're also more expensive. They have ballistics now. Hart, this might be a crucial 15 seconds for him if he can delay until ballistics hits. It's a weak Mangonel. And the crossbows will try to hit the Mangonel. And they'll hit all the cav archers. Crossbows all going down there. Picked off by the cav archers still. Another crossbow comes forward to hit a Vill. And the Vill will die. Bolted by the crossbow from the rear. And padded archer armor for Hart. Losing his crossbows now, but what's that? His crossbows are still in the wood line. If he somehow could get another 4 crossbows here, he'd take the entire wood line. The scores are still really close. Hart pulling ahead now. That's 84-55 villagers. 84-55, but Hart has a ton of farms in the back. Maybe he needs some quick towers? Vikings would have access to Guard Tower. And he's thinking about that first for the stone mine. He's doing a war galley in his pond to help defend. Has to abandon some of his farms. Does Town Watch to defend with crossbows. He's evened up that res collected difference now. It's 24,000 now to just under 26,000, so under 2k now. Was around 3k earlier. And the eco difference now, Hart also with handcart in his favor. Not even wheelbarrow for Lucho. Lucho, who does not even have horse collar. Needs to think about adding his farms now as the fish are running low. Mangonel destroys the war galley. It will be destroyed by the crossbowmen. And the cav archers cleaned from the back, but more cav archers pouring through the front as Hart tries to quick wall to contain them. Still an opening by a TC that doesn't have any Vills in it. Lucho buying some food. And look at all these fishing ships. They are taking shorefish. They are far from the docks. They are not all that efficient. Elite skirm for Hart. And we've seen this happen time and again on this map. One player looks to be seemingly invincible. With the water control, only for their opponent to come back with more land, more farmers. Now, war galleys are not weak to skirms. They don't have the archer armor class. This is a lot of cav archers now for Lucho. Quite a lot of cav archers. And Hart doing what he can to wall. He's almost able to click up to the Imperial Age, though. Hart will try to click Imp. Can he go Imp with his army in his base, though? Can he go Imp? This is a crucial moment for Hart. He does click Imp. He does click Imp, and he's relying on walls, adding in towers. Might need to click guard tower. Trying to come forward to claim more map by the stone. Cav Archer's able to kill Vils. Well, those are some good Vil kills from Lucho. Scorpions and Mangonel forward. If Hart gets up and he can get Bracer, he'll be able to take great fights. Just needs Bracer, also Chemistry and Arbalest. And you can't really fight that in the Castle Age. All you can really do is defend with towers. Yasama towers potentially could be good for the Japanese. I'm still waiting maybe for docks and longboats and ponds. That would be epic. But we'll have a 1 minute difference in Castle Age timing. Lucho, or in Imperial Age timing, my bad, Imperial Age timing. And Hart will win the race. Where are the Imp TCs? We've looked, Hart, Imp is in this TC instead of this one. That's okay, feels maybe a mistake. Lucho doing the same thing, Imp in the starting TC. Don't think there's anything that'll deny them, but that's got me nervous from all the TCs we've seen in questionable locations so far. Is Lucho fish trapping? Just as you ask that, he starts. But most of those fishing ships are still out to sea. Taking the whales now doesn't have much in the way of fish traps. Mangonel's going down. Yeah, not enough stone for a castle for Hart, but he does have 16 Vils on stone. So he will get a castle up fairly quickly. We'll try to gain more stone access, but there's lots of stone out by the water. Vil's even long distance mining that stone. And now a castle for Hart. Castle for Hart as all the Vils go forward to try to build the castle. Mangonel is there from Lucho, though. Mangonel is there, goes down. Bracer in for Hart. He takes the score lead, as he now has a good timing advantage, has some momentum with himself, and this push. Dock in the pond from Lucho, why not? Defensive castle for him. His eco still not walled, but crossbowman into Arbs, not the fastest raid. And Ring Archer armor now. Is Ring Archer armor better than Arbalest? I guess because it applies to the skirms too. And he has a lot of skirms, wants them to be armored against the Cav Archers. Now Hart still does have the unique tech, Bogsvigar, for Archer Line and Longboat extra attack. Onager for Lucho. Onager. Bracer Onager. And he's gonna Onager skirms. Well, now Hart getting into Lucho's economy again. Has to be careful not to lose his army. That is a lumber camp. Hart, yeah, what will this dive do for him? He did armor on the skirms. He has chemistry. He'll be able to kill Vils if he sits back here. Lots of skirms to sit under TC fire. He might just want to dive the wood and kill Vils. He's maybe wary of the TC. Cav Archer's still hoovering around. Trebs from both players. Vikings could always add Rams. But Onager from Lucho needs to cut the wood line to get his Onager in a better position. Sees the Mangonel and raises the Onager. And TC goes down. But the Cav Archer is still fighting skirms. Hart pushing up the hill. Big Treb war now for Lucho. Onager hits some of the skirms in the crossbow. Vils repairing the Trebs. Trebs go down. And Lucho actually targeted a Treb. Usually you want to target the castle, but destroyed a Treb. No repairs from Hart. And on the wood line, here come the skirms, here come the crossbows. Lucho starting to lose Vils. Hart pulling ahead and score a bit. Lucho trying to do another TC on Golden Stone, docking more of the pawns himself. Has Cav Archers in the wood line, desperately trying to hold on. Mangonel hitting the Treb. And this castle, so close to going down. Hart's trying to repair. Can the Onager maybe pick off Trebs? That Treb on the left is weak. Castle with Bracer has a lot of range. Onager for Hart as well. Now, Onagers have not been buffed. On the woodline, the skirm's starting to raid, but the Onager is back for Lucho. Hart tries to micro, avoids the Onager shot. And the Onager probably cleans this up eventually. We'll get a shot on those skirms. We'll get an attack ground. Lucho not attacking, just rolling forward. Oh, maybe gets an attack on everything if it's downhill. I'll see if Hart's microing this. He micros into it and loses everything. One more Onager shot cleans that up. And now no more raid on the wood line. Lucho stabilizing there. Still some small groups of skirms. As on the front, Lucho is winning the Treb fight. It's Onager skirm from both players. Lucho loses the Treb, and Lucho will call the GG. And Hart will tie it up as once again, we see whoever wins the water loses the game. Winning the water does not win you the game on this map. 155 to 154 KD for Hart. Vikings economy on land does it. Look at that military difference. He was able to hold on. Look at that economy difference. Lucho won the water, but maybe needed to add farms instead of fishing ships. That is crazy. Maybe needed to add fish traps instead of fishing. So far from the docks. And we're tied. We are tied. Was this GG? I mean, I don't know. It felt close still. It did feel close still, but I think looking at the military 34 to 14, Lucho feeling, and 14, 9 of that is still warships. He just feels that Hart has too much of a military advantage and he won't be able to hold. Populations are 154 to 118, so yeah, I think it's fair to call it there. And dang, we have a tied set 1-1. That looked so good for Lucho for a long time to go up 2-0. But couldn't find a way to close it out. So here we go. And so is Mariniensis. Hart holds on. Vikings his #1 pick, and that would have been devastating had he lost with Vikings, but Lucho does lose with his first pick. And game 3 will be on a very open map. This will be on Satan. And game number 3. So all tied up 1-1, but Lucho felt like he almost was up 2-0 in that previous map. And we're going to have our Arabia-esque, perhaps more open than Arabia map. Satan, as Hart will go for the double Rhea push immediately. Oh, there he goes, Hart. Doing what T90's been doing when we casted his games, the double Rhea push. As he lures in the initial Javelina. Gets them to line up and go nicely under the TC. Saves you a bit of time here. So just showing off a bit with the double deer push. Magyar's Jurchins, 2 civs that might want to play scouts. If Lucho goes FC Grenadiers here, which we have seen players try to do, I will be very impressed. 3 on wood back there, so feels like a standard scouts opening so far. And the area will be pushed under the TC. Taken nicely there. So back pineapple bushes, back everything for Lucho, but not really close to a wood line, almost so far back that he can't wall it. Hart, same thing. Bushes kind of towards the back. Golds are a bit spread out. Does have one nice area where he could do a tower and take a wood line and a gold at the same time. But the wood lines are fairly spaced. Can't believe FC Grenadiers lasted as long as it did as a build order. Well, we have seen it on this map. We have. I think my favorite build was FC Bolus Riders from running.
Again.
Only 2 on wood for Hart. Looking to click up. Can he click up in time? You do have to be careful because the Javelinas have only 300 food. You'll need to manage them a bit more closely than you do the boars, even though there are 3 of them. FC Turtleship, the best soccer team. That is a meme I don't get. But then we have Loom for both players, so 19 pop up with Loom for both. About as standard as it gets if they both want to go scout rushes. And no idle time for either of them. Oh, FC is football club, okay. And Hart finding Lucho's base. Lucho's still luring in a Javelina. Could there be some laming here? Kind of dangerous for Hart to do that. He doesn't want to lose any HP on his Magyar scout. Doesn't really accomplish much there. We'll run near the lumber camp. Let's see, there's one on berries. With all the food under the TC, players probably go to berries a bit later. And when I say berries, I do mean pineapple bushes. Those are your berries, your forage bush reskin for this game. Or for this map. There is the barracks. Oh, almost another herdable heist. And Hart and Lucho up to feudal. We'll have a stable for Lucho. As double bit axe comes in for both players. So scouts versus scouts. Not a Celt scout, not a Celt scout. Can't blame all the herdables. So scouts mirror. Now we check timings for upgrades, horse collar, and spear numbers. Both players adding in the spear. A bit of food left under the TC for Lucho and also for Hart, so they don't need to worry about farms just yet. But we'll have to start going for the pineapple bushes. If you're not taking gold right away, that's fewer spaces you need to defend. And we have seen different approaches on this map. You can go scouts into archers. You can go scouts into double stable scouts. Magyars with a scout discount might go triple stable scouts. Might make 5 stables. You've seen 5 stables before. You can see, I think it was Dark and Mihai who went for scouts, scouts, and more scouts. Figuring out ways to get gold can be difficult if you're going archers because the golds are fairly far from the TC. Faster attacking and insta-forging. Just the faster attacking just doesn't fight until it gets forging, then it wins.
Again.
And Scout running in for Hart. Pushed back by the spears. So far, Lucho the one playing a bit more defensively. Hart with the spears forward, Lucho with the spears at home.
Again.
And Hart needing to add extra spears. So no horse collar for Hart. It will apply retroactively to farms now. Lucho runs into a spear. Google AI says pineapple is a berry. Alright, we'll call them berry bushes. And spear now for Lucho. Hart, what is Hart doing? He's getting poked by a spear as he's trying to do the same to Lucho. Lucho did take a couple of pokes on the spear, and Hart's trying to wall. Scouts attacking the stable. Stable shouldn't go down. And there are that many spears. And there's just now horse collar for Hart. So added a couple of farms, didn't add too many, and still will get a decent amount of food on them. Yeah, Lucho with horse collar earlier. And spears will all poke each other now. How good is Jurch in late game? Jurch in late game can be very strong, but also Magyar is, I think, a civ that can do well against it. heavy cav archer plus hussar, if they get there, is a very strong combo. And it's kind of a weird thing to say, because Magyars, I think, have one of the best late games, but it's hard to end games with them because they don't have good siege. Capped rams and trebs are all they really get. Yeah, I mean, you could play Iron Pagoda, but I don't think that would do well against recurve bow cav archers. I don't think their heavy rocket carts would do well in a 1v1, and not against Magyar hussars. Or hard to get to them, or to afford them at least. So more scouts being amassed by Hart. Lucho takes a slight eco lead, but maybe counter offset by the discount on the scouts. So no archery range for either player, both staying on scouts. Lucho not quite getting a raid. Hart tries to quick wall, Lucho tries to fight, but nothing happening there. Hart's spears just chasing the scouts around. Holy spears, we have 6 versus 9 spears. We talked about full scouts, maybe we see full double barrack spears at some point. That's a lot of spears. Lucho trying to run back so he's not poked to death by Hart. And second stable from Lucho. Second stable for him. No bloodlines yet, doing infantry armor for his spears. Infantry armor for the spears. Is that more important than bloodlines or cav armor, or even wheelbarrow now? As some vills are starting to get to the outside, Lucho doesn't want to overforge the pineapple bushes. Spears are still defending. There's wheelbarrow from Hart. Personally, I always feel there's wheelbarrow also from Lucho. Doing wheelbarrow first before you really start investing into the scouts is the way to go. Because you're going to be in feudal so long, you'll need the eco boost. But there's bloodlines for Hart. But Hart's still only on 1 stable. And maybe a bit greedy of him. So Hart going for stable into range, as he has moved over to gold. Lucho going full double stable scouts as he moves over to gold now for bloodlines. Only 3 vills over there, and he's taking a fight with spears. He had armor on the spears, and he'll take the fight. Armor was not in for the scouts for Hart, and Lucho has 4 vills on gold. He really doesn't need the gold other than for bloodlines. Mark it for Hart. And Hart will try to play more defensively with archers that can maybe camp the TC, as Lucho will be hoovering around with scouts. And Bloodline was in. Bloodline's at least in time for Hart to take the fight. Bloodline's now for Lucho, but he delayed Bloodlines a bit more. He'll try to pick a Vill immediately. Take some TC fire in doing that, though. And he still needs armor if he's going to play full feudal. Maybe eventually a chance to amass more scouts at home, then clear this. And he'll have to be careful as Hart will push the Vills on the gold. Spears pushing the scout. Archers come forward to kill spears. Hart nowhere close to going up, though. And Lucho has to make sure he doesn't take any unnecessary pokes. More archers, and now we're going to see archers versus extra scouts. Lucho off the gold, but might not matter if he's going full scouts. Scouts will attack faster, so they will be the stronger scouts. But still has to deal with the discount for the Magyars. Lucho also leaving some holes. He shift queued a palisade, but that won't go up. Hart's in on the berries, but not going to get much damage there. Has to be careful, he doesn't have much HP on the scouts. He's doing armor for his spears. More walls for Lucho. He's walling and farming. Lucho might try to clean this. That spear is the difficult unit in the fight. That spear is the key for Hart. The spear not really getting pokes at the start, but now goes right down. And Lucho takes the score lead as he clears some of the army with his scouts. A militia for Hart. That must be a mispress of a hotkey. Not as bad as Sebastian's mispress, but don't think he really wanted the militia. Probably wanted a spear. And that is a nice spear on the hill for Hart, killing 2 scouts and forcing the other one away. Hart with a lot of spears able to jump the wood line, but triple stable scouts. Can Lucho actually repair? He's doing armor. He's starting to fight with Vils and throwing a tower up on the wood line. Big fight right now. Can Lucho get the tower up in time? He's going to have all the upgrades on his scouts. And the spears can't really kill Vils all that quickly. Yes, they have forging, but they're still spears. They're still spears. Hill poked down. That's a 6-2 Eco KD still in favor of Lucho, because while he's defending at home, he has more scouts that are forward. He's picking Vils now on Hart's farms. And wait just a minute here, wait just a minute. Hart needs to abandon farms. He has a bunch of Vils out there on the wood line. This house does not have much HP on it. That'll go down. The scouts will all be in. There's only one spear. These Vils are all exposed. Lucho is going to massacre these Vils. The spear is all that Hart has to defend. Hart's Vils are all dying. They are all dying. He went for the spear archer defense. Maybe the map's too open for it. All the scouts for Lucho still survive. They get out. That is now a 15 Vil difference. Hart had idled the TC a bit too. Another Vil will die. And Lucho, 16 Vils up now. Hart has very little offensive army left, trying to push the gold with spears and archers. Spears don't kill Vils all that well. Lucho, he doesn't really need gold now, is maybe thinking of the Castle Age. He's gonna fight the spears with Vils and try to take the spears down by the time the scouts come over. What are these Vils? They're beasting. 13-4 KD. Now the scouts, tricky fight for them, but they'll attack the spearmen while they have a hill advantage. The spears are split up. Nice micro from Lucho. Abandoning his gold, he's just about ready to go up. Whenever he stops scout production, he'll be up. And he clicks Castle Age. It's queued behind a Vil, but he's up. Should be able to clean the archers now. He's microing the Vils to try to avoid any more losses. Hart doesn't pick the weak one. Lucho's up to the Castle Age, and he's about to overrun Hart and go up 2-1. Only 2 seconds of vital TC time this whole game. And right now, Hart, he tried to play very defensively. If he were aiming for a faster Castle Age, he didn't get there. Oh, scouts killing spears. Hart has to wall. That tower could be jumped by scouts. He is managing to wall everything. And the one thing Lucho can't do is throw scouts for nothing. Still needing to deal with another spear army as he finally gets a range for some archers and skirms. But that'll mean he can defend at home now. And might not even need that much gold if he's still on triple stable scout production on the way up. He has the farmers. That's 25 farmers. He now lost quite a few Vils, so now it's a 17-12 KD. And that's what you get if you maybe take your foot off the gas on scout production. Remember, 800 food for castle is the cost of 10 scouts. But now it's his turn to defend skirms and archers. Gold not all that important when he's pumping scouts, but I'm sure he'd love to get straight to step lancers. He's getting in on the farmers, idling more farms. If he's on the farms, then Hart can't get to the Castle Age. Hills go down. Hills die to TC fire. And there's Castle Age. Immediate light cav, and Hart will call the GG in Lucho. A game away from the finals. A game away from pulling what would be an upset. Everyone was saying Hart should be the favorite, should be easy for him, but Lucho giving him a good run. As he takes a lead, and Hart will have to figure out how to win 2 games in a row now against Lucho, who honestly was very close to pulling off a sweep with game number 2 as well if he had held on. 2-1, Lucho looking to face Nikov in the finals. Alright, so checking off the maps. Lucho winning a home map. He still has another home map left. And for the saves, Jurchin's pretty highly picked, so Magyar is decently high. Hart still has Khmer, still has Malay, Burgundians, and Khitans. Lucho still has Georgians, Berbers, Bengalis, and Mapuche. And for game number 4, Hart will pick the map. And it will be Araucarias. Looks like... Oh, they swapped their colors. Let me make sure I get the scoreboard right. Alright, here we are. And game number 4. So we'll have Lucho to the west as the red Berbers, Hart to the east as the blue Malay, fighting over the Javelinas in the center of the map. That Javelina decided it was going to take a detour around the gold, walked a bit closer to Lucho. And the scouts now will fight. So 2 vills forward for Lucho, 1 vill and loom for Hart, but faster moving Berber villagers will have the advantage in this fight. 1, 2, 3 Javelinas taken by 2 vills. And Hart can walk out there, but he'll lose the foot race to the speedy Berbers. Will the finals happen? Yes, the finals will happen right after this set. Lucho hoping the finals will happen right after this game. And there's some blocking from Hart. Blocking from Hart. Vill goes down. That Vill thinking maybe to turn and get the other Javelina is not going to work out. Lucho will have to turn and have another Vill shoot the Javelina. So 1 Javelina in, 1 Vill down, and Hart now can shoot both of these and try to bring them back to his TC with Loom. Should be able to get there, but Lucho already to the top around the north side with another Vill. A couple of capybaras taken from Hart. Down in the south, no one over there. And Hart also luring in his own Javelina, making sure he doesn't fall behind in Vill production. So, good start that was ended by a scout block, and also good job by Hart to find the Vill that had been luring 2 Javelinas. And make sure that was the one that was blocked. To make sure they both go back. And Javelina's all down. Hart sending a Vill to dock. He is docking. And to be honest, I worry docking is a trap on this map. I've seen it a few times. And I've seen so many times the players who dock end up losing. So Javelina's all taken in. Infinite fish traps. 2 more Javelinas for Hart. 1 more for Lucho. Although that scout still is there. Don't think there's enough HP actually to stop this though. As long as Lucho has his scout nearby. And the dock is up for Lucho. Needs to avoid blocking his own Vill. Boar taken by all the Vills under the TC. Javelina's there, and Loom for Lucho. As the barracks and house go up for Hart. And Hart trying to bring Lucho back to his TC. I'll have to turn. Lucho might grab a capybara. So, fishing plus barracks. Fishing also then from Lucho. Okay, both players fishing. Well, if both players fishing, not going to be an advantage really for either one. Hart needing to win this game to force game 5 and stay alive. Are these live? Finals will be live. These games were played simultaneously with the previous set that we did cast live. And these are being casted as Rex. That way, the players get a bit of a break. That scout could have used a break, but didn't catch one. As Hart kills it with the TC. Hart taking the forward gold. Does have an option for a back gold, but we'll take the forward one. Barracks for Lucho. Yeah, they do have time to watch each other's Rex in between, too. Here's Lucho up to feudal. Hart up to feudal too. So double bit axe now for Hart. Also for Lucho.
Azul. Here.
As Phil pokes a scout.
Here.
Lakwarma. Azul.
Azul.
And Militia will fight the Vils as they turn to fight back.
Apa Shasananya Baginda. Here. Yasaku
Is fighting Militia. Skirm comes down.
Here.
Spear over 2.
Here.
And both players looking to wall, but not walling the passages, walling behind towards the TC with the lakes. Militia will be a bit annoying, but
Lakwarma.
shouldn't be able to do any permanent damage by killing a Vil. Walls also for Hart. He's gonna dock both pawns. Alright, let's go docking both pawns. Palisade and House both going up for Lucho.
Here. Yasaku Baginda. Apa Shasananya Baginda. Here. Apa Shasananya Baginda. Yasaku Baginda.
Militia hit by skirms. And 4 fishing ships for Hart in one pond, adding 2 more in the other pond. Only 3 fishing ships for Lucho, so Hart will have a bit more fishing as the Malay. Malay Berbers. I'm maybe wondering what the Malay can do against camel archers if it gets there, although they do have good skirmishers. The Malaya Civ I fear a lot in the late game. Almost Byzantine-esque in the way it feels like they can go for a very cheap army composition, along with a quick imp time. And sort of force a trash war early on, where your opponent ends up getting stressed on their economy and can't afford their more expensive units. Hart could go for elephants too against the Berbers, since camels don't have the same attack bonus against elephants that pikemen would, or that halbs would. But maybe without the pierce armors, elephants could still be vulnerable to camel archers. As with both players walling, we might actually have a bit of a more passive boom game, and Hart will lose the scout to some skirms there. You can fully wall, and you can transport your Vils in and out. Now that would be silly if we see transport ships on this map. We did see one transport ship in one of the ponds on Lensois Mariniensis, which is completely useless because the ponds are shallows. But we have seen it. Do Genitors trash any other trash? How do they do against skirms? Do Genitors actually win against skirms? They should die against hussars, but the Berbers maybe with camels could deal with hussars. Shallow pond transport was one of the highlights. Hello, Maple Leaf Lancer.
Apa sasananya Baginda?
Now, fletching for both players. And deleting 8 docks is up there too. That it was. Castle Agent padded archer armor for Lucho, so he will go for probably the skirm line then. Could go Genitors. Will still benefit from the same armor. Hart trying to push with early crossbowmen, and as much as the Malay can have a good timing, you're running into a civ that does have a great counter with the Genitors. And the skirms now from Lucho will find the archers, and they'll try to micro a bit on the hill. And this isn't really a fight to win a fight, just to buy himself a tiny bit of time. So Hart adds in a scout to deal with the skirms. He'll be pushing the walls. Skirms will do what they can to slow this down.
Apa shasananya baginda?
Hart wants to break through, but he needs a timing advantage before Elite Skirm comes in. Lucho floating tons of resources. Hart going for the forward workshop. He's going elephants in an elimination game. Hart gonna go YOLO, 1 TC, Malay elephants, forward workshop, forward monastery. Second TC from Lucho. The Malay a great monk civ too if they need to go monks. The only thing they miss in the castle age would be the fervor movement speed. And right now, how does Lucho stop the elephants? Has to throw up a panic monastery. And he doesn't seem to have an answer for this right now. We'll need Bodkin. Elephants are kind of weak to arrow fire. Yeah, so Hart picked Magyar's last game, couldn't pick them again, went Malay. I think he knows what civ he was picking. Bodkin arrow for Lucho. Hart not wanting to face the TC arrow fire. Will recover some mangonels. And what does he do with the elephants? I don't know if you push TCs, you could probably push the archery range. I want to destroy a house. Maybe pushing the range would have been more useful for him. Could have stopped the skirm timing. Hart trying to pull off a masterpiece here. He's gonna go for a second TC behind this, so he'll have some eco. And Lucho, walled in at the edge of the forest, has to defend, losing the buildings at the front of his base. Just now Hart goes for the range, but not before Elite Skirm comes in. Yeah, that's true. Attacking the house gives you more space for mangonel micro. Attack ground, doesn't hit the Vil. Elephants will clear the palisades for mangonel micro. Hart will have a hill. He'll try to use the hill to pressure Lucho. War galleys from the pawns could be a thing. Hill goes down. As does a mangonel. More mangonels forward for Hart. He still has a score lead. Up 54 to 46 eco units. Up by 1k res collected. Hart looking to try and force game number 5. Lucho desperately holding on. Wheelbarrow and town watch from him. Fishing ships going down. They go down, they can't garrison in the dock or turn the dock into a tower. More villagers. Part of me just wants to see a demo from Lucho. Delete your palisade, hope the crossbow's path there, and give him a demo. Crossbow's killing, or crossbow's being killed by skirms. Mangonel defense there for Lucho. And that's the one good thing he could do. Conversion plus mangonel defense, but the monk goes down. Crossbows pick off the monk. He's got wheelbarrow for even faster villagers. Extra speedy Berbervilles. Now 0.97 speed. Actually faster than the crossbows now. Ever so slightly there at 0.96. Third TC from Lucho, and he's not worried about this pressure. He's not worried about it at all. He's booming, and he's actually booming more than Hart is. Mangonel down. And he needs a good mangonel shot here, or a good conversion. Gets a tiny mangonel shot. Elephants going for the mangonel. He didn't attack the monk. The monk, oh, doesn't get a conversion as the elephants are deleted. Well, that's an investment from Hart to delete elephants. Now he's up by 1.5k res collected. Still destroying the houses here. As it'll be a third TC for Hart. Adding to his economy, taking gold. Lucho needs to defend and boom at this point. Against someone who's already ahead in the boom. You think it looks good for Lucho? I mean, Hart is so far ahead on eco. He has all the map control. He has 4 Vils on stone. He's getting ready for a castle drop. Mangonel and Vil go down. Lucho getting ready maybe for a defensive castle drop himself with the 8 on stone. Mangonel hits a Vil who has to run away. Mangonels clear each other. Mangonel goes down. Lucho, if there's one thing Hart can do to throw, it's having poor Mangonel micro. And even on the hill, not getting the win. Mangonel forces a Vil away. Skirms hit a monk, mangonels. Trade shots. That mangonel takes a bit of a loss.
Iya.
Hill goes down to the skirms.
Sananya Baginda.
Split on the skirms. The mangonel goes down. And Lucho's pushing back. Lucho is pushing back, taking the score lead. With a 3 TC boom, mangonels were on his face, but he holds on. How many mangonel trades has he taken in his favor this game? How many trades? Hart's killed 6 more vills than Lucho has. Hart just lost 4 mangonels? 4 mangonels, I think that was. Didn't stop Lucho's mangonel. Skirm mangonel winning from Lucho. I've watched a lot of Hera games where he goes Skirm mangonel against someone going crossbow mangonel. And it feels like Skirm mangonel might even be the better choice. What are these outposts from Hart? Did Hart outpost rush? Thinking he was Lewis? Just building outposts everywhere? He didn't even do town watch. Like, 1 outpost in town watch probably gets more vision. Elephant chasing the mangonel. Mangonel gets the crossbows. Elephant deleted as the mangonel goes down. And he's had wheelbarrow too for a while now. Hart hasn't. Hart now 1.5k resources collected more, but that's kind of been a stable figure for him. Also has two more minutes of idle time. And that's a castle for Lucho. Monk doing its best to heal skirms. And Hart floating a bit of wood. I mean, wood could simply be fish traps as the melee.
Sananya Baginda.
Nice shot on the crossbows. Skirms diving the mangonels too.
Yasa Kuka Baginda.
Crossbows go down.
Apa Shasananya Baginda. Yasa Kuka Baginda.
Crossbow dodges the javelins. And wheelbarrow for Hart. But Lucho with such a nice score lead now. And now at the castle, he clicks up to the Imperial Age. Hart's floating so much wood, not able to match the timing despite having 2k more res collected. Look at all these farms he's adding now. Adding farms now. Lucho has had no farming space, but he's been adding the farms more consistently. Hart deletes a palisade, runs all the way back with his crossbowman. Heavy plow for Lucho. He can start adding camel archers if he wants. Hart will have a quick Imperial Age as the melee, but with that early click, he won't have a timing advantage no matter what. So Hart throwing 4 mangonels. Pushed back. Map now controlled from Lucho, relying 1 stone mine, 1 gold mine to the back. He needs relics. Well, it's 1-1 on relics right now. He's grabbing a 2nd relic. And the only relic for Hart's all the way in the middle, so I think Lucho should be just fine. 2 relics to left. And he'll be amped 30 seconds faster than the melee. So barracks, range for Hart. None of the side passages have been walled. We'll have a 4th TC from Lucho. Handcart from both players. There's gold shaft mining for Lucho. And they'll have scale barding armor, gold shaft mining, Imperial Age handcart, everything for him. Vil dodging everything as the crossbows pick him off. Outpost Foundation cleared 2. So nice walls from Hart. Gonna start playing like it's a game of Rage Forest. Skirms dodge the mangonel. Hart up to the Imperial Age. And Skirms pepper the mangonel with javelins, have a nice split. And Hart has to hold now. He has to hold. And we're asking what happens late game, melee versus Berbers earlier. Chad had mentioned Janitors as an option. Skirms here need their final armor, but almost fully upgraded from Lucho. Both civs will be bombard cannon civs. Both civs have access to siege engineers. few fish traps from Hart as he's Malay fish booming. At least has that eco set in as an option for him. More vills going down to skirms. Why pikemen? Maybe assuming a cav swap. So 3 relics for Lucho. He's about to destroy the monastery that Hart has one of the relics in. So this could soon be 4 relics for Lucho if he can push the monastery. That Treb missed. The very rare 3x3 building that a Treb misses. Maybe Hart's just thinking pikeman's cheap. I'll add it in just in case. If I need to do halb later, it'll be less time, since the first research is in. Siege engineers, +1 range, extra 20% attack versus buildings for Lucho and his siege. Hart gonna try to wall up in the north too. We'll knock down the red outpost like he's playing William Wallace, deny Lucho some vision. And there's a bombard cannon from Lucho. Siege engineers is in. But picked off right away. Cannon also from Hart, doing siege engineers himself, trying to hold at the castle. Lucho 1k score ahead, and with all that early forward pressure, good mangonel micro from Lucho gave him the advantage to push back. Yeah, he was backed all the way against the wall, but he held. Cannon going for the Treb. Treb shots miss. Cannon goes for another hit on the Treb. Skirm split. Treb hits the cannon. This Treb just prepared enough for Hart. Can he repair against another cannon shot? Just barely. Just barely. This cannon dodging, trying to stay alive. Hart stops repairing. Might have been out of gold momentarily, and the Treb goes down. And there's the cav swap. Chain Barding Armor Light Cav. Halb on the way for Hart, so prepping Halb. Will Hal be able to defend the Trebs? That is a big shot on the skirms. But another Treb that'll go down. Seems like Hart might abandon the Trebs. Go just for cannon. Hart gonna try to defend with another castle. Wall down the middle of the passage. Maybe need to be walling a bit more forward to take the resources like he did in the south, where we'll have the stone and 2 golds. Each passage a stone and 2 golds. That's what we have in the middle. Another good shot on skirms. Ballistics and foraging. Hart trying to force game number 5. And again, the finals will be after this set. The winner of this set faces Nikov. Split on the cannons from Lucho, who's trying to make it to the finals. Halb's dodged the mangonel, and now it's a dodgeball. Feels like a game of arena almost. Skirm versus cannon. An imp. But plate barding armor, bloodlines for Lucho. The question for him, how much gold does he have? Does he ever consider Cavalier rather than Hussars? Well, it looks like it will be Hussars. Yeah, this is hard to push for both sides. Lucho with the castle. Hart not considering Cav though, but the Malay don't have great Cav. So it would be a bit hard for him to go around the outside and raid. So Hill for the cannon. Does ballistics affect bombard cannon? No, it does not. Both players still, they have ballistics. Lucho has to keep the skirms away from the cannon. It's a bit hard for Hart. He has a ram, too. We've seen crop rotation for Lucho. Remember, there is a 90-minute score victory, too. Oh, 2 cannon go down. 2 cannon go down. Vil down. Hoardings, conscription, blast furnace, crop rotation. Lucho gonna get some tech score from that too. Res collected are dead even. KD are really close, but we might have one big fight here. Halbs and crossbows, arb upgrade on the way for Hart. He's pushing forward, but here come the Hussars. That is 6 bombard cannon, trying to get some attack rounds, but the Hussars will bypass the fight and try to run into the eco of Hart. So the fight's going on. And the crossbows are being slaughtered by the cannon. Cannon going down for Hart. Lucho runs in. Lucho is getting into the economy. Lucho is killing Vils. Lucho is raiding everything. He's going to get to the back. There are no walls. This wood line is chopped and wide open for the raiding at the front. Halb crossbow, not the composition maybe. It's going to be a slow push for Hart no matter what with the cannon defending. We have Thumbring, elite camel archer now clicked for Lucho. His Halbs, or his Hussars doing some damage. Hart trying to add some farms in his wood line. Cleans up the Hussars with the Halbs, but took some eco damage there. And we see now 1k res ahead for Lucho, as Hart had to react to the raid. Lucho losing some skirms. Hart now, though. Look at that. He has 7 bombard cannon. 7 bombard cannon. 8 bombard cannon, even. 8th on the way. But the Hussars will run past the castle as best they can. Camel archers want to pick off Trebs. And Lucho will try to get into cannon Camel Archer Hussar as his composition. Might still need skirms against some of the Arbs. So even though he's raiding, starting to fall behind and pop a bit, his raid's not getting through the castles. And maybe he does need to keep making skirms. This is what I was worried about from the melee, kind of forcing this trash situation. Halb Arb against cannon. Berbers don't really like fighting Halbs, because the Camel Archers are a gold unit. If you dive Halbs, then you start losing to other ranged units like the cannon and the Arb. Yes, they both have siege engineers. And here come the elephants. The light elephants again. Hart going back into elephants. 1 elephant goes down. Remember, they only have 1 pierce armor. Elite battle elephant on the way for Hart. He only has 36 farmers, and more Hussars will get in to raid his farmers as he's trying to pump the elephants. And he can't push this passage. Lucho now 2k score ahead, trying to hold on, wants a good cannon shot. Elite battle elephant there, but only 4 pierce armor. The camels make short work of that. The camel archers 12 attack. And now Hussars are raiding. Hart is losing Vils everywhere. He's losing Vils under all of his TC. Hart on the verge of getting knocked out. Lucho wants to advance to the finals. He has camel archers. Hart going fully onto trash units. In the north, a bit of a Halb raid. Hart going through the walls. Only 2 Halbs. Won't get too much damage done there. And the cannon going to take down the castle. So Hart, where are the cannon? He has 1 cannon left. He's been losing cannon in the micro fights. The Halbs trying to push back the Hussars as the castle will fall. And as the castle falls, the camel archers will be all the more effective. They just can't run into the Halbs. They'll clear the Halbs from afar. Hussars still running in. There are still red dots inside of Hart's eco. Hart never managed to get a second wall up behind this. He had been farming, but not stopping the push into the eco. They also repair the Trebs, but camel archers go down. Bombard cannon come forward. They can hit the Trebs. Trebs down. Hart calls the GG, and Lucho will advance to the finals to face Nikov. Lucho upsetting Hart. And Lucho makes it to the finals. Had to go through Kapach and now Hart. And our young player making it 1 step away from going to a LAN event. Looked so difficult for him early on. Hart was up. Hart was booming. Hart was pressuring. But Lucho didn't care. He just boomed and he held. He out-microed Hart. He out-microed the Mangonels. And with a win on Araucarias there, Lucho, with the Berbers over the Malay, will advance to the finals. Yo, interview. We don't have an interview. We need to play. He needs to win the finals if we're going to interview him. We have a set coming up in just a few minutes. Alright, so we're going to have around a 5 to 10 minute break. Then we're going to advance to the finals. P90 will never stop being Lucho fanboy. So let's update our scoreboard then. This will be finals of Nikov versus Lucho. does not have a win. There we go. So our Argentinian Wonders players. Nikov, technically the higher seed, did beat Lucho in the qualifying round. And I don't believe Lucho's ever been to a LAN event, at least not an S-tier LAN of this prize pool and size. So, we're going to take a quick break here. GG, that was crazy. Elite Battle Elephant for the Malay. Felt like Hart was pushing with the elephants early on, but couldn't get it done. Ah, the monks, the Mangonel Micro. From Lucho. I can't believe he won that game from his position when he was pushed like that. Alright, so we're going to take a very quick break here. I'll just once again get the ads out of the way between the games. They're going to start drafting. It will be a best of 7 now, yes. Let me update the overlay for that. So I'll be back in just a moment, and we'll get the drafts underway. Stay tuned. Alright, so we're just about to get the draft started. It is a best of 7 indeed. And this is absolutely crazy to see that Hart won't make it to the LAN. Unfortunately for him, wasn't able to play in the first qualifier since he was still traveling after Red Bull and took him a while to get home. Lost to Dark in the second qualifier, and now Lucho here in the semifinals. So Nikov against Lucho. So right now, Nikov was the number 2 seed, Lucho the number 4 seed. And back in the second qualifier, these two players met. Nikov won 3-2. It was a very close set. Nikov used his Celts on Montepasquale strategy. It looks like they're both here and ready to draft. Or actually, wait a minute. Lucho would be deciding to be the host because he would inherit the seed of Hart that he just won. Yeah, so actually, wait a minute, I gotta flip my scoreboard. This is gonna be Lucho against Nikov. And both in blue to accommodate for the flags now? I don't think so. So, yeah. So, Nikov was the number 2 seed, and Hart was the number 1 seed. And the recommendation from the Players' Console was that players should inherit the seed if they upset another player. So that means Lucho technically enters as the higher seed. He can determine whether to host or be the guest in the draft, and he is elected to be the host. Yeah, the Players' Console were very clear about that. I feel like I was the only one in the admin meeting who thought I'm not really a fan of that, but maybe that's just me. So Lucho now, he will host the drafts. JBR likes inherited. Yeah, I don't really have a strong preference to it. My preference for single elimination, this is a personal preference because there are many different ways you can seed in single elimination, is to reseed between rounds. So if there are upsets, everyone keeps their seed, but the matchup completely changes based on the seeding. So the highest seed remaining becomes, at that point, effectively the 1 seed. Yeah, and as JBRO says, it can be awkward with admin decisions, where one player gets a super high seed because their opponent wasn't able to play or something. So, drafts, and it's just taking us a moment because we had to swap hosts for the drafts. And there's Nikov joining the drafts. Right now I finally can turn my best of 7 overlay on. So finally getting started here. Lucho electing to be the host. And Lucho bans Amazonia. Nikov bans Setan. which is, I guess, the map people have been telling me I still need to work on the most, or at least Daniel's been telling me that for pronouncing. Nikov picks Coast Arena as game mod, is his first home map, and he's going all water maps here. Lucho going Seados Carajas and Araucarias. And Lensois Marinensis. And not gonna get the gunpowder map, but we will get Vala de Selva as game number 1. We'll see if Nikov prioritizes Celts again, or if Lucho thinks to ban the Celts. Yeah, we'll see who picks Celts first. As both of these players just won a game with Celts by stealing sheep. Yeah, Celts is the mutual pick. Oh my gosh, I entered the maps in the Civ draft. I'm sorry, chat. I misclicked. There we go. That's the overlay we need. That's why we have production teams at LANs. And casters don't adjust the overlays at the LAN. Are these recorded games? Nope, these are going to be live. As you can see, they're drafting right now. JBR here, so we have all the admins watching these games. Lucho didn't play back-to-back, they played the sets simultaneously, and we just casted Rex. So both players had a break between the sets. They were able to watch each other's Rex. So no one had to play back-to-back. Hello, Andy. And let's see, they need to start their Civ draft. I'm once again going to advocate 3-minute clock timer between the end of the map draft and the start of the Civ draft. What are the chances that we have Celts mutual pick? Yeah, what if Celts' first ban? Was the last 2 games? Did you miss anything nuts? You did miss some stuff that was nuts, yes. You missed Lucho winning over Hart. Alright, so first 5 bans will be revealed. Will either player ban Celts? The Celts who have been winning non-stop so far. And yes, we do have a Celts ban from Lucho. No Celts. So Nikov will need an alternative plan for Monte Pascual from what he's been doing. Did win with Celts against Lucho on that map before, so he has shown his strategy. Our base gonna admin lost Lucho now for banning the Celts. It's a form of respect, it's fine. So, Spanish and Koreans banned at the end of the draft for Lucho. Nikov has not banned Vikings, so Vikings are available for the water maps. He's picked a lot of water maps. If they're not banned, they might be the mutual pick. If he does ban them, then they probably end up with different civs for the water map. Or for the water maps. I mean, they could be mutual on Monte Pascual, or... yeah, there he bans Vikings. Ban Celt is important. Hello, Blue. And Nikov has dominated with the Celts. A mutual pick. He has won super fast, says Arbase, with just a hint of frustration at not having the timings of the previous sets line up, and we needed to wait for Rex. So Berber's the first pick for Lucho, Wu the first pick for Nikov with the mutual pick. Lucho then goes Japanese. Japanese very likely for Lensois Marinensis. And then picks Chinese. Chinese dropping to him, still available. Very strong civ for Monte Pascual with the extra vills. Armenians too. Japanese could also be a fishboom civ for Coast Arena. Nikov has been playing feudal, or at least I've seen him play feudal on Fernando de Noronha. So seeing him needing to play Coast Arena, where it's a very different water map, not sure if that would still be his approach, because that approach hasn't worked out every time I've seen it. So Bengali's there for Lucho. Another good hybrid water civ, too. Also a Monk Rush civ, good for Coast Arena. Good Monk Rush on Vala de Selva. Shu also for Lucho. And Byzantines. Byzantines then, falling pretty far down into the draft. Byzantines playable on pretty much any map. Whether it's fire galleys, or skirmishers, or even monks. The Wu we've seen on Coast Arena quite a bit. Burgundians now for Nikov. Another potential coast... I mean, all of Nikov's civs other than the Chinese could be used for Coast Arena. Byzantines could be for Fernando de Noronha. Armenians good on a variety of maps too. Now the Jurchens for Lucho. He does like them for the open maps. And Britons! Picking Britons! Banning Celts and picking Britons. What a time to be playing AoE 2. Khmer? What map has been banned the most? Probably Fested Pulvere. And that has probably been the most banned. It's been the most fun. But also maybe the most unique. And players who don't like closed maps probably ban it. Pulvera is good. Okay. That's the one I haven't even really practiced. I need to listen to that a bit more. All I know is the accent means the stress is on the first syllable. So Saracen's at the end of the draft. And Mongols. Oh, Mongols. Great civ that fell super low in the draft. Goth's another civ we could see from Nikov on Valle de Silva. Maybe get a Goths versus Britons matchup. Do I speak a bit of Spanish? Not at all. Not at all. Other than having taken elementary school Spanish as a child. None at all. Yeah, for both of them, it'd be really cool to make it to the LAN. I think this would be Lucho's first LAN. The very young Argentinian player defeating the probably most veteran, well-known Argentinian player of the past decade or so. Kapach may be around a bit longer than Nikov, but I think Nikov's been #1 for a long time now. Nikov coming back from his bout of appendicitis during TTL. Qualified for the LY Cup LAN at the end of last year. Trying to make it to Brazil this summer. Alright, so let me just get some ads out of the way as they're setting up the lobby, and then we'll get started. Make sure we don't have ads during the games. And also hello Hugo on the YouTube chat for Onamaru. Yes, it is indeed live. You can tell it's live because we're waiting for the lobby to get set up. Coin flip done. Lobby hosted. Coin flip means they play on the Brazil server for game number 1. Lucho will likely be picking Brazil for the server, and Nikov likely East US. The Mongols picked after Goths. Why did Hart not play in the first qualifier? Likely because he was still traveling home from Red Bull. Nikov is currently in the US. And Muisca picked all the way at the end. Maybe we'll see some of their unique unit. Dave was really excited to see the... what's it called? The Guetra Warrior the other day. Apparently his chat's been hating on them. So, once again, as they're in the lobby, we're about to get started. Make sure you go give a follow to the Team on Tomorrow channel. We're at 2,047 followers. We started at around 900 something before these qualifiers, so thank you all so much for the support. Thanks for giving them a follow, and thanks to them for running this event. Appreciating the stream, this commentary makes me feel sophisticated, like I'm watching golf with a pinky in the air. Right now the player elos Lucho 2787 and Nikov 2733. I'll keep them in the colors they've used so far today. Like Nikov blue and Lucho red. And chat, I'm going to need your help. Because I am afraid I'm accidentally going to be calling Lucho Prisma throughout this cast. So I'm going to need your help to avoid that, okay? If I do it, just point it out to me so I can correct myself immediately. The two young, up-and-coming Argentinian players. I'm going to accidentally say the wrong name, I just know it. So first map on Vala de Selva. They have launched. We have a 2-minute spec delay. Lucho will be playing as the Shu, and Nikov as the Khmer. Yes, indeed. This is Prisma versus Kapach. Don't confuse me like that Genoese crossbowman. So Shu versus Khmer feels like we might see FC War Chariots from Lucho, and Nikov will have to come up with a counter to it. The Khmer have a very good fast castle. Don't have a good monk defense against siege and war chariots, though. Their Scorpion's pretty good against the mangonels, which the Shu can follow up the war chariots with, because they do have extra range, even though that might not be a fight Nikov really wants to take. In their first set the other day, in the second international qualifier, where Nikov won 3-2, this was a map that Lucho had won. Very different Civ matchup, though. There are tons of Cav raids in the late game. Still could be a thing for Nikov. That was a game, felt like Nikov was in a good spot, but clicked Imp as Lucho spammed Knights, and all of a sudden killed 50 Vils. And here we go. Let me just maintain the colors. And welcome in to our finals. We will have Lucho as the red Shu to the northwest, and Nikov as the blue Khmer to the southeast on Valla de Silva with 2 civs that like to go for fast castles. And the Tapir lured in now for Lucho. Bit of a blocking with his vills. If you look at that into the TC, that thing has a nice screech to it. And not a single point of HP lost. So where will Lucho go for his lumber camp? He doesn't have a really hidden one too far in the back. So he will just go down here. Doesn't have a great path. I don't think that's even a good lumber camp anywhere. I think it's too hard to wall yourself in. Nikov will put 3 on wood. And immediately start house walling himself as the Khmer. He always can hop inside the houses. And that's a house from Lucho. We don't have an instant rush. We don't have anyone going to take the deer in the middle. Each player will have to run around the outside and look for capybaras as Lucho runs into the TC of Nikov. Lucho just runs into the TC. And that is not a good start for him. That is not a good start for him, taking the TC fire like that. Or wait, was it the TC? Or was that... I just saw them run in. Maybe they had a scout fight earlier. Okay, never mind. Never mind. They're both on 9 HP. I was looking at the wood lines that they had a scout fight. I saw him turn away. I thought that was TC fire, but we're good. We're good. Didn't run in. I always worry about the maps that have a straight path into the TC that show you exactly where it is. I think that's where you're most likely to run into the TC. But he's good. Just picking up capybaras. Lots of capybaras from Nikov. The previous game Lucho played on this map, he was the Celts and essentially beat Hart. Essentially beat Hart while going for a Celt capybara steal. Stealing all the capybaras from the Britons so they couldn't pull off a clean past castle build order. And now we'll have the barracks up for Nikov as he's walling himself up. Loom for him, so he's not going to dare one of those no-loom feudals, which he could do seeing the 9 HP scout. So both scouts pretty low. Nikov could go for a drush here if he wants to go up. And he does go up. Okay, so he's going to go men-at-arms. Potentially, he hasn't queued them yet. A couple of capybaras now stolen from Lucho. That's what you can do if you don't want to scout yourself. Just go steal them when your opponent brings them in. And, Nikov, unfortunate scouting, missing 2 capybaras. And 3 militia here for Nikov. So it will be a men-at-arms rush as he pushes in a deer. And what will Lucho see with his scout? Will Lucho see the men-at-arms? He will see the militia, and he gets the first hit on the scout. Nikov runs, and on 1 hit left, runs away. But that was not what he wanted when he would have gotten the feudal scout. Now 3 HP, 1 hit still kills him. So the attack advantage won't matter. And Lucho has to wall up. And also, Nikov losing so much HP on the scout means he won't be able to block walling. And that Lucho should be able to get the walls up. With a house. Gets all the walls constructed. And now, feudal age in for Nikov. Pushing that deer might have been a mistake that cost... Oh, he's through! He's through! He is through. The Vil can hit the scout. But the rock terrain means there's no walling. The scout is dodging TC fire until it doesn't. And that's still a Vil. Doesn't go down, but definite eco disruption. Lucho luring the militia out, actually. Men-at-arms on the way. Would Nikov have preferred just to stay here and have gotten to the woodline with men-at-arms? Lucho almost gets the wall up. Where does that TC range? It does hit the berries. And now Nikov has to ask, was that the right decision to run out or not? Lucho making the men-at-arms chase a Vil. And forward range for Nikov. I don't know if that was a decision or he just right-clicked the Vil to attack and had to run out. But he'll now take a house. And arson is a possibility for him, as would be adding more men-at-arms. 1 spear for him, and the spear will be acting as a scout because he lost his own scout. Might run into some Black Panthers or Jaguars out here, though. As he's still looking for more capybaras. And Lucho walling up with a barracks. And does not actually have the resources to fast castle now. Still more capybaras from him. Nikov could see them and try to lame them. But he's worried about taking down houses. There's the forward archery range from Lucho. And does not have the food he needs. Didn't have enough capybaras. And yeah, arson over an eco-tech. The archer could probably hit a repairville on that house if Nikov wanted to. And more archers forward for him. It'll be archers for Lucho. So Lucho not quite going for the skirm defense. Just going for archers. And Nikov will start whittling down the HP of this villager as she tries to repair a house, but the house goes down. And now the archers, in combination with the men-at-arms, will hit the papaya trees. Force Lucho off of food there. He has another set on the other side. And we'll look for maybe a blacksmith soon from Nikov. Still no blacksmith for him. So earlier blacksmith for Lucho. We might want to go for fletching. So if he had planned to fast castle, had to abandon it. Does still have 5 capybaras. Nikov, some scouting that missed the capybaras over here. Has scouted most of the map. And now with men-at-arms, with arson, with a good group of archers, wants to push in. Double bit axe on the way for him. Lucho's had double bit axe for a while. And he will have fletching. And with fletching, I think Nikov might have to turn around and go back, since his own archers don't have it. And we'll have armor also for Lucho, forcing to padded archer armor. Double range, and Nikov not around to scout the range unless he's able to bring the spear down and find it. That spear might still be looking for capybaras. Nikov's eco very, very tight. Both players still very close on eco. Lucho maybe a bit of an early advantage with having the later uptime for more vills from the dark to feudal transition. And also the earlier double bit axe. Google's AI says papaya is a berry. Well, it's not a bush, though. It's a tree, at least. AoE2 tells us it's a berry bush, though. So now it's skirms, and the men-at-arms will have to be chasing the skirms away from Nikov's archers. Nikov with a good number of archers. Lucho finding ways to put farms around the TC. Skirms try to chase the archers. And with armor, the archers can't turn an attack all that well. It's a nice defense from Lucho. Didn't make use of any Khmer bonus yet. He has made farms. They will be more efficient. And now he will go skirms. Does he have enough skirms to attack? Lost a lot of archers while retreating there. He has to be careful of his vills. And Antonio, thank you for the follow. So Nikov back at home. Feels like Lucho with double ranges. We'll have more production now. He's doing a market. He's had food collected all the time while chopping wood in the back. And this all comes back to Nikov's early decision chasing the Vill instead of heading into the wood line where he would have maybe done more damage. Now Lucho pulling ahead. Yeah, Nikov's farmers are giving him more food than normal, but then Lucho's lumberjacks are giving him food, which in itself is more food than normal. As he clicks up first to the Castle Age, and with his archers and skirms, might have enough map control to go forward for the war chariot. Sold wood, didn't have to sell stone. Nikov will need the market to buy himself up. And the Black Panther will chase some skirms. As gold mining, horse collar all come in with Castle Age. I mean, war chariot's crossbow timing. I mean, it's going to be crossbow and elite skirm, and I would have no doubt that a forward Vill could be sent. We'll see. Maybe I don't know if Lucho wants to play passively. He could also do a TC and boom. It feels like he picked Shu because he wants a workshop. They'll have a timing window of around a minute. And Nikov moving out with men-at-arms. His goal is to use the men-at-arms to keep the skirms away while his own skirms engage the archers, but because Lucho went 2 ranges, and Nikov did scout that, but because he's on 2 ranges, he will have the numbers advantage for now. Nikov hoping he can have an eco advantage if Lucho is spending more on army right now, but Nikov losing his forward papaya trees. There's Lucho up to the castle age, with Bodkin and Crossbow both on the way for Lucho. Men-at-arms picked off, and forward workshop. So, might just be mangonels rather than war chariots. I mean, you could even open with a ram if you wanted to be super aggressive. Crossbow Bodkin. And Vils out in the middle of nowhere. Just running a marathon to chop some wood. Lucho. Lumber camp out here? Just a TC, he's not going to be able to afford siege. Well, it's 1 ram! He's opening with a ram. Okay, he's afforded the ram already. And there's a TC. Okay, that will maybe put him behind by a mangonel's timing. Or by 1 siege unit, but at least he has the ram out first. That ram decided it was going to pathfind in the back around the workshop. Rams have a mind of their own sometimes. And we'll go for the range. Defensive workshop and mangonel for Nikov. As Town Watch will be there. Bills can't repair because of the presence of the crossbows. And will the range go down before the mangonel gets over? Nikov will have to defend. And the ram gets pulled back. And he got a hit on the crossbows, but needs to repair his mangonel now. That'll give the ram a moment to go forward. Nice attack ground to buy himself time to repair. But the range will go down. Meanwhile, while that's going down, over forage on the berries maybe? Lack of attention to walling? And Nikov has gotten right into the back. He has Bodkin. He doesn't have crossbow or elite skirm, but he has Bodkin. And he can start picking off Vils. The walls are not up. Some crossbows are chasing this. How much damage can this feudal army do? Nikov gonna trade his army for Vil kills. That's 1, 2, 3. And he just walked right through the front door. Some very low HP Vils here too. They do have Loom. But Bodkin makes all the difference. Nikov now, he's not microing properly. He needs to micro at home. The Vils are in the mid-range of the skirms. This is a massacre on Lucho's woodline. His Vils are going down. That's so many Vil kills. A mangonel coming back. What is Nikov doing? He's maybe microing mangonels at the front. He's trying to get a clandestine TC in the corner now. And while that raid was going on, he's been microing mangonels. That's where both of their attention has been focused. But the timing there was great for Nikov as he ran in just as he was engaging in the mangonel war. Now we all saw Lucho versus Hart basically go 1 mangonel and over time clear 4. And Nikov has to be careful with his repair Vil, even with the hill advantage. Gets the mangonel. Probably won't get the crossbows. Oh, actually does get the crossbows on the split. The ram being forced back. All of a sudden, Nikov's up 2 Vils, despite the fact Lucho had that second TC. Lucho's been idling for a bit more. Lucho still has the better KD. Still has the mangonel forward. Double stables though for Nikov, as there are no monks, no pikemen from Lucho. And once Cav come out, Nikov will be able to pick off the mangonels with ease. Might even want to pull back his own mangonel now, to try to wait. He just needs double knights, and then he picks this off. No issue for him. Might even do armor on the way up. Yup. Oh, he lost the TC, though. The TC is denied. TC denied by the crossbowman. The mangonel repairville needs to go finish the TC. 87%. This mangonel in the middle of nowhere. Okay, that would have been perfect for him had he finished the TC. He's going to send 7 Vils forward. And he's in a good spot. I hope he doesn't think he just needs to YOLO some type of micro. He's actually ahead in res collected. He's trying to finish the TC. Will he get the TC up? He does not have wheelbarrow for the Vils. Maybe he's a bit impatient here. He could have just waited for knights. But if he pulls all of the mangonels out into the open, that'll just make the knights even better. Oh, Nikov the greed to go with the Vils for the TC, the Mangonel hit, he's gonna lose everything. He didn't need to do this. Oh, and all the Vils die and he calls GG. What was that? I thought he had almost won the game with that fight, but the TC denied just in time from Lucho. Even with the denial, he'd have knights out. There'd be nothing from Lucho to stop the knights. He didn't have enough crossbows. There were only 6 of them. And out of nowhere, Nikov runs all of his Vils to chase Mangonels, doesn't get the TC. I don't know what his thought process was there, but he YOLO'd his Vils forward and they all were picked off by crossbows. If it felt like he had what he needed, he did damage with the Vils, he was holding against the Mangonels. And he was just about to make a knight swap that would have stopped the Mangonel push. And yeah, Lucho at that point had more military, more crossbows. He was ahead in eco, and was ahead in Vils before pulling that. Oh, that was weird. I mean, if you look at Lucho's military here are the knights picking off a Mangonel. Lucho would have had a total of 8 crossbows and 5 skirms, so as long as knights have 1 armor, there's nothing that Lucho can do to stop them, and he would lose probably 3 or 4 Mangonels to knights. Oh, that was rough. I mean, from our point of view, I don't know if that's still an early GG after losing the Vils, but it is a rough GG, no matter what. So that is a loss for the Khmer and a win for the Shu. He did push the crossbows into the secret expansion a bit too. And he will be picking Manta Pascual as the next map. No Celts for him though, so he'll have to come up with something new. And it'll be Japanese versus Armenians. Well, I think a couple of big mistakes in that game on both sides. First, that weird decision of Nikov when he was in the walls to chase a Vil outside the walls. Lucho leaving that hole in his wall, and then finally Nikov with that expansion TC getting spotted. So Japanese versus Armenians, 2 very water-focused civs. Japanese usually want to get a good fish boom. So Nikov probably anticipating Lucho goes for water. Lucho did ban the Celts, which have been Nikov's favorite civ on this map. Armenians will start with a mule cart. Or no, they won't. That's the Georgians. Or will they, because they have a lumber camp? Yeah, they'll start with the mule cart instead of the lumber camp. That's how they work on this map. The last chieftain civs still have lumber camps. They have special architecture for them, but the Armenians and Georgians start with a mule cart on this map. So if Nikov wants to play a completely different strategy and transport to the mainland with the mule cart, he could. Is Nikov's dynasty over? Could he be upset by our young up-and-coming Argentinian player Lucho? And here we are, so Lucho will be to the west as the red Japanese, Nikov to the east as the blue Armenians. Starts with the mule cart, TC on the island. Very efficient for him. Can't steal sheep as easily as he did with the Celts, but could still try to go for it. Has to remember to keep his own sheep in the middle of his island, and he will do a dock, forward dock for him. Not a side dock near the whale, that might be a second dock. Whale locations 1, 2, 3, and where is the 4? Oh, fourth right there. So 4 whales, 1 next to each player, 2 a bit farther in the corner. Sea is teeming with fish, and the coastline beckons as players will begin scouting with their capybaras. We have seen games where players put the capybaras immediately on a transport ship and bring them back. And Nikov with his sheep underneath his TC. Not having his preferred Celts pick. I mean, do they get discounted mule carts? Mule carts minus 25%, that's what the tech tree is telling me. So, house for Nikov. He is slightly behind in fishing ship numbers. Oh, there you go. Evening everything up. Maybe it's Vil versus fishing ship. That's a bit out of tune due to the Nomad start. But pretty similar eco then. Okay, Nikov taking a brief lead. Slightly behind. Now, we saw that last game. You can have very sudden swings. As the transport will find some fishing ships. And bring the capybaras back. So there's Lucho bringing the capybaras over to his home island. Nikov still has them out there scouting. And they're getting close in their food count to clicking up. Lucho will, of course, have the faster working fishing ships as the Japanese. Now, fishing ships these days, 100 hit points, the Japanese fishing ships do not get the extra armor like they used to. But they can all garrison in the docks and shoot arrows, and I'm still expecting a second dock from Nikov down here by his whale, as he is the first one up to feudal. You get gold from whales, 1,000 gold per whale, and so far Nikov has usually been playing Celts, but could do the same thing as Armenians, triple dock, fire opening. And Lucho will be scouting for the dock. If you know he likes to put the dock on the whale, you could just try to block the ideal location. May force the dock to be slightly inefficient, but looks like that's exactly what Nikov will be doing. Moving a fishing ship down to the whale, not doing loom, so if he skips loom, he should have enough gold to do 3 fires right away. And that'll be a little over 30 seconds behind for Lucho, who also is not transporting to the middle. Nikov just chasing the transport. He needs to be careful about not garrisoning in the dock, or the fishing ships garrisoning in the dock. And he'll try to block the transport, and we'll see there's another dock from Lucho. What are the transports doing there? Just ramming into each other. And there, third dock from Nikov, 3 forward docks, and immediately he will have galleys! Not going fire galleys, throwing a change up. Going galleys, normal galleys. How quickly can he get fletching then? Okay, Lucho, who probably saw lots of wrecks and is anticipating a fire opening from Nikov, might open with hulks, but no, he's opening with fires. Opening with fires. So Nikov was hoping he could maybe throw a change-up and go for galleys. And catch a Hulk opening, but nope, he's going to be facing the fire galleys that do counter galleys. That's true, it is Armenian galleys. They will shoot an additional projectile. So perhaps more effective. That should do an extra 1 damage to fires. But still no early fletching. There he'll see the fires and have to get his own reinforcements before engaging. Extra hard to pick off Japanese fishing ships. But yeah, the extra arrow is pretty good against fires. Nikov also did transport with the mule cart. He's over. Or transported and built a mule cart. Has 2 mule carts now. So he is on the mainland. He also has double bit axe. So he should have the better wood income now because of the extra efficiency from the mule cart. And also should have the stronger galleys. We see more res collected from Lucho because of the timing it took for the mule cart to get to the middle. And the vills were essentially idle while they were on the transport and walking. And getting the right timing done so that you can get to the middle without being inefficient is crucial on this map. Lucho has not moved at all yet, still staying completely on the island. And a couple of hulks added in for Nikov now. No galleys from Lucho. But Nikov wants to get back and do fishing lines. Do his eco upgrade. Keep pumping out more warships, get more hulks. And buy his docks with the hulks, he'll then think to take the fight. So fire plus hulk plus galley needs to engage with all his ships at once, but he's going forward. And now we'll try to get a good fight. And push Lucho back. Lucho, who just now himself is going to the mainland for a lumber camp. Does have double bit axe. And Nikov now with all 3 ships. Lucho, no galleys. The other question is just whether we actually do see fletching prioritized from Nikov. But now it seems like it is simply for ship numbers. And he's not going for a blacksmith. Was that the right play to pick off a fire there? Lost some HP on the hulks. And hulks now going for the fires. Nikov with his hulks between Lucho's hulks and his own fires. The sails are changing as they're attacking. He's trying to use the galleys against the hulks. That's a good number of hulks remaining for Lucho, but also for Nikov, who with galleys will hold by the docks. And more transports to the middle from Nikov. Has to be careful, he's floating a bit of wood. Now maybe the time for, if he's going for docks. Taking some gold. Res collected still ahead for Lucho. 9 fishing ships to 8. Nikov trying to add fish behind this. Slowly but steadily building the fish numbers. We'll have to be careful, his whale is about to run out. So he will need a mule cart on the gold. That's exactly where he's going now. Move some vills from wood to gold if he needs to. Sending more vills across. And he is sending more vills to the middle than Lucho is. Lucho now doing a blacksmith, moving to gold. Lucho has to transition abruptly as he's out of gold on the whale. And Nikov gonna hope to have a bit of a smoother transition. Going full Hulk now against the fire. So Hulk galley against galley, so Hulk galley against Hulk fire. And the Armenian galleys for Nikov, but still no blacksmith upgrades for Nikov. Nothing for Lucho, even though he has the building. And Lucho's slightly ahead in HP. The galleys not quite able to do the job. I think Nikov lost them to the fires. And both players trying to get reinforcements in. It feels like there are more ships here for Lucho, and Nikov has to get back. 17 to 16 KD right now. Nikov also floating wood. Fishing lines for Lucho now, but Nikov is pulled ahead in eco. He had that earlier fishing lines. Lucho needing to transport more vills to take the gold. No one going archers on land yet. Loom for Nikov. He hasn't done loom. That was part of the early build order. You say the galleys got fired. So Hulk, fire, galley. And where'd those fishing ships go? I think Nikov just forward, maybe scouting for the whales. Could transport and do a forward dock. Almost out of wood on his island. And Lucho transporting more as he's doing fletching. Nikov just doing the market now. So he's not going to go blacksmith upgrades. He's going to try to go up to the next stage. And with the eco lead, maybe he can do that. And I have no idea who wins this. Looks like Nikov for the moment. And he's just pushing. This will be a fight under the dock. One that Nikov thinks he should take anyway. And what he would love to do is stop the transporting. But with this many docks, you can make another transport if you need to. Nikov with the market. See if town watch. No town watch. He's floating wood now. 34 vils on wood for Lucho. And he needs to make sure his eco stays balanced. Nikov around the back of Lucho's base. Lucho just now doing loom. No one doing anything on land. And Nikov now going pure Hulk pretty much. A couple of Romanian galleys. And he has to be careful of Lucho's galleys. Galleys with fletching, so Nikov will get back. He's selling the stone, so that'll be no tower if anything happens on land. Selling wood, buying food. Transporting more vils. Almost out of wood on his home island. Taking the pineapples on the beach. Balcony wishing demo ships were stronger in the chat. I do too. Nikov pulling ahead in resources, and he's going to click up to the castle age. There he goes. And meanwhile, forward doing more houses on land. The only thing I think that is a risk is going up without town watch, where all the houses would have given him more vision on land. In case Lucho were up to something. Lucho doing a market, another dock, and he'll try to go up, but... Wait, where's castle? Oh, Nikov doesn't have the blacksmith. Has to throw down the blacksmith. Panic blacksmith. Lucho selling stone, buying wood. And there goes the timing advantage for Nikov. We'll only have a few seconds where it could have been maybe 30 seconds. And now Lucho is Hulk plus galley. Gold mining on the way. Nikov gonna move everyone else. Still has his transport ship. Fifth dock for him. Still does not have blacksmith upgrades on his ships. He's getting a big mass of hulks now. Yeah, the question is, will he abandon water? Will he learn from all the other games we've seen where someone focuses water and then loses? So he's going for forging on the hulks. Remember, it doesn't matter Hulk versus Hulk, but will matter against the galleys. Has more houses forward. Japanese spear for Lucho to scout the mainland. Now remember, he can do fortified churches if he needs to on the mainland. And getting pushed a bit on the water as Lucho takes the score lead. That is a big navy for Lucho, and certainly more investment. As Nikov now dealing with spears in the middle. What does he do? He does a fortified church. These things, you really can't stop them from going up. Lucho might try, though. Lucho going to do a TC. The church will be hit by the TC. TC won't range the church. But I think the church benefits from fletching for range now. So Nikov will get the church up without issue. And can't really do much about the TC. He'll do medium warships and put down a workshop foundation. As there's a knight out. Warrior priest first to deal with the spears. Nikov is going to need a panic town center in the middle of nowhere atop the hill. Maybe could have been by this wood line, but he's going to YOLO all of his vills there for the TC. He'll take a fight on water. And will this be a good enough fight for him? I don't think so, but he does have fires attacking galleys while hulks are fighting hulks. And maybe he can tear through the galleys, as right now the warrior priest is fending off a knight. But he's getting cleaned on water. And all of a sudden the score difference is water, as Lucho is spamming knights into Nikov's economy. That TC trying to hold both wood lines I don't think will do the job. And things are looking a bit worse for Nikov. Wanted the workshop to push, but now how does he even push with knights in his eco? Deletes the workshop. Is floating tons of wood again. You can end up floating tons of wood when you lose the water. And Lucho's still doing some hoovering with knights. Barracks and workshop forced for Nikov at home. That workshop is awkward. And right now, Nikov essentially down by a TC. This will be his wheelbarrow and upgrade TC. And that is the one awkward TC. As the first fortified church, he has a second relic in it. Needs to make sure the gather point is at the back so the monk can pick up the relics. And he does. Fortified church on the way up. Wheelbarrow just in. And no redemption, so no converting the mangonel. On water, Nikov just being torn apart. And also down 59 to 66 in terms of his actual villagers. So, Vil stopped by the church. And yeah, Nikov deleted the TC. Just doesn't want to have to transport Vils anymore. Doesn't have the transport anyway. So doesn't want to waste food on the island with select all TCs. He'll be doing a second TC now, or third TC that will be number 2, without the first one. As, oh my gosh, the Jaguars chasing Lucho's Vils. There's a knight there. The knight's not going to help out. Jaguar is trying to help Nikov now. Low HP Vils. Here comes the knight. The knight will try to block, but the Jaguars keep chasing. All the Vils are kind of low. Will the Jaguar get the kill? No, it won't. Bit of idle time only. Now wheelbarrow for Lucho. Jaguars were paid. Well, Church Rush from Nikov, and he's gonna hope that Churches can win this for him. That Churches and Mangonel on the cracked terrain, maybe, can do it. Because he still has a bit of a boom going, at least. So 67 Vils to 74, and he fought on the water long enough that the fishing ships are kind of far from the dock and inefficient right now. Lucho is gonna have to manage that. Nikov's actually fishing better right now. Yeah, Lucho's still spreading around. But his fishing ships are very far from the docks, and he still might be vulnerable to a good Mangonel push. They're kind of bad versus buildings, but Mangonels atop a hill against a TC on cracked terrain will be great. Light cav for Lucho, but Nikov already has some spears out. He'll have 3 Mangonels, maybe they need to get atop the hill. He's just scouting that Vils to be careful of Jaguars. This TC goes down really fast. There's a watchtower from Lucho. Might do guard tower, but doesn't want to lose this position. He'll lose a TC. Cav archers can't really raid with a fortified church. Vils will try to repair, but not in time. The TC goes down. Nikov doesn't quite hit the Mangonel there, but manages to dodge himself. And they'll trade Mangonels. Lucho has more Mangonels on the way. It's a lot of weak Vils for him. This game might now come down to a Mangonel fight where Nikov somehow survives that. Even uphill, gets the Mangonel. Now Cav archers will be involved. Nikov with more outposts. The mangonel goes down, doesn't get the destruction on one of Nikov's mangonels, and he's holding with 3 mangonels now. Fishing ship's finally going down for him. And now he starts attacking that mangonel. It's downhill on cracked terrain, and Nikov has 4 mangonels of his own. Cav archers might be tricky for Lucho to use against this many mangonels, and Nikov just going full mangonel, saying he wants to hold the hill and kick Lucho off of it. Mills go to repair. Workshop down. An Imperial Age on the way for Lucho as Nikov throws up a castle. Nikov nowhere close to Imp, but he has gold control at least. 81 to 83 actual vills, and Nikov has the hill. Cracked terrain up there, so weak to Trebs, but still uphill at least. Yeah, that tower maybe a bit questionable from Lucho. There's another TC from him. And can Nikov now hold the hill? He also does have 3 relics, so great awareness as the Armenians grabbing the relics, maybe even wants to bring them back? Can't raid yet. Maybe needs to do some outposts here and across the middle so he knows what's happening. Yeah, Lucho housed. Housed after losing the TC. That will be 6 mangonels. Lucho can take stone on the outside. Has some stone on the outside islands. 1 fire from Nikov in the fishing ships. Lucho needs to notice that, otherwise it does a lot of damage. We need Nikov to get 1 demo on the stone. Maybe I just need to place gunpowder kegs throughout the water to make up for the lack of demos. Yeah, Lucho does still have whales in the back for gold, and has all the gold on the beach too. At least on the western side of the beach. Nikov wants to push, and can get behind this wood line. He's got a lot of mangonels. The Japanese do have good monks. That mangonel somehow dodges everything. Composite bowman now for Nikov, as that mangonel survives everything. Knight won't be able to engage. Nikov able to cause some eco disruption. Actually ahead in resources. He's up to Imp himself. He's up to Imp himself with the hill, doing another TC. Lucho's score is still maybe inflated a bit from owning the water. Having the better KD. Nikov pushing with mangonels. But what do the Armenians have? Could he click Onager as soon as he's up? Might not have the food for it, but he's killing vills on the wood line. Actually, Nikov, 85 to 90 villagers, has a vill lead. These fishing ships, they can take the whale, but look at how far they are. That is not efficient at all. They also finished the whale. Lucho just needs a dock here. Mangonel's still pushing. Vill's going down. Nikov maybe needs to take the university. Seen so many games where he's thinking about it. Just destroying the university wins games. Nikov. 175 HP. Deny the chemistry. The imp upgrades. Get the university. Mangonel almost down. And still survives. Here's Bodkin for Nikov as he wants to go composite bowman. Now Japanese cav archers will have +2 attack against the composite bowman. Nikov, take the university. He's getting a castle up. Scores are closing. And he does click Onager. He clicks Onager. Now the Japanese do have siege engineers. They could have better Onagers with +1 range, but Lucho does not have the eco for that. Nikov, he does have town watch, so those outposts will give him complete vision for these mangonel fights. He needs to maybe pull back and make sure he doesn't lose the mangonels before Onager comes in. But the fortified churches still giving him enough map control that he can hold. As the mangonel goes down. But just before Onager comes in, now there are Onagers, and that'll destroy the mangonel. That'll flatten the mangonel. Nikov, you know what Nikov can do now? He can chop the wood lines and deny Lucho from wood. He can actually chop the wood lines. And he has composite bowman Onager with bracer on the way. We'll have squires from Lucho thinking about going infantry. That won't be useful here. Onager shots not quite hitting the skirms, but forcing Lucho back down the hill. Ballistics and Bracer, both for Nikov as he kills some Vils under the TC. Onager's getting more hits. So Mangonel forces the Onager away. Onagers want to hit skirms. We could get some big Onager shots now. And TC will be flattened. Vils will group up for one juicy Onager hit. Oh, they'll just get away. I'll have some good hits on the Vils, though. So 101 to 103 Vils. Nikov still ahead as he takes the score lead. Pushing with composite bowmans on the island. Vils might need to transport away to safety. Where are the Vils on that transport going? They might be killed by composite bowmen. Guard tower goes down. Is that going to drop Vils off or pick them up? I don't know which is the better idea. But the bowmen are pushing in. Treadmill crane to build the guard towers faster. Nikov will do a castle forward. And he's pushing. He has 8 onagers, Armenian onagers. Chemistry researched. He's pushing with Trebs. And Lucho is falling apart right now. The score is a lie. Nikov has a huge lead. He's up by 4,000 resources collected. He's got relics. Everything going his way. Lucho has no answer to the onagers. He's trying to go light cav. Light cav against composite bowman. Water loses again. And what type of attack round do we get on light cav? Not the best. Now this is Lucho's way back if the light cav are effective, but not being effective here. Nikov with the outpost sees the skirms, sees the gold mine. Loses some onagers, but there's the GG from Lucho as what a crazy game, but Nikov ties it. Fortified churches and Armenians on land in just the right numbers. That fortified church and workshop push at the top of the hill was just the right timing from him. And maybe again overinvestment into water, losing the game for Lucho, as we've seen the overinvestment on water time and again not be worth it. GG, and Nikov ties it up 1-1. And in a spot where maybe he could be, a bit frustrated with himself that he would have a 2-0 lead if he didn't lose all those Vils at the end of game 1. But that was Japanese losing to Armenians. So he had a backup plan for the map without the Celts. Water is bait on this map. Feels like water is bait on all maps. Alright, so we're back down to a best of 5. And it'll be Sea dos Carajas as game number 3. Full water play on Pantanal where you can't dock. On Lensoy's water is worth it? I don't know about that even. And it'll be Jurchens for Lucho and Chinese for Nikov. So no surprise to see the Chinese picked here. Of the remaining maps, I think it's the one where they make the most sense. Do Jurchens counter the Chinese in any way? I don't think their eco will be nearly as good. T90 raided the wrong... How does he raid the wrong T-West? It's okay. I did once have to explain to T90 how to download and unzip a zip file. I know that the T-West account was 0 ever streams. Taking my name. I think we need to add more whales. We did adjust the whales so that there are always 4 of them. But and there also is gold on the beaches. So I don't think you run out of gold or stone or anything too early. So here we go. 1-1 Lucho as the red Jurchens to the west. Nikov as the blue Chinese to the east. And bushes around the TCs. Wonderful straggler trees. Chinese will start with their extra vills. And Nikov right now trying to drop off in time to queue another vill. Has loom already. 20 seconds, and that's it. 20 seconds of idle time. And he's going to hope that's it, as everyone will be taking food right now. Think this map is technically bugged? What is bugged about it, Arbase? What is bugged about it? 2 wood lines spawn together. That's it. Oh no, he just has 2 wood lines that spawn together. It has 1 huge one at the front. That's just normal AoE2 things. That's fine. T90 sent you to the wrong T-West. That's okay. T90 has people to do his tech stuff for him most of the time. He did raid the wrong channel, Arbase. He did. So Vils there, take the Tapir. As Nikov will just play a very standard Dark Age with the Chinese. We have seen a couple of players go for super early drushes on this map, but it looks fairly standard so far here. I mean, the other T-West channel probably isn't even online. It's one of those situations where you feel like you wish that if you're like an actual streamer, you could get the name that's actually your name versus an inactive account, but maybe one day. So deer keep getting pushed in on the way. We'll have loom for Lucho. Oh yeah, you can raid someone not online. You can. So Feudal Age will be at pretty much the exact same time, but that gives Nikov a 2-vil lead. And pretty open map for him, difficult to wall. And I'll start taking a straggler tree. So no one on gold. Looks like this will be scouts for him. And same thing I expect from Lucho, hasn't gone for any gold yet. Likely scouts for both players. Both of them have some backwood lines. Double lumber camp for Lucho. Lucho even taking the trees on the second layer. Taking trees on the second layer. And it'll be a barracks from Nikov. And there's Nikov up to the Feudal Age. Lucho up 2. And double bit axe for Nikov, so immediate eco upgrade for him as he adds a stable, and he'll try to wall down to the edge of the map. Fairly open maps for both of them. And spear out for Nikov. And Vil caught by the scout, but can run back to the TC. Lucho forward with the spear. Now, Lucho played a very good game with the Jurchens, opening scouts against Hart. A bit more open on Setan. And Nikov almost getting walled, but not quite, defending with his own spears. Trying to find any outlying lumber camps here from Lucho, but there are none. Lucho not fully walled, though. And Nikov could try to get in with scouts around the backside. So spears need to keep the scouts away. And this feels more like a spear war than a scout war so far. Nikov will try to wall to keep his wood safe. And Lucho walling everywhere on his berries. Nikov has the Chinese 300 food, or 300 res collected ahead. And spears will push the scouts back. Spears poke Nikov's Vil. There's all the spears here. We'll turn and fight. And big spear fight. Oh, I've seen players go scouts before. Here we have pure spears. It is just nothing but spears. Nikov probably doesn't want to invest into a range. Just wants to boom. That res collected gap is closing for Lucho. And the scouts will get on the Vils, but maybe get trapped by the spears. And he never tried to small wall the berries. Well, he wanted to wall or maybe farm around the mill. And Lucho himself still not walled, but did just go for the small walls and is much safer because of that. Even went up for the second level of trees. Nikov only taking one wood line. And Lord Littlebrooks, thank you for the follow. Spears going down. Nikov finally getting a couple of walls up that he needs. He's one palisade away from having this walled. Spears still poking the Vil here from Nikov. As he finally gets some pokes on the scouts, we'll take the score lead there. But Lucho's done what he needed to do to close the eco gap. And actually ahead by 3 Vils. So Nikov idling the TC quite a bit. Lucho 0 idle time. Doesn't have double bid axe though, and that could come back to haunt him. There's ever a moment, as he also has 3 Vil kills. There's ever a moment where Lucho stops microing the scouts, they get massacred by the spears. And, well, that's exactly what happened to Nikov. Doesn't micro for a second. Spear pokes him down. And no overchop yet, but Lucho waiting for an overchop on the wood line. And maybe that heavy commitment to walling might have cost Nikov early. Lucho will do nothing but micro scouts from here on out. A ranged unit in sight. Well, there's an archery range. And wouldn't be too surprised to see both of these civs going cav archers. I think the Jurchens are probably better at it early on. But at least the Chinese then would get thumb ring. Just no Parthian for them, that's the only thing they miss. Jurchens attack faster, but no Parthian and no thumb ring, so they do even out. But the early power spike with the free faster attacking without thumb ring is nice. I guess Chinese slightly better for the accuracy boost. And there's Castle Age as Nikov clicks up first. Remember, the Chinese no longer get camels. But they do have fire lancers. A couple of archers now forward, and Nikov might need to add skirms on his way up to try to fight the archers, as they will hit the spears. Nikov has to run off of his wood line, or tower the wood line. As he does have more options in the back had he gotten the full wall off, but he didn't. And Lucho going to the second level that spawned in the back. Vill's pushing the archer away. And there we have Castle Aged 2 minutes behind, so Nikov will have a 2-minute advantage. But during the uptiming, will be harassed by this small army of Lucho in the back of his base. Vils might need to garrison the TC. Archers come forward to fight the spears. And we're still looking for any type of skirmisher from Nikov. He's going to have a ton of food and gold. But that's not the eco setup to make cav archers. And he feels so idled right now. He has to fight archers with spears, but he's losing them. There he's up. He's going to start by making cav archers. And he's finally getting pokes with the spears. Lucho running to the spears, but gets the kills. Can't get through the houses. And with cav archers, maybe he can still hold. No quick gate to trap the army. Scout's not able to get in. That's still a lot of pressure now as some Vils were trapped. And Nikov has to quick wall. Do another mining camp. Maybe that should have just been a house and a mining camp on the side. So the gold is safer in the back, but didn't go to take it. Maybe his map would have been safer had he done just a tower over here. We see Lucho. His map's open too. He still hasn't walled. He still hasn't finished walling. So we're 20 minutes in and he's just now finishing walling. Nikov has to think about wood somewhere soon. Doing husbandry. And trying to move forward with cav archers. Good news is he's only lost 3 Vils, but the bad news is he's been idled so much. He's down by almost 800 res collected, so completely the opposite situation where you want to find yourself as the Chinese. And now the scout's getting into the wood line. Oh, now he's going to lose more than just those 3 Vils. Tower killing some scouts, the Jaguar even hunting him down. And trying to go forward to hit Vils on the wood line. Is this open? It is not open. Lucho will have to wall. How's Rocky? It used to be in old versions of the map. We replaced it with terrain you can wall on. I'm kind of thinking it was a mistake, though. We probably should have used rocky terrain. So that we don't have walls like this. You have to circular wall yourself away from the wood if you really want a wall. So cav archers microing down spears. And I'll have a university with husbandry for Lucho. All scouts in the back gonna run around. Only one cav archer. And Nikov down versus 2 TCs. He's going to take some losses here to the scouts. Scouts on very low HP. Jaguar chasing the Cav Archers. And maybe the good thing for Nikov is that he's starting to amass a larger number of Cav Archers. But we'll have to use them against skirms. As he still hasn't tried to expand the walls up here, which would give him a huge area in the back that's safe. And maybe has an opportunity to do so now. And as the TC goes up for him, as Lucho, very low HP scouts, no upgrades. But he will pick a Vil. Faster attacking Jurch and Cav, picking Vils left and right. Nikov finally garrisons, and the TC will clear the scouts. So 8 Vils down. Now down by around 1,000 res collected. Down by 11 total Vils from the faster second TC from Lucho. And Lucho getting lots of small advantages here and there that are adding up. This was still the Chinese. The Civ picked for their eco. But have essentially lost that eco advantage by now, losing the Vil lead. Cav Archers will want to get through the palisade, but Lucho will wall behind that. And those skirms have ballistics. It's open by the lumber camp, though. No ballistics for the Cav Archers. He's not going to run in. Ooh, maybe he should have ran in there. Maybe he should have ran in. He's going to lose Cav Archers in the middle, too. And feels like Lucho's turning into domination mode now in this game. Defensive workshop for Nikov as he tries to get the third TC. He does get that up. Another TC for Lucho. Both trying to climb the terrace and grab more terrain. Here's a TC from Lucho. And Nikov's still open here, but maybe that's a trap as the archers run into the fire lancers. TC shooting the archer. Now he's trying to defend with Cav Archers. But 2k res collected difference. Ballistics on the way for Nikov. And we'll have 4 TCs for Lucho. Rocket car splits at the last second. Ooh, Lucho just splitting at the last moment. Lots of low HP Vils on the gold. And Nikov will have to run. He's going to need to find a gold mine. He has one by his TC. Have to move up the hills, up the terrace to grab more golds. Spit on the skirms. Now the rocket carts on the hill will hit the watchtower. Skirm split. And the rocket cart goes down. Guard tower defense now from Lucho. He's up by over 20 Vils. His boom has been great. His micro has been amazing this set. Cav Archer goes down. Skirm split. Yeah, the difference guard tower makes is insane. Against rocket carts or mangonels. Completely shuts down the push. Part of me thinks we need to see Koreans more on this map.
什么?
And Imp clicked for Lucho. Imp for him. Could Nikov try mixing in a few knights? I mean, if he does, he's really going to put his eco back. Here we have a castle for Lucho. And the last thing Lucho wants is to drive the cav archers into that castle. Nikov not quite scouting it, though. Oh, that's painful. He could deny the castle. That could be his ticket back into the game if he finds that and denies it. And he's outposted out here, just not far enough out here. So handcart, scale barding, heavy plow. All clicked in. And Iron Pagoda switch. Iron Pagoda switch. Where is... from this castle here. That is a very strong unit. Will resist one melee attack, like a Shravamsh Rider would, a ranged attack. So basically a one-hit melee Shravamsh shield. Okay, rocket carts, chasing the skirms away. As the castle goes up, fire lancers go down, and there's Lucho up to Imp. And Nikov will call the GG upon seeing Imp. So Lucho with a 2-1 lead. 39 to 30 KD for Lucho. And simply took some very early feudal fights that went well. Aggressive with the spears. Pushed a huge advantage. Constantly had scouts running around Nikov's base. It's a very open map where small things like that can snowball. And the faster castle time, not enough for Nikov. Just look at the map here. Our base wanting to say Lucho had 2 wood lines forward that spawned together. He had to go super far from the TC for wood. Had to go up to the 2nd level. But made it work. Fast imp? I mean, that was not fast imp. That was 34 minutes. Oh, yeah, my AoE is down too. So I have to kill AoE 2. How are the players doing? Is their AoE 2 down? Are they able to host the game? Let me just restart. That might be all I need to do. And looks like they're hosting Fernando de Noronha. A map where Nikov has looked very dominant. They're able to go Berbers against Byzantines. As Lucho's home map. And as far as civs go, those Jurchens over the Chinese. So one of Nikov's top picks. Yeah, so everything looks good. I'm able to get the game again after a restart. So everyone in the chat asking what happened. Restart your game and you should be fine. down for 20 minutes and it's back. Feels random. Well, it looks like it should be back for everyone. Certainly is back for the players who are just launching and able to get started. So here we are. Nikov will be the blue Byzantines to the northwest, Lucho the red Berbers to the southeast. And this is a map where Nikov has been dominating. Byzantines the pick from him, great fires. And we've seen different approaches. We've seen FC, we've seen feudal. Nikov, one of the only players, perhaps the only player I've seen who won with a feudal approach. We'll have oysters at the front if he needs gold. A whale circling by over there. And you're able to... Oop, a bit of a mishap there. Get pushed in. Now... Nikov doing the forward dock, leaving open the option for the feudal aggression. Back dock from Lucho. And all those vills on wood. Fast castle approach from Lucho for sure. 6 vills on wood only for Nikov. Maybe he's still deciding. He's taking the javelinas. Why don't they show yellow on the minimap? You need to ask the capture age team. They just haven't implemented that. So deer taken and Javelina's taken. We interestingly have seen players do what Lucho's doing and just ignore the Javelinas. Put so many vills on wood, they save them for later. Like backdock Saracens feels better than backdock Berbers. Well, Berbers have faster moving ships, so they can do a better job of picking and choosing where they take fights. Byzantines will have the stronger fires, that's for sure. So what will matter here, the faster attacking or the faster movement speed? And movement speed, of course, applies to all their ships. Byzantines, just the fires. Berber galley plus demo. No, Vikings were banned. Were they not banned, they'd probably be the first pick, other than maybe Koreans. So feudal age for Nikov. And fast up timing as far as water maps go. 21 vills. Now Nikov doesn't need the deer anymore, he's up. He's going for 1, 2... So double lumber camps, taking the stragglers. We'll see him likely at a second dock, maybe even a third dock on the way up. But he would need to start taking gold somewhere. If it's not from the gold mine, it would be from a whale or an oyster. He finds the oyster. What are their pings? It's going to be better for Nikov this game, since he would have picked the East US server. Lucho's home server is going to be the Brazil server. So there's the second dock for Nikov, still taking the oysters. You don't take oysters as quickly as you do whales, but it's a small difference. And either way, he'll use the docks to pump out probably fires as an opening as the Byzantines. Well, we'll have to get to the back of Lucho's base actually to hit the fish. So, double bit axe for Nikov. And doing an eco upgrade, doing a wood upgrade. Not doing a mining camp, not spending wood on the camp. Just putting it into his fires. Third fire queued, getting the third dock up. I'll see the whale at the edge of his vision now. Content with the oysters for now. Didn't try to dock the whale. And now he'll group the fires and go around the side of Lucho's base. Or he'll go around the front. He'll send one around each direction. And the sooner he sees fish, the sooner he'll know where to send the reinforcements. Can he tower them? I've not seen anyone do a tower on docks. He can garrison the docks with fish. But towers maybe not that effective against fire galleys when they're only shooting one arrow, and the fire galleys have 4 pierce armor. It's not like he has vills to garrison the towers by the docks. Well, have maybe one vill who's on a shore fish, and that's it. So there is Feudal. You can find another dock from Lucho. So loom and double bit axe for Lucho. As he's an injured vill building the dock, but the fire won't be able to deny that right away. Instead, Nikov can try to get into the fish and try to harass the fishing ships as best he can. Hulk defense now for Lucho. As Nikov could maybe target that vill with another fire. And 1 HP. 1 HP is all you need. The vill survives. And here come all the Hulks. And Nikov gonna hope that Byzantine fires do well enough against Hulks. Gets the vill on the other dock. And can't get the vill. She went back to repair with 1 HP. And how well do Hulks do against Byzantine fires? Maybe not well enough here for Lucho. As Nikov can keep harassing the dock. Lucho with a lot of fish in the back. And he won't be too far from Castle. Nikov certainly will be farther away. But only a 400 res collected difference, so it's not huge. But Nikov might need to swap to galleys now. Actually doing his own Hulk. So gonna go fire plus Hulk. So between fishing ships and vills has gotten 3 kills. And Lucho, does he have loom? Does he have loom? Yes, he does. He does have loom. And over here, now that the Hulks are forward, Nikov can attack into the vill with the fires around the back of the dock. Can't quite hit the vill, though. Nicely positioned. And the Hulks will start coming over, so Nikov has to be careful. And it's against pure Hulk so far, as he wants to idle the fish again. Sometimes they do attack sideways. It's a weird animation bug. And will this dock go down? Fire's doing a lot of damage to it, even more so than other ships. Nikov gonna sacrifice fires to destroy the dock, or at least force the fishing ships to eject. But he's losing the fires now, as Lucho's there with the Hulks. And as the fish go down, Nikov will try to get us around and try to finish off the dock. Hulks don't tear it down as quickly as fires do, though, so it might just stand. Don't know if Nikov wants to sacrifice numbers to destroy the dock, but he's close to going up. Just about to click up, using the market, selling the wood, selling the stone, buying food, selling wood, and lots of market usage, but he has the castle age uptiming he wants. And res collected still very close indeed. And feudal pressure may be working, but he's down in ship numbers. And has to be careful not to fall behind in numbers on his way up, adding in more Hulks. No blacksmith upgrades for him yet. If you do forging, and then you do medium warships, you do actually get extra attack Hulk versus Hulk. And if he's still going to take gold, he's moving to vills on gold. I was going to say, if he's going to rely on the oysters still, we'd probably need to move over to that whale. So, Castle Age for Lucho, a minute slower. Still, remember, he has the faster moving ships, so he can choose whether or not he wants to fight. And here he might want to fight. There are a couple of fires there, too, for Nikov, so he has the weaker composition. But he will have closer reinforcements. And this is a key engagement now, as Nikov getting the reinforcements there, getting more Hulks mixed in. Neither player with any galleys, and those faster firing Byzantine fires still able to take down the Hulks pretty quickly. And looks like Nikov actually is winning that fight. Winning that fight pretty well. And it's 6 fishing ships to 10, so Nikov did have a couple more fishing ships added in. pineapples too. Yeah, Byzantine fires, they are no joke. The Pakani, this might be the one map where winning water actually means you win the game. Medium warships and a bow saw both for Nikov. They mean business. Oh, that's a good pun. I like that. But here, Nikov, what is this fight? Before he gets medium warships, he takes the fight and he loses it. That was the opposite of what he wanted. But still more fires on the way. It's going to be Feudal Hulk against Castle Age Byzantine fires. And will the fires be enough against their counter unit? That is a patrol stack right there. No demo. And no, Nikov can't engage. If he didn't lose that fight just a couple moments earlier, he still has a couple of Hulks left and maybe can fight that. And Res Collected are still pretty similar. There's a university, so both players are probably going to prioritize university techs. So far, the better KD and better Eco KD, both for Nikov. 6 versus 6 fishing ships. Nikov now trying Loom. So Hulks and fires for him against pure Hulk. Gold shaft mining even. Against Bowsaw, so he has Bowsaw too. Nikov with the eco upgrade decisions. Gold shaft mining. Also doing siphons rather than clinker construction, doing siphons. At some point he needs War Galley. Does he though? I've seen him play Fire plus Hulk before. Why no one gets forging? Because Hulk versus Hulk, it doesn't matter. Hulk versus Fire it will, so you'll see Lucho added in. Didn't add any more. Look at his box formation patrol. This is Nikov's style. He just plays Hulk Fire. Oh, what the heck was that? Is the siphons make the fires do a different noise? Siphons versus patrol stacking. It does make him do a different noise. Oh my gosh. This is a good fight for Lucho, though. It's pure Hulk against fire. And he suddenly flips the KD difference. I mean, Byzantines could also just play Galley Hulk Fire. Go for all 3 lines, but then again, your upgrades are more expensive. You need to do Fletching and Bodkin, and Ballistics. Yeah, and that fight before medium warships was still a disaster for him. Now it's his docks that are getting pressured. He has to run his fish. And I don't know if there are comeback mechanics on the water once you fall behind in Castle Age. He's still hoping that Byzantine fires do the job, but look at that patrol. They can't engage. This is a great fight for Lucho again. And the Byzantine fires do it with some fire from the dock. Lucho cleaning up. He is stacked perfectly. And he has more reinforcements on the way. And we're again seeing now that fast castle approach. When you backdock and play more defensively, it's hard to do enough damage in feudal. Nikov's still more vills, 49 to 41. So he might still hold on. Oh, he's adding more Hulks now. Maybe it's pure Hulk versus pure Hulk. But you have to start wondering if and when War Galley becomes a necessity for him. No Blast Furnace can matter for Byzantine Hulks if it goes imp. And does he fight here? He could try to fight here. Needs the fires to do damage. Imagine if demos were useful. If Nikov could get a demo right in the back. And is this a fight Nikov is winning? It is. Finally a fight he's winning. Gold shaft mining for Lucho as he gets fletching too, so maybe he's thinking about some war galleys to deal with Hulks. Yes, Magyars indeed get a water bonus with the free forging. And demolition ship for Nikov. He's thinking demos too. Now, the only player I really saw adding demos has been Dragonstar. But Dragonstar's also a thinker, so maybe they're good. And this is a fight where Nikov has an HP advantage. He's trying to take it. He's winning the fight, and he's winning that fight hard. Fire's attacking Vils by the dock. Switch galley would be a mistake for Lucho. Oh, that's what he's trying to do. No ballistics for him. And that's still galleys against Byzantine fires for the most part that take down a dock. And still fire plus Hulk the composition for Nikov. And no transport yet. Both players stay in pure 1 TC, no additional TCs added, so no extra Vils. And here come some demos. Since there aren't any real galleys, demos will still be able to get in. They have to sail through the trees. Can Nikov get a demo hit, and can he win a game with a demo hit? Here's the scout on the island. The demos are going to run into war galleys now, so he has to pull them back. Some fishing ships go down. And he's still pushing the galleys. The scout goes down. And Byzantine fires OP. Trying to take down another dock. Relative HP advantage for Lucho here. But here come the demos. Here come the demos. The Hulks are all clumped. The Hulks are very clumped. Can the demos hit the Berber? Faster moving ships will run away. I think that demo hit. The war galley's trying to snipe the demos. Demos hard to connect with against the Berbers. They're so speedy. I have no idea what's going on here. Nikov chasing. Is this a good fight for him? Lucho finally more HP. Total on his ship stack. Nikov will start coming around the other side. There is a transport ship for Lucho. Nikov, wait for the Vils to get on before you destroy it. It's a Berber transport though. It's so speedy. It's gonna get away. Oh, look how fast it is. Not as fast as the fires though. 1.62. So 1 Vil on the transport for Lucho. Will try to flee as Nikov will win the fight down here. Finally, Byzantine fires OP. Horse collar. Nico doing an eco upgrade. And up, where is that transport going? That Vil wants to sneak somewhere. Oh, he's gonna grab all those Vils. Nikov, see this, Nikov. Well, the stone is almost there for Lucho. He can buy the rest. The transport will run into a fire. The fires won't notice. Oh, yes, they will. Wants camel archers. But Nikov will try to go for it. There's a charge attack. And who wants to see 19 Vils die? There they go. They can't swim. Down they go. And as everyone drowns, Lucho calls the GG, and Nikov ties it up 2-2. And looking at the stats for military, 115 to 81 KD. Byzantines still amazing on water. Berbers were the first pick of Lucho, but they did not work out. And Nikov will take that game. Tied it up, turns it now down to a best of 3, where we still have Coast Arena as a map. So 2 home maps left for Lucho, 1 for Nikov. In terms of Civ, Nikov still has his top-picked Civ. In the Woo. Also has Goths, Mongols, and Muisca at the end. Yeah, Mongols is the 7th pick. Feels crazy that they dropped that far. Especially with the hunt map, Mongols and Goths for Araucarias. So I'll be right back, then we'll get Game 5 going. And also, if your Age of Empires was down earlier, restart the game. It should be back up now. Alright, so Lensois Mariensis will be the next map. And what civ will Lucho use here? Malian's an option, Britain's also an option with all of the extra herdables. Bengalis feel like he'd probably save them for Coast Arena, although Bohemians could be used there too. For Araucarias, probably the Saracens. Well, Saracens can be good against Mongols in some ways. Mamluks are usually pretty darn good against Mongols. A bit tricky to micro properly and get good fights against Cav archers, but if it is a straight up fight, the Mamluks absolutely massacre Cav archers. Or Mangudai. Goths would be sick on Araucarias if Nikov picks them. Longer lasting hunt, so more benefit from taking the Javelinas at the start, also instant loom. Let me get caught up on chat. Let me read YouTube for the Onamaru chat. Am I going to cast the main event? I will be there. I will be there, yes. Those churches are just not fair. That was probably from the earlier game. Armenian churches are strong. It makes me wonder why we don't see... maybe something like Bulgarians for Krepos picked as much, but I guess the wood versus stone difference is absolutely huge in whether they're used or not. And Elevate, thank you so much for the sub.
Renold is attacking our caravan!
Ooh, so now, we've limited it down to 3 games, and civs will be Malians for Lucho, Burgundians for Nikov. Malians with the wood discount could be a civ for Lucho that go for a very early barracks and early drush. We have seen that approach, and we have seen it work. Men-at-Arms and Towers on the wood line also has worked. Also, Burgundians, they must be making Cavaliers. So camels? Well, Malians are a good camel civ. You can have Farimba heavy camels. Also, if you're watching along or trying to look for the Rex, looks like the dashboard didn't pick up the Seados Karajas game during the server drop earlier. That was indeed finished just fine. Oh, Burgundians must make infantry. That is true. Burgundians could go Flemish Revolution. Or not Flemish Revolution, Flemish Militia. I mean, they could do Flemish Revolution, maybe as a score victory condition, but Flemish Militia to rush the wood line early on. And here we are at Lensois Mariensis. This time the coastline will be to the northwest. We'll have Lucho as the Red Malians to the south, Nikov as the Blue Burgundians to the east. And both players trying to find goats in between them if they exist. Nikov manages to grab them. Lucho will grab a couple too. And Lucho goes straight to the wood line. Is a bit scraggly in the back with a passage that goes to the edge of the map. Can't actually be accessed though, is a wall. And Nikov will go to the edge too, and immediately wall in the wood line. Maybe he is concerned about the Burgundians with that early drush. He'll also grab a couple of goats that Lucho didn't bring in. Lucho will name a goat too. And a couple of palisades for Nikov. Usually players wall to the wood line, but here Nikov extra worried about keeping his lumber camp safe from an early drush. And that's simply the Malians' wood discount means they can make the barracks super early, and still even afford a decently timed dock after it. Here Lucho just going to go for the dock. We'll be a bit behind Nikov. Here if you're Nikov, you want to make sure the scout and the Vil are spread out so they pick up enough goats, and the Vil will find some goats. They can go for early... That's true. Malians, with a wood discount, can dock the pond that's 10 feet deep made of shallows that you can walk on. And with that dock, they can make a transport ship. We have seen transport ships in the ponds on this map. I am very certain it was a misclick, but we have seen it. And much more defensive dock from Lucho. Nikov trying to take the middle of the map. And okay, so Malians would discount on this dock. Nikov will see that. He will see, you'll see the Vils going that way. Maybe he doesn't want to reveal that he saw it, but the dock is up. Might have seen the scout. So okay, haven't seen this yet, but Lucho gonna take the fish over there. Now on this map, you do need to mill eventually because you need the mill to unlock a market. Now I'm remembering I saw a mill in an earlier game on one of these ponds, and that must have been why. We removed any of the berries we had from earlier versions to encourage going for the ponds. You love fish booms, you see the little ponds and your heart flutters. Isn't that true for everyone? Don't we all love fish booms? Why is Lucho? Oh, because I need to flip the scoreboard. Thank you. I'm sorry. There we go. Now the colors and the players backwards. And loom now, both players. So similar up times probably, both of them about to click up. Nikov though with double bit axe. Indeed for the Burgundians. And Nikov well aware of the Vils on that pond. So if he wants to go scouts or archers on land, he can pressure the pond. It might simply be Nikov hoping to win another water map. Both Monte Pascual and Fernando de Noronha, he did win. He's basically won every water map and lost every land map, so there's this one, and then there's Coast Arena that still have water on them. And Araucarias does have little ponds for fish booming. Maybe we could consider that almost a water map. And yeah, Lucho did knock Hart out of the tournament earlier. Fishing lines for Nikov.
Bonjour.
And a couple of goats picked up here. Burgundian bowsaw and feudal. Great eco upgrade. Does help you out on the water maps and also fishing lines for Nikov in the Dark Age. And he will sacrifice one fishing ship forward to scout, find where Lucho docked, and also do bowsaw. So the next goal for Nikov, be active with the scout, keep track of anywhere Lucho goes for military buildings on land, and also maybe try not to lose your goats, as he's just trying to pick up more goats. He notices, though. Brings the scout over and did just miss picking up more goats because of that. And these are actually the tall African sails like they should be, not just the architecture that changes, or the sail graphics that change from the Mediterranean architecture graphics. Actually meant to look this way. And we'll have another pond. Okay, another pond being docked, this time from Nikov, sending Vils very far away to the far pond. Maybe hoping that Lucho won't notice that, as Lucho goes for a blacksmith. And res collected very similar so far, but Nikov's eco upgrades. Bow saw and also fishing lines far ahead, and he has a bit more water control since he docked the middle initially. Comparing goat numbers, we got 7 goats under the TC for Lucho, and none left for Nikov, only has 1 goat left, but he'll pick up a few more from the corner. So I'll make that 4 more goats for him. Actually make that another 3, so 7 more goats for him if he gets them back. Very low HP scout, so it could yoink some goats. Nikov turns the goats away. And loses the scout, so that one actually cost him 7 goats. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4 goats immediately being lamed, maybe the 5th one too. Who's my favorite? Nikov did win the previous matchup between them 3-2, and he is technically the higher seeded player before Lucho inherited a seed. But I think it's going to be very close. And I mean, it has been so far. So barracks for Nikov. No barracks yet for Lucho. Lucho looks like he's ready to go up to the castle age almost. A very efficient build from him with only 3 fishing ships. But enjoying all of the goats with his scout micro. That's always been the theme this set. It feels like Lucho's micro is a step ahead. Hulk in a pond. Yes, we do have a misclick. We have a Hulk in a pond. We do have a Hulk in a pond. Oh no, Nikov. With the Hulk in the pond. Hotkey misclick. Disaster. Well, res collected far ahead from Nikov, but the way Lucho's investing, he's gonna go up to the next stage much faster. Lots of galleys for him as Nikov adds fires. Yeah, Lucho's micro is very good. We'll have a stable for Lucho. So that's going to be up to the castle age and then horse units, as we have a Flemish militia from Nikov who's staying feudal. Finally bringing more goats back to his TC. And super far ahead in res collected despite not being close to the castle age. And maybe now with a lot of galleys that Hulk composition won't work out. And fishing ships have to garrison. And there's Castle Age for Lucho. 4 docks for him, all mostly to the southwestern corner. So Molly and camels, maybe. Archery range for Nikov. He was so far ahead in res collected. And finally we'll click up. So how far behind will this castle age be? Probably about a minute. As he's up, he needs a second building. He placed the archery range. There you go. Now he does the blacksmith, but that's gonna hurt if he needs the blacksmith and doesn't have it up in time. 4 Vils building it, so he'll be a Vil delayed, but that's gonna be now about 1.5 minutes. Or it could have been maybe 1 minute. And that extra Vil will pop out, and yep, about 1.5 minutes. As he starts to lose a couple of fishing ships, but it's still 3 versus 3. He had some good early pressure on the water. And he's still up around 500 res collected, still with those eco upgrades. And we'll go skirm opening. without the scout, he had to resort to Flemish militias to scout.
Sí.
And he actually will pick a vill on a dock with the militia, looking for the scout just at the right time. And we'll see if Lucho tries to wall, but that will deny the dock at least. Oh, diagonal hit. Diagonal hit, and he won't wall. Oh, wait, he will. That is the dock. Thought he could walk around for a moment. But Lucho up to the castle age. Medium warships, what he clicks. Now, Nikov, does Nikov keep investing into water, or does he go full land? And it'll actually be a knight. So the Flemish militia with attack bonus versus cav might be able to deal with that, as they finally take the scout down. And the militia can't kill the vill by the dock, but have denied the dock. And maybe this is the point. Gold shaft mining from Nikov. Doing all the upgrades. He does another dock in the back. And it'll be Malian cav archers. So, knight cav archer against Skirm Flemish militia. Flemish militia trying to get melee hits on the cav archers. They take one down. More militia from Nikov. They'll get an instant attack boost now that he's up. And will he actually fight on the water with medium warships, or will he just give it up? He might just give it up and hope that it's an overinvestment from Lucho, but no, he's going medium warships. And the dock he just built down there, vills aren't fishing automatically. No upgrades at all from the blacksmith, from Nikov. So no upgrades on the skirms. As he finishes one of his golds. And actually, where is his other... Oh, his other gold's kind of behind the wood line, too. So, awkward positioning from him. And actually, Nikov, this could be horrible for Nikov if he doesn't have any gold access. Doing a TC in the back. But also getting kicked off the water and not having the whales. He's pushing the fishing ships now with fires. And Lucho's eco-management in this game has been really smooth. Actual villagers are 41 to 39. And Nikov doesn't have food, he can't really afford anything. But both of them off water now, so both of them with tricky eco situations. There's a TC for Lucho on the gold. So he's out of gold in the back too, but getting his TC forward because Nikov couldn't stop these few cav archers. I'm sure Nikov would have loved his TC to have been on the gold. Marville's going for houses. Farm is going up for Nikov too. He will have to market wall. And there we go. There's the third TC. And he'd better hope, unlike the first game, that the clandestine TC survives. Oh, we have a fire. We have a second ship in the pond. But now Nikov off of water. But off of water on Lensois Mariensis might mean he's going to win the game. Because that's what we've seen pretty much every game. That's the theme. Win the water, lose the game. And Nikov struggling for gold, as Lucho has managed to even up that res collected difference. But Nikov's still up by 7 actual villagers. 16 fishing ships. And is that an overinvestment into fishing ships? That'll be a ton of gold from the whale right away from Lucho, but then all the fish very far from the dock afterwards. As the war galleys attack this dock. As the Knights and Cav Archers try to break through the house, we'll have Elite Skirm and a University Wall. Not the place where I want to go to school if it's part of a wall, but that'll keep the Cav Archers out. And then Elite Skirm and Monks should provide defense for Nikov. Now Lucho's score lead again just because of the water. Nikov needs to mentally keep himself in the game despite the score difference. As Vills head out for the TC. And there'll be a market in the back, also for Nikov. Yeah, but yeah, that's true. Much more land investment this time. Lucho won water, but also immediately made the TC. So he's not that far behind in vill count, but it is still 10 villagers. And will 17 fishing ships, if somewhat inefficient, make up for that? They're still pretty good so far. The next segment of water, though, Nikov has already fished, so he'd have to come all the way over here, and that would be tough. That's kind of far away. And fletching for Nikov, who's been very judicious with his upgrade choices. So husbandry plus wheelbarrow for Lucho. Oh, that's true with farms without horse collar, with how cheap horse collar is. Yeah, that's gotta be a mistake too. Can understand not having heavy plow, but at this point also not having wheelbarrow hurts. But still, the res collected still pretty similar, despite all the fishing eco. And then you start thinking about late game. What save do we like more late game? Yeah, Farimba camels are strong. But I do really like Burgundians able to go gunpowder plus halb. And that should be pretty darn strong against the Malians. Remember, gunpowder does have the attack bonus, or hand cannoneers as well have the attack bonus against Gebettos, who are considered infantry. Malian monks are decent. Well, so are Burgundian monks. Both of them have good monks. And it'll be the first relic for Nikov. Burgundian relics will be great. There's heavy plow. As Nikov does ballistics for his skirms, the heavy plow for Lucho. And mining camp for Nikov. As that'll be now a 4th TC for Lucho. Nikov could even do a 4th TC himself, adding another barracks. And so far, Lucho's slowly adding more cav archers and more land military. Cav archers, I think, are a tricky unit for Burgundians to deal with, but an imp, no bracer for the Malians, so they fall off very hard. Also, no Parthian, so this is not a long-term unit for Lucho, more of a temporary one. There's wheelbarrow. Maybe clicking wheelbarrow will remind Nikov of horse collar. The mangonels are pressuring the TC. Lots of farms there for Nikov. He has 9 on stone now, so he can do a defensive castle at some point and stop the push. And still that res collected difference somewhat close. Lucho pulling ahead by about 700. But 700 res collected this point in the game with all of those fish. Remember, he's invested how much wood? 75 wood per fishing ship. So 75 times 10 would be 750, much more than that in the fishing ships. Yeah, Nikov lost some too, but a lot of those were added later. Nikov's still repairing the TC. And Pedroka, thank you for the raid on Onamaru's channel. Scalebarding armor for Lucho as that TC keeps getting repaired, and the mangonel defense is here for Nikov. We've seen Lucho beat Hart with excellent mangonel micro earlier today. Needs to keep it up against Nikov here. Nikov will try to shoot and fall back and use his repair vills. As he gets a shot, trades 1 for 0, will hide around the blacksmith. Repair vills forward for Lucho. As Lucho still pulls ahead in score, but Nikov now gets a shot when Lucho isn't paying attention, gets some HP down. Hand cart for Nikov. And then the longer this game goes, we see Lucho docking everywhere, but no fishing ships out there. And you need mentally to remember to move your fishing ships. As Lucho clicks Imp, and Nikov won't be too far away himself. And Malian's not going to have the biggest power spike in Imp without Bracer. We've not seen any Castle Age Malian longswords, no. More ranges, though, from Nikov. So what is he going to do in Imp? And which TC will Imp be in? Okay, Imp TC, starting TC here for Lucho. Imp TC for Nikov! No, not this TC, Nikov! No! No, not that TC for Imp. This TC, Nikov, no! That's at half HP. He's gonna need to repair that. He's doing a castle. There he goes, sending the vills to repair. Forward castle from Lucho. Nikov, not that TC. Not that TC. Oh wait, he canceled it. He canceled it. He moved it. He noticed. He noticed. He noticed and moved it. He canceled it. Alright, he's safe. He's safe. Almost a complete disaster. He's repairing this TC. He's fine. He's fine. Move to the TC. Adding more TCs, and he has skirms. He has the best unit in the game. So he's able to hold. And here's that university. We will immediately see chemistry from both players as they go for bombard cannon. Now the Malians do not have siege engineers, so neither do the Burgundians, but they get the free attack. So the range will be the same between them, with Burgundians having the better cannon. He still doesn't have horse collar. Lucho pulling ahead slightly in resources collected. Still the fish are efficient for him. And he's basically closed the Vil gap. So there he's up to Imp. Nikov only about a minute later. And Malians will have quick universities, 80% faster for chemistry. So crop rotation versus no horse collar. Bill goes to repair the mangonel, gets a nice hit on some cav archers. Lucho cannot push that eco. It's a 2k score difference, but Nikov will make that up quickly once he's up. One Treb is out. It'll be Camel. So now, where does Nikov go with this army? And how does he secure himself against camels? We'll probably need halbs. Malians won't have a great answer to halb. If we have bracer chemistry first, as Nikov goes for another workshop, wants double workshop plus bombard cannon. Has a few barracks out, and I still think needs to be prepared for a cav swap from the Malians, knowing they won't stay cav archer for long. And he will need a way to protect his siege. He's trying to counterattack with this army. Lucho should see it, but if Lucho pulls back, then Nikov has a chance of winning the Treb fight. A lot of the score now. Res collected higher for Lucho as he continues pulling ahead. Nikov's had to idle a lot of his eco to repair, to deal with this pressure. Second forward castle as the cannon are there. Chemistry still 19 seconds away. And now Nikov with Flemish militia maybe can fight some of the camels and knights. Nikov will get a nice raid with skirms, and with a mangonel forward, we'll kill some cav archers here. So he's realizing that he had an army that could win the fight. Nice mangonel shot. But needed to find a place where he could take the fight. Loses his castle, but now he has another castle somewhere. Nope, he just has a Treb left. Does have bombard cannon production. Didn't get either unique tech. Well, didn't get Burgundian vineyards. Let's play parting armor. And Nikov with triple workshop production. My only worry is there are no halbs back here to protect the cannon. I think it's very likely Nikov could get 3 cannon and then take down the castles and several trebs and very quickly swap the score around. He has a great raid in the middle. He's killing Vils. I mean, he's ahead on the eco KD. The fish are still becoming more and more inefficient. I guess Lucho still can move to those other docks by forcing Lucho into towers. And my only concern is, does Nikov have a way to protect the cannon? He has 3 cannon, 25% extra attack for them as, not bonus damage, all attack for gunpowder units for Nikov. If he can get maybe another round of cannon and hold the hill, he might still be okay. And there he goes. He's going to have 6 cannon, but how does he keep them safe? Malian hand cannoneer raiding his eco. He can get his own hand cannoneer. And there are the cannon, there are the trebs, going immediately for the castle. Lucho will try to repair the castle, and how does Nikov keep them safe? He only has skirms. Skirms against camels and against more cannon. And he needs maybe some halbs? Maybe some halbs. That castle is going to take a lot of Vils to repair. It will be downhill, and those cannon will make short work of it. Now he's going to take the other cannon down. Great shots from him. He gets all of the cannon. And he just needs to defend from the Cavaliers. Does he have enough hand cannoneers to do it? Can he destroy those 2 trebs? Will the cannon be there in time? They're shooting at them. They almost get the trebs. Nikov, he's closed the score by about 1k, but still does not have any investment into halbs. If he can get a castle up here, can he get an attack round on the Cavaliers? If the Cavaliers destroy the cannon, that might end the game. But he gets a nice attack round on them. That's a good start. More militia on the way. He has nothing but cannon. And he needs attack grounds here as hand cannoneers move forward. Trying to get Flemish militia over, trying to protect the cannon. He's running off the hill and into the barracks, and maybe he has just enough militia to do this. He's trying to find a hill and get the Flemish militia over. If he can kill the cavaliers, he'll be okay, but he has to kill them. More barracks up. More militia out, but he's losing all of the cannon. And can he keep one left? No, all of them go down, and there goes that difference. He needed the militia or the halb out earlier to protect the cannon, and there will be the GG, as Lucho now 1 win away from closing out the set. What a weird game that was. Felt like Nikov was 500 resources ahead, invested less on the water, but still couldn't click up as fast. And as far behind as Nikov was in score, I still felt like if he had just gotten even just pikemen out, something to protect the cannon, he'd be okay. That was a huge, maybe overinvestment into 6 cannon. Imagine you go only 3 or 4 cannon and then spend the rest on halb and try to do the halb upgrade earlier, and you might have the timing to stop the cavaliers. So yeah, 10 cannon with nothing to protect them when he had seen the cav swap for a while. But still a very tricky game from him, and had to worry about Cav raiding the rest of his eco too. But there's maybe a situation he clears the castles and the trebs, can fight off the cavalier with militia and halb, and then stabilize, try to play for late game, where I think the Burgundians still can be better than the Malians. No Farimba even on the cavalier. So it's not like Lucho had a huge economic advantage. Yeah, it was around 5k, but a lot of that was from the very end of the game in the chaos where stuff kind of suddenly swaps around. Okay, so 99 to 87. Yeah, and you can see kind of the military difference there. But then he just can't protect the cannon. And halbs are maybe cheap enough he could have afforded them. Hybrid maps are very tough to micro. But yeah, also no horse collar too. So earlier horse collar, maybe he has a better eco when he hits Imp 2 for more upgrades. But so far, everyone winning their home maps. That's Malians over Burgundians. Wu for Coast Arena, I imagine will be the next game. As looks like they are in the lobby. You would rather be Wu than Bengalis on Coast Arena. Could Britons be a pick to counter the Wu, though? Alright, chat, hear me out. Lucho, expecting the Wu from Nikov, picks Britons to go longbows to counter fire archers. And then saves Saracens for Araucarias. Okay, no, he's not being fancy. It is just Bengali's Wu. So Bengali's Wu. Both good water civs. Bengali's the healing ships, Wu the food from the docks. Bengali's look at the extra vills for eco. Two vills per TC as they age up. And even though we see 0 TC gaming on this map quite a bit, They can't age up without a TC, so it's always at least 2 vills every age up. Nikov looking to hang on. He did beat Lucho 3-2 in their earlier meeting in the second international qualifier. And now he's going to have to win 2 in a row here. Game 6 and 7. Imagine the hype if we get Britons versus Goths, though, for Arukarias as Game 7. This is Nikov's first picked home map and his first picked Civ. So if there's a spot where he has an advantage, this should be it. On Soizmeriensis, though, another map where it feels maybe he had a chance to pull that one out. And here we are, we'll have Lucho to the northwest as the Red Bengalis, Nikov to the southeast as the Blue Woo. So Woo Bengalis. We might... What I've seen a lot of with the Woo is 1 TC castle to imp pushes with fire archers. Wouldn't Goths just destroy Britons? Not necessarily. The Britons are still a much better early game civ. It's not like Goths get Huskarls out of thin air. They need a lot of farms to sustain them, a lot of map control, and it needs to be kind of late game because they need to be boomed into the castle age, getting a castle, and probably even the anarchy tech to make them from the barracks. And even then, the Britain swordsman line is fully upgraded, so they have a counter to it that they can put in front of their longbows. Or in front of the rest of their army. So Ville's moving over to the lumber camp now. We'll have a dock up for Lucho. And as much as I've seen Nikov play Feudal Age Water, I think on this map you absolutely have to fast castle. Unless you're going to do something sneaky with a dock. Or with a transport ship. You're so far apart and it's so hard to hit the fishing ships. Now the Woo do not have normal trebuchets, they have traction trebs. They also have the unique tech sitting tiger that they will shoot more projectiles. So they do have something of an awkward castle versus castle early imp fight, where they're not relying on their own trebs, but relying on siege workshops and maybe some fire archers. Yeah, Britain's Goths is where Britain's archers can counter Goth infantry that's not the Huskarl, and their champs can counter the Huskarl. So it's not just a straightforward late-game win for the Goths. You might still favor the Goths, but it really depends on the eco setup and raiding potential. What's the most one-sided Civ matchup? In AOC was it's very map dependent. So in AOC it might have been Maya versus Goths on Arena, where there wasn't much the Maya could do to stop the Goths from getting to Huskarls. These days with all the changes, I'm not sure. Romans are on the losing end of a lot of these. Maybe it's whichever civ you're playing when your opponent has Bulgarians. So nothing special with the Dark Age transport. just pretty similar builds. Fish investment from both players. We'll have 8 and 7 on lumber camps. 8 on 1 lumber camp. More food for Nikov under his TC. Fewer vills on wood compared to Lucho. That might indicate a bit of a faster uptiming. And there he goes up to the feudal age. So Nikov up first, but 25 vills, definitely not a fast feudal water timing. Certainly feels more like a fast castle timing and already has a vill out on stone for the mining camp. Have to remember to do the mill if you want a fast castle to make the market. The mill unlocks the market. He can take gold from the oysters, so he doesn't need a mining camp. And there'll be a mining camp from him on the stone, skipping one on the gold. So fast castle also from Lucho. He'll be up around 1 vill later. And then we'll get 2 free vills in feudal as the Bengalis, and another pair of vills for a total of 4 once he hits the castle age. Also, wonderful mill location there. Look at that berry spawn. Now they both have mills. They both have mills. They're not forgetting about the mills. Both of them ready to fast castle. Gotta be careful that he has enough wood for the blacksmith in the market. A bit short on wood at the moment. That might just end up being a 3-vill feudal. Or a vill plus loom now. Ah, there he goes. He drops it off. Had enough vills in the straggler trees I wasn't paying attention to. So, market, blacksmith, also working as a wall from the TC to the wood line. Can wall himself in the middle of the base. Kind of serves as a 2-way wall in case you're landed later. And 5 on stone. So the question now, does Nikov go forward for the castle? Or does he try to do it somewhere safer? Does he castle at home for fire archers and do a second castle forward behind a fast imp? Loom for Nikov, but Loom makes me think he's going to venture forward and do the castle forward. Loom and castle age. We all know that people want forward castles. People want forward castles. I'll see if Nikov delivers. Double bit axe for the lumber camp.
Hey.
Lucho screwed his build up, you think? Well, he will be up more slowly. Struggling to take as many fish without moving the docks around. He's starting to run out of fish a bit. Nikov with 2 hulks to defend. 2 hulks for Lucho, but not going to be forward in time. He did invest into 4 more fishing ships. So 43 to 35 vill difference. Or eco-unit difference, thanks to that investment and the Bengali vills. So he will have more vills than Nikov. Nikov going to start heading forward. He's 100 stone short for a castle. And we'll fight the scout. Is Nikov just gonna buy the castle then? Guess that's his plan. Now, Lucho with, he saw the scout being lured away, so he knew that's what Nikov was doing. Nikov gonna drop the castle right in the middle. I'll have to sell wood and buy stone, or sell food and buy stone as he goes. And scout will block the castle foundation. It will block it again. And there he goes, finally gets it up. And castle right in the middle of the map. Faster build for their potentially better castle location. Able to treb pretty much everything, but still requires the traction trebs to do so. 14 range on them. And there will be a monastery right behind this to try to pick up 5 relics. So Nikov's playing here. Castle, fish to go straight to imp. Grab relics. Fire archer traction treb. So Nikov's build was very tight, and can he hit the castle foundation? He can hit the wall. And he's going to start with the fire archers. Now he can hit the gold and the stone, both from Lucho. There are oysters in the back. So he still has some gold access. 1350. And Nikov does indeed see the castle, so has to be careful of his gather point. Fire archers will have more range and start attacking the castle. Clutching for them. How many fire archers does it take to destroy a mining camp? I'm wondering if he simply could be extra annoying and destroy the mining camp on the gold. The fire archers will start taking the castle down over time. He's not even going to waste time picking up the relic by the monastery. He wants the far ones. Wants the far ones. Might need to heal up. Or no, he's going back for it. Okay, I got excited. Going back for it. Might need to heal up his scout. Either in the castle or by the monk, so he would win the scout fight guaranteed. Tiny bit of healing would go a long way there. And you can see he's starting to get an HP advantage on the castle. And if Lucho pays attention, he'll see the relic disappear in the fog of war and know where the monk is. But he'll bring the scout back. I don't know if Capture Age displays it correctly. They do have +4 against buildings. On the water, Lucho with a big investment into hulks, getting into Nikov's fishing eco. And the fishing eco, only 1 on food now for Nikov, is important if he wants to go imp. But then maybe he doesn't want to go imp. Maybe he just wants to go fire archer and isn't going to focus on imp. Stay in the castle age and push. There's a scorpion from Lucho. As Lucho's getting close to imp himself. Remember, again, this was Nikov's first picked map and first picked civ. Needs to clear the hulks on the water, needs to get back to fishing himself, but he's so defensive by the dock, he might not have numbers for this. We have the medium warships upgrade now for Lucho, as it's just feudal age hulks for Nikov. But if he takes down this castle, then Lucho is dead. If he takes down that castle, Lucho's dead. And there's... How did that fire archer get in? Where did that fire archer get... Oh! He destroyed the wall. That means Lucho has no stone access. So Lucho has no stone access, and Lucho might not be able to repair the castle forever. And that means he might need to start buying stone, and buying stone means he delays his imp, or has to sell his wood. And things start to get very inefficient. Yeah, they get better stats when shooting at a building. And Nika of that scout will see the vills. He sees the vills. Lucho knows he's been seen. But he kills the scout. So now how does Nikov deal with that? Does he just send the monks over maybe? Because he wants the fire archers to deal with the castle. We have imp from Lucho. Imp from Lucho. And Nikov, he saw the vills. He needs to stop them from mining stone. If they mine stone, Lucho repairs the castle forever. If they don't mine stone, then Lucho's eco is horrible. Is Nikov really thinking he can push the castle with fire archers alone? Selling stone, selling wood, buying food, and clicking. He's clicking the Red Cliffs tactics. And what does that do? It means they deal fire damage to ships and buildings. And that'll be actually not a mining camp, but a TC outside for Lucho. And Nikov not paying attention to that scout, maybe? There'll be a workshop now. But that stone will be devastating for Nikov to let Lucho collect. Where are the Bengali monks? Lucho put everything into going imp. He put everything into going imp. And what does Nikov do with the workshop? Is this going to be a ram? It'll be a mangonel, so that won't help against the castle. What does the negative regeneration rate mean? Oh, that's from the fire. Okay. I've never seen that before. Okay, so against the mangonel, Nikov hops fire archers to the other side of the castle. So mangonel would defend against rams. We'll have fletching for Lucho. Nikov's still not paying attention to the TC. Although he is on water, however. Wait a minute, Nikov has hulks. The problem is the fish have already done what Lucho needed. He's already up to imp. He has medium warships still. Hulks might not do much, although they will mostly be fighting fires. There's imp for Lucho. Imagine a second castle, though, from Nikov on that TC. As Lucho investing so much into repairing that castle, getting a scorpion out. Nikov staying castle age with Red Cliffs tactics. Lucho needing to put all of his vills into repairing the castle. That's 11 villagers. So 51 vills minus 11. Give Nikov an eco lead even more because they're actually spending stone while repairing. So Nikov has a better eco here, even without the fish. It's only 5 fishing ships left for Lucho. Bill's heading to the side. Wu monks could do redemption. But it'll be devotion. What? Devotion? There are no monks from Lucho. Nikov, why are you doing devotion? There's a Treb. Lucho doesn't have the eco to upgrade anything. Why is devotion what he's doing? That is weird. I guess he's anticipating monks? That's 2 Trebs now for Lucho. How many fire archers will this be? 28. Nikov's not even going to bother repairing his castle. Could do another one at the back. But if he doesn't repair, that's fewer fire archers. And there's a mangonel. Fire archers have to dodge. Castle for Nikov goes down, so this is going to be it. 29 fire archers. Hoping that that's enough. He's got nothing to stop the mangonel other than archer micro. And Lucho's still mining stone everywhere. And this feels like such a basic mistake from Nikov. He could have sent 3 fire archers over here and denied that TC early on. And if he did that, Lucho would not have had the stone to repair. So Nikov going for another TC in the back. He has all 5 relics too. So in res collected, he's been equal. And Lucho actually finishes all the stone at that TC. So he took an entire additional mine of stone. Nikov will just run the relics. He'll get the relics back immediately. Trebs will be an issue, and Lucho can go back to his initial stone now. And think about all the stone that Lucho spent repairing that castle. Well, more fire archers now for Nikov. I still don't know who's going to win this game. So 54 vills to 54. The vill count's even, but Lucho imp. Lucho imp, but Nikov with 30 army. How will he micro against the mangonel? And split. And that goes down. There it goes. So mangonel down, TC will go down. Rathas can't really push the castle all that quickly, and the castle has to be far enough back that the Trebs can't push it either. So that TC will go down. No doubt about that. Monks for converting Rathas as they pick up more relics. Fire archers could destroy lumber camps if they're all grouped together, though. I think they all have to go together. I don't think they can fight in small groups against the Rathas. And now they also have to protect the tower, or the castle from the trebuchets. Will the Rathas die here? There's no ballistics for the fire archers. But that is now an exposed group of Rathas. Nikov, I think he has to repair this castle. It's only 2 Trebs, so he can repair for a while. And the Rathas are maybe a bit out of position. If only Nikov had ballistics. And he can't afford it. This is such a weird game, but now the fire archers, the Trebs, oh, when they pack, they'll be so vulnerable to the archers. The Trebs are going down. The ram is ramming the Treb. Oh, that Treb is so close to dying, but no ballistics, so it can't be hit. The vills aren't hit either, but the ram is going for the castle too. And Nikov back to where he was before. Fire archers, he's got so many fire archers queued. Maybe he should sell wood and buy a second castle for more production? He's doing a second TC. I have no idea who's winning this game. Some fire archers dying to castle fire. That's bad for Nikov. Rathas will come over. You can maybe shoot a couple of Rathas now. Wheelbarrow for Nikov too. Mangonel will be nasty. Bodkin on the castle has been great. Lucho again has to repair, but again running low on stone. And I feel like Nikov could, if he wins this game, could have won it 10 minutes earlier had he sent 3 fire archers to deny the first stone. But maybe he just needs to deny mining camps? Maybe that's easier than destroying castles? I have no idea what the meta is here. Lucho's slowly but surely adding more Rathas, but he's going to need a lot of Rathas to fight this many fire archers. Maybe he's stabilized. He has more stone. The more stone he has, the more he can repair. Nikov gets a kill. And if Nikov can never get enough stone for a second castle and more production, he can increase his fire archer number. He's going to try to destroy a scorpion. Can he get it? What he can't do is throw fire archers. And he has ballistics now. He has ballistics. Maybe he could use armor. Oh, somehow dodges that shot. And tanks some castle fire, but gets the mangonel. And I think his target has to be the Rathas here. Well, he's killing Vills. He's actually now 64 to 52 Vills. And maybe he's okay here. Maybe he's okay. No ballistics for the Ratha, even though they're getting their final armor. And he's actually almost up to Imp. Is Imp the right play here? Or is it just another castle and more fire? I have no idea. Well, he's gonna go Imp. He's gonna go Imp. Does Imp actually get him much? I guess it gets him Bracer. Maybe Elite Fire Archer. Does he need Bracer? So the castle has 11 range. The Fire Archers... Yes, he does need Bracer to hit the castle, actually. Since Bracer's in for Lucho.
Hi.
Alright. So Lucho doing Bloodlines, trying to get as many Ratha upgrades as he can. I think pick the mining camps, right? That's got to be the strat. Stop the mining camps and then he can't mine. He's going for the gate. Maybe that's a misclick. Alright, so he will need Bracer. Once he gets Bracer, he can hit the castle again. Lucho almost on another castle. Nikov finally going to get a second castle. That'll double the Fire Archer production. Lucho, 2 food in the bank, even with 20 farmers. Doing a university. That'll be soon ballistics for him. Have targeting the gate. Bit indecisive there, but can't take the gate down. With all those monks, the Rathas can't engage. And do Wu get block printing? No, they don't. So the monks get much less useful in Imp. Ratha's gonna move. 31 Fire Archers. He does not want to lose them before Imp. And he does want to use the monks to convert. If he gets conversions here, that's great. He gets 2 conversions. 2 conversions on the Rathas, more going down to the Fire Archers. These things have so much HP, and they're going to have a monk to heal them. There's a range. Maybe this will be skirms now. And now the stone almost running out from Lucho. As Nikov 50 seconds away from Imp, double castle Fire Archer production. Lots of stone in the bank to repair, but right now Lucho could use it for another castle. And finally he destroys the mining camp. Nikov's going to find a way to win this somehow. He's ahead in res collected by a lot. Gold shaft mining now. And he'll get the gate down. Doesn't even need to deny the stone anymore. There's only 300 stone left. There's Imp. Immediately we're going to have Bracer. And then he can outrange the castle. Then we'll have Chemistry. And also maybe Traction Trebs. Yeah, double Workshop Traction Treb production now. There are some skirms. Fully upgraded skirms. Does he need a way to deal with skirms, or does he have just the numbers enough to deal with them? I think he has numbers. And he still has 5 relics. And soon, Lucho will be out of gold. The one thing he can't do is die to skirms immediately, but he'll kill some of the skirms. One Ratha to raid the stone pills. And there he goes, attacking the castle again. Town watch for Lucho, why not? Lucho's still on only 1 TC. Well, I guess he had a second TC earlier that got destroyed by the Fire Archers. What does... Okay, chat, what does Elite Fire Archer cost? Would that give him even more range against the buildings? Yeah, Traction Trebs can do well against skirms. It costs more than it should. Alright, well, there is the last of the stone. Just about to be mined. Nikov might simply be able to hold the middle. As Lucho will need to repair. If that castle ever goes down, Lucho dies. And he's sending Vills to repair, which means he'll be spending stone, won't have another castle. And one last fight against the Rathas, as the monks would like conversions. But I don't think there are enough Rathas there. Rathas dying to the Fire Archers. Skirms being the most useful unit. And Lucho maybe with Skirmisher could win the game. Maybe Nikov needs his own Skirmisher. As he's trying to do armor for the Fire Archers. Traction Trebs need to help against the skirms, as skirms now the only thing standing between Lucho and losing the castle. He's down under 600 stone, can't do another one. Mining the last of his gold. How much gold is there? 1,700 gold left, so this could still last a while. Armor for Nikov. Nikov maybe could do another TC and more Vills. He's up 88 to 62 Vills. Traction Trebs are out. They're going for the actual Treb. And I think Nikov has this. This was not clean. And maybe the nerve's getting to him a bit. Loses a Traction Treb, but he seems to be in a good spot. He seems to be in a good spot now. He's stabilized. His opponent has no more stone, so no more repairs on the castle. Getting armor. Okay, the Jin swordsman. He's just traction trebs against skirms now. Conscription for Nikov to train the fire archers faster. As he's making me really nervous now trying to fight skirms. Lucho will not be able to repair forever. The fire archer numbers, there are 40 of them. That's how many skirms? 17. I don't think he can fight that. I think fighting that's a mistake for him. More trebs. There are 4 trebs now from Lucho. I think Nikov needs to invest into another unit against the skirms. His own skirms, anything. Yeah, the monk healing is MVP for Nikov for sure. Also 5 relics. It's 40. He's up by 8k res so far. Lucho desperate to repair. I don't like fire archers in front of this fight, but he's holding 16 skirms. Detraction trebs need to focus the skirms rather than the castle, maybe. They can dodge in these treb fights. Monk's insane for the healing. Still around 40 to 20, 25. Skirm numbers are growing. That's what worries me. The skirm number is growing for Lucho. Eventually, if he evens the fire archer number, he can take a fight with skirms. And if Lucho had ever added maybe a second TC for more vills in the back, even to the eco up, that could have been a throw from him not adding the TC. Traction trebs still trying to hit the real trebs, though. Still attacking the castle. Lucho's still using the market desperately to repair. Yeah, skirm numbers are growing slower than the stones evaporating. That's 40 to 25. Will the castle go down? It's being repaired. The monk healing here is insane. Here come a few Rothos. Maybe this is the final fight. As Sitting Tiger is in for the traction trebs now. They'll shoot more projectiles. All the fire archers going down, but the castle falls. As the castle falls, the traction trebs move in with Sitting Tiger now. The trebs will evaporate to that tech. The monk's getting some conversions. The skirm's getting converted. This is the last gold mine for Lucho as Nikov throws another castle forward, but he's also running out of fire archers at the moment. He's running out of fire archers. He's dying to skirms. There's 1 treb left for Lucho. Desperation repairs from all the bills, but the traction trebs, is this enough to take it out? Will it go down to the Sitting Tiger traction trebs? Nikov still throwing fire archers into skirms. He's trying to heal them up. He wants to stop that treb, and he does. He maybe pull back to the safety of his castle now. He's gonna do another forward castle. He's not stopping with the forward castles now that he sees the trebs are down. He's gonna force the skirms to fight under the traction treb fire, and this castle might just be what sends us to game number 7. Okay, this was crazy. This was absolutely crazy, but Nikov holds on. He finds a way. 3 to 3, alternating games. We have game 7. And looking at the stats, 161 to 181 KD. Look at that at the end. Nikov actually dropped below in military to the skirms, but far enough ahead. In eco, he was okay. So many things happened to that game. What a game that was. It was not clean, but it got the job done, and that's what Nikov needed. When his scout was killed by those vills, I thought for sure he sends 3 fire archers over here and kills all the vills. But Lucho mined that entire stone mine, and that extended the game for an extra 30 minutes, maybe. If he goes with skirms instead of Rothas, that's not an easy thing to do, though, because skirms are a different resource balance. And he lost the fish at one point, so that affected the food count. And it took him a while to get farms added in. So I don't know if he's able just to go for skirms there. Maybe it's better, maybe it's worth, I don't know. Maybe it's worse, I don't know, but it would be a better, or it'd be maybe a more difficult eco situation to make them, even if they would be perhaps more successful against the fire archers. Yeah, I wonder if it is nerves, because this is a big game for them. Alright, So just to make sure we're going to get all the ads, not during the games, I'm just going to play an ad between them now. And we'll head to the final game. And now, Nikov has won all of his home maps. One map left. No more Wu, no more Bengalis. We gotta go to the final row of civs. For Lucho, looking to be at his first major LAN event. Britons, Saracens, and Bohemians. For Nikov, Goths, Mongols, and Muisca. There's a chance we see 2 Age of Kings civs here. Goths versus Britons. So welcome in everyone to game number 7. I would love for it to be Goths versus Britons. It will be Araucarias. Well, how do these civ matchups work? Bohemians against Mongols is, I guess, tricky for both sides. Mangudai usually good against Hussite wagons, so that takes out the Hussite wagon push. The map has 3 groups of 3 javelinas in the middle, so both Goths and Mongols have hunt bonuses. Britons with longbows usually pretty good against Mongols, but then also tricky matchup against Goths if the Goths have the hunt bonus. Saracen's just an all-around good civ that should be able to play everything Nikov has, I would think. Mongols hunt goes burr, that's true. You don't like Britons? This is also not a capybara map. I'm thinking it's either Saracens or Bohemians for Lucho. In which case, how do Goths do against Saracens? This is also a map where you might want a wall, though, so Goths might be hard to play. Okay, well, they're launching, and we have our civ matchup. Lucho will be the Saracens. And Nikov will be the Mongols. So game number 7, and we have Age of Kings civs. Couldn't ask for much more than this. OG civs in the finals. One game for the 12th and final spot. 11 players. Well, 10 players have qualified. Hera was invited. And either Nikov or Lucho will qualify. 2 Argentinian players, both in the same clan in Wonders. And no more of this woo, these fire archers. All OG civs. OG civs that Nikov has been playing for a very long time. And on this map, right off the bat, they're gonna go try to hunt boar. Mongol's not the same OG civ without the 0 frame delay, with only 40% faster hunt and not 50% faster. The Muisca are not an AOK civ. If Lucho gets to Mamluks, that can be tricky for the Mongols. If they close the distance on the Mangudai, on the Cav archers, they will slaughter them. If they don't close the distance, then you can still micro against them, but usually I see the Saracens player prevail there. If Nikov tries to wall, Saracen crossbows can break the walls. Exactly, Blue. Did we create a tournament where the OG civs are better? And here we go. Here we are. Nikov as the Mongols to the south, Lucho as the Saracens to the north. 3 boars in the middle. Mongols have the hunt bonus. Both players do loom early on. 2 vills forward for Nikov. Lucho sends 1 vill to the side and 1 vill to the center just to be disruptive. Nikov maybe with a hill bonus in the fight? I don't know what happened there. Nikov has extra HP. Lucho will try to block the vill who's luring the javelinas. Nikov almost lets them go back, and he will bring them in. With Loom, he'll bring them in. 1 in for Lucho. Lucho will try the triple lure on the side now, as Nikov also over there. Lucho doesn't want to micro while luring the javelinas to his TC, so he's going to build a house, but while he's doing that, Nikov will send a vill over. Nikov has 2 under his TC, did an extra house, not going to a lumber camp at all, sending a vill now to the right. Doesn't want to lose the vill. That javelina just stops. It's gonna kill the vill. Oh, no it's not. No, it's not. Nikov, fine there. He's luring a javelina, both players taking only 1. Lucho blocking with the scout, almost blocking the vill. Imagine the nerves right now. Luring javelinas. Game number 7. Nikov only 10 HP left on the vill. He's gonna need to do some house tricks. And he doesn't want it to walk back, so he has to be careful. Doesn't want to delete mistake where he deletes the vill. What is his delete hotkey? He's sending a vill forward, too far forward though. Vill can take 1 more hit, so he's okay. He's okay to shoot the TC. He is fine. He gets it in, doesn't attack the weak vill. There are some weak vills there. Oh, vill fight on the hill. Nikov's scout is here. His scout is here. He might kill Lucho's vill. He might kill Lucho's vill. Lucho will bring his scout over, and he needs to get as much HP off of Nikov's scout as he can, but Nikov is much better positioned for this fight. And he's gonna go for the vill. He's gonna sacrifice scout HP to do it, though. Really wants to get the vill kill. Maybe this is a bit over-aggressive from him. And now he's down in scout HP, so he has to run away. And he probably shouldn't chase that vill forever. Now, 13 HP left on this scout, so how much can it actually disrupt a triple javelina lure for the Mongols? There's 1 javelina on the left still. And Nikov is going to build a palisade wall? Just 1 palisade? Oh, this is not a good fight with the hill. Full HP vill now from Lucho. What is Nikov doing here? Loses his scout, but this scout only 8 HP, won't stop a lure. And two javelinas for Nikov, 1 for Lucho. And I think Nikov took 1 too many hits on that vill with his scout. He could still do the house trick and try to block this, but the role of the scout is now to block the house trick. And Nikov needs to focus on this vill, needs to make sure he doesn't run into a TC with this vill. And also would be great for him to scout the dock. He's a tile away and doesn't scout it. So he doesn't know about the fish boom from Lucho. Fish boom on this map I think usually means skip the fish boom, go super aggressive and feudal, and you're okay. Nikov will block with a vill. He's actually down in res collected so far, but we'll bring in the javelinas, and he's up to feudal. Mongols hunt OP. 1 javelina back, but he'll bring in with the straggler tree vill. Everything okay now for Nikov. And he's gotten the hunt he wants. 1 more javelina over there. So 22 pop for Nikov, not on gold anywhere. Lucho sending everyone to wood, no one on gold, 2 fishing ships. So I think it's 2-1 from the middle. Was it 1-1 from the left and then 2-1 from the right? Each player also has 1 on their side. So let's say +2 for Nikov, I think. FC Lancers is interesting. There's a barracks for Nikov. Saracens would have camels against that if they FC, but if Lucho plays feudal, he has nothing against it. Right now, Nikov would need to sell the stone, and then he's in a market war against the Saracens. Is market stable the play? So 700 food. You do have a relatively back gold on this map. So there's the stable. And Nikov doesn't have wood for a second building, but he's doing the wood upgrade. Is he gonna go scouts? He's doing a spear too. Okay, it's not an FC play. It's not FC, chat. He's just gonna go scouts. If Lucho's anticipating an FC, he goes to stable himself. Maybe he's not ready for the scouts. Lucho can do the market, but he's not going to be able to afford to go up. I can't imagine the nerves for these players right now. Lucho with the fish, so long term would have the better eco, and all the Mongols hunting the world won't out-boom the fish. Pushing deer, laming deer with the spear. And in a position where maybe a quick range follow-up too. Nikov going scout plus archer, and value for Lucho to keep the scout alive. Scout goes down. Is Nikov aware of the dock yet? He still hasn't seen the dock, but he will see it now. Or not. Oh, okay, now he sees it. Now he sees it. Extra line of sight on the Mongol scout. Working nicely for him. He still has the palisade outpost. Archers to snipe fish, not with garrisoning in the dock anymore. Archers just to shoot over walls, I guess. There's a blacksmith from him. He might lose that archer. But we'll get an extra scout. And try to push this. Let's have the scout's advantage. Let's have the actual 29 to 28 villager advantage. Archers here to deal with spears. So, classic AoE 2 scouts, archers. Low HP spear. Not gonna pick it off, though, with the scouts. Fletching for him. Can't abandon the archer with the scouts, otherwise Lucho just snipes it down. Market for Lucho. He's on stone. Might play sell stone FC and go Mamluks with a castle. That would be crazy. Foraging for Nikov. Nikov might go full scouts here. Nikov foraging on the scouts. Only one farm, so he's gonna have trouble maintaining his scout production if he's only on one farm. But he has archers. Where's his archer? Ready to hit Vils on the berries? He's focusing the stable. Is he trying to destroy the stable? That feels weird. Eventually Lucho will have archers to force this away. There's fletching. He must have canceled that earlier. Only 1 second of idle TC time so far, but he's going to need farms soon. He's adding them in. No horse collar. He's going for the stable. Blacksmith. Lucho, he's using the market, but he's not up. And I think Nikov needs to pull back here. He doesn't want to lose spears to the archers. There's fletching now for Lucho. Now, going heavy scouts is always a risk against Saracens with their camels. And there's bloodlines for Lucho. Bloodlines for Nikov too, both investing into the scouts. Lucho could play this scouts investment, try to force a lot of scouts, and then have the camel advantage in the castle age. Mongols have camels too, but not quite as good as the Saracen ones with the extra HP. And now we have extra walls up. Nikov tried to path in, but the walls were up. He'll have bloodlines. Lucho will have bloodlines. 3 fishing ships, but not much fish left there. About 200 food. And spears poking the scouts. Those few spears still getting value. Armor for both. Foraging's already in for Nikov, but it's not for Lucho. And Nikov, Lucho both trying to pick the spears with their archers. One big fight here. The spear goes down. It's only scouts left. Nikov chasing down the archers, trusting he'll win the scout fight. The scout fight will be really close, but he's picking off the archers first. He's clearing all of the army for Lucho and winning the scout fight with the foraging that he had. And now he can go pressure Lucho's stone. Lucho has to react with a second range. And Nikov wins a huge fight. He hasn't lost access to gold. He has gold back here. He scouted it. He knows he has gold. He's Saracens also. He has a market. As long as he has a market, he's gold. Saracens only lose access to gold if they have 74 wood and can't build a market. Now, if the roles were reversed and these were Saracen archers breaking buildings, that would be crazy. Lucho's selling everything at the market. Nikov getting close to going up. He's won the fight. He can choose how much he invests now. He's also fully walled himself at home. Hasn't been docking, he's going for a market, pumping more archers, and he's getting close. The question for him is whether he sells stone. Yeah, it might have been closer, but now he's going to the gold. But he is really far from the castle age. Nikov around 100 res ahead. Nikov gaming here. That stable he pushed earlier is now repaired. Lucho full walled, so Nikov up to the castle age. There he goes. Lucho is still a pretty far ways away. I mean, he has stone to sell as the Saracens. What are the market prices? He sold a bit already, so it's only 100. And yeah, he's going to sell everything and try to go up. Look at that market usage. Saracen's market saving him for uptiming. That's his last chance to go up in time. Any other Civ, you're not going up there. The Saracens are amazing with their market. And now we're getting to the castle age. The fishing ships are still there, 43 to 43 vils. Nikov's slightly faster. What's the build gonna be? Nikov needs to think about his eco upgrades too. Horse collar, doesn't want to play another game without horse collar. Gonna add an archery range. Now, Cav Archer versus Camel is something that depends on how it scales. Could go either way, but the Saracens, they're a curveball with Mamluks. And Nikov needs to decide how to play this. Whether he wants to boom and play a late game matchup against the Saracens, or try to go forward. And the res collected difference, slightly more for Nikov, and also the fact that all that market usage was very inefficient even if he is Saracens. Oh, and there's a forward Vil. So Lucho, great job spotting the forward Vil. Won't kill it, but that'll be low on HP, and Nikov won't be able to get a forward workshop. He wanted to play Siege. More archers. This is where I worry Lucho's micro might be a bit better than Nikov's. Yeah, the young player. Workshop in the middle. Bodkin for Nikov. And what's the stone price now? Still above 100. And it's a workshop. It's not ballistics, it's a workshop. A couple of extra Vils. And the timing is there. Lucho actually ahead in score. Nikov took a great fight early, but now starting to fall behind a bit. He's going to turn to the side and see if he can maybe snipe fishing ships. But they'll just garrison in the dock. They'll try to force a fight before the upgrades come in for Lucho. Will the fight happen in Nikov's favor? And this fight could determine the game again. Crossbow in for Lucho. Can Nikov get back to his mangonel? Mangonel defense for Lucho. And Nikov adding the second TC behind this. He sees he's not going to force the pressure. And that market usage for the uptiming saved Lucho. Nikov also has repair vills nearby. Try to pick skirms. Has to be wary of his mangonel HP. Or alert about the HP. Their horse collar, bowsaw, in for Nikov. Still can't imagine the nerves of these players now. One bad mangonel shot changes everything. And that scout, 9 HP, still alive now with bloodlines. Able to scout for Lucho. Mangonel kills Nikov's mangonel. Was even on the hill a bit, but lost the HP. Chased the crossbows a bit too far. Wants another outpost forward. Oh, kills the deer. He shoots the deer. Oh, Nikov shot a deer. He wanted the crossbows to run and didn't notice he right-clicked the deer. And he'll tank a mangonel shot because of that. That has to be frustrating. But he still has the hill for the mangonel fight. 2 mangonels and the repair vil. Second TC also for Lucho as he tanks a mangonel shot. And this was exactly the situation, perhaps even worse, that Lucho was in against Hart. Mangonel defense against an aggressive push. That's where he finds himself again against Nikov. Can Nikov get some better mangonel shots? That was a close one. Nikov really doesn't want to move off of the hill. I mean, is Castle and Mangudai the play when you're potentially against Mamluks? Potentially against Saracens who can buy their way to imp and treb you down? That's a lot of gold now being floated for Lucho. Nikov now pulling ahead in res collected, maybe a bit more even of an eco balance as he gets another TC added in. And that outpost, insanely valuable for him. He's going to get Town Watch. We talk about Vils repairing mangonels. Maybe he needs to repair the outpost. Lucho sending some Vils to the side. Where is he going? Nikov is fully walled back here, but not at the front. Mongols do not have redemption. Saracens do. Saracens have great monks. They are the OG monk rushing civ. Look at old Smush, the Saracen monk rush. Wheelbarrow for Lucho, who still has a score lead. Build counts are still similar, and that's going to be a third TC for Lucho. Clandestine economy in the middle of the tunnel. That stable, finally down. Nikov's wanted to destroy that the whole game. He's going full siege. Trying to climb in mangonel numbers. This is so intense, he needs to pay attention everywhere. Micro the crossbows and the mangonels. On the right, his palisade still stands strong. Outpost goes down as the push continues. Wheelbarrow just about to finish for Lucho. Scout, that scout still scouting for Lucho. And now, seeing that the crossbows won't be useful at home, he'll send them around. Not going to use them in the mangonel fight. Nikov's crossbows out here, kind of just standing idle. And this is, does Nikov see that? Does he feel it? He has an outpost. Palisade walls will not stop Saracen crossbows. The scout is in his eco. That could hit monks. 5 mangonels, though, pushing the TC. So Lucho gonna hope the sneak attack works. One range will go down. And that'll be maybe a guard tower defense for Lucho now. And Saracen crossbows, Nikov has to know Palisade walls do not stop Saracen crossbows. There's only 10 of them. And it won't be that hard for Nikov to come back and defend. He can get some inner walls, maybe idle some farms, but it won't be too bad. Lucho's scout could snipe farms there. At the front, 5 mangonels for Nikov, only 2 for Lucho. Watchtower there. Ooh, mangonel on the hill for Nikov. He'll survive a shot, but die to the second one. And here it comes. Nikov prepared for this. He is going to YOLO up a tower in the middle of his base. That monk needs to start converting the scout. Nikov might not notice it's there, and he might need to pull the mangonels back just so he has more time to micro at home. Crossbow's not going to get in, but that's a lot of eco damage just needing to send vills to the tower. Res collected are so close. We'll have a university at the back as we get a good mangonel shot from Lucho, and he'll be able to repair Vill down. Lucho, so far so good for the mangonel micro. Nikov, no army at home to clear this. We have Imp for the Saracens, Imp for Lucho. Nikov might see the score drop. And I'm kind of worried for Nikov now. Still ahead in res collected, but he's not the Saracens. We have a Saracens Imp. And it looks like Lucho might be able to go Imp and get Arb. And then push. Nikov's still with most of the map control. And we saw how difficult it was for him to clear just a few crossbows on the side. And another good mangonel shot from Lucho. Clears 2 mangonels. Nikov, with the mangonel pressure, can't push the defensive location of Lucho. Trying to do elite skirm now. Forced into skirms thanks to those Saracen crossbows. Saracen Imp, they immediately do Bracer and then they have Arbs. And when you get Arbs, Castle Age from Nikov won't be able to fight it. You know, the only thing that I think would save Nikov now is if he somehow could tell the Imp was in and went like full cav to raid the eco. He has the score lead, but I think the score is lying now. He's finally getting ballistics. Ballistics will come in now for Lucho. Maybe he could find this army out in the middle of nowhere and kill it before it gets Imp. He's got a mangonel on one side, skirms on the other side, and he sees it. He sees it, and he needs to fight it. Would he even win the fight, though? It looks like he will. It's kind of low on HP. 40 seconds away from Imp, and Lucho's pushing up the middle. He now has the score lead. That'll only grow once he gets Imp. Yeah, Saracen Arbs are a siege weapon. Saracen Arbs are a siege weapon, but Lucho will lose his army. He's still down by 10 vills. Nikov only slightly ahead in res collected. That Saracen's market has been crazy. Bracer will be clicked, but he's losing more military before doing Bracer. The worst thing he can do is throw army before Imp. And Nikov will be able to click himself, but now you're Saracens versus Mongols and Imp. And that's a matchup where the Saracens start to feel pretty good. And Nikov Early on, he might have had the option to FC Lancers, went for the scouts. Cleared an army in feudal, but the market saved Lucho. And now once Bracer comes in, the mangonels won't be useful for Nikov anymore. Maybe against skirms, but definitely not against crossbows. And Nikov, does that castle go up? Low HP mangonel, clears the mangonel for Nikov. He's gonna have to throw up that castle now. Maybe throw it up yesterday as the skirms are moving in. An elite skirm plus a mangonel might deny the castle. This might be the winning move for Lucho. Nikov falling behind in score. He's up to imp, and he's desperately doing a castle. This might be a doubt castle. This might be a doubt castle. Now Lucho takes the Vil lead. Castle 80%. Mangonel shot takes down the skirms. The castle goes up. And with the castle, all the skirms die. So Nikov still holding on. He's gonna have to hope that the Mongols' late game is insane. Only 28 farms, so it's not like he can suddenly spam Hussars and raid like Hera. And he's just holding on by a thread now. His score will get better once he gets imp. I love the outposts from Lucho around the side. Mangonel hits the skirms. And there's a Mangudai. Is Mangudai the answer against Saracens? Relic situation 2-0 for Nikov. There's one relic in both of the passages, and then one in the back of Lucho's base. So does either player realize the relic situation? And now there's a bombard cannon, and it'll be cannon plus skirms. So the role of the skirms is to protect the cannon from Mangudai. Nikov trying to go Castle Age Mangudai. And Nikov's still trying to hold the resources in the middle, but there are tons of gold still available for Lucho in his home base. He's got a fresh mine there. Mine's out by that TC. And in the Skirm War, Mongols won't have the armor that the Saracens do, so Saracens still have the better skirms. And Nikov still didn't see the TC out there. He still didn't see that TC. And the clandestine TC might have been just the eco that Lucho needed this game. Now Nikov trying to amass Mangudai in the castles. They're his best option against the cannon. But early imp, he doesn't have Hussars for pushing the skirms. It has to be skirms. And the Mangudai are going to dive skirms and try to pick the cannon. They'll get one and turn around, but that was costly for Nikov. Maybe he should have turned around earlier, but the skirm numbers are only increased for Lucho as he's doing armor. And he's being raided, though. We have a skirm raid. Skirm raid from Nikov in the back. We all know skirms are the best raiding unit. 109 to 111 Vils. Another TC for Lucho. Nikov's still only on 3 TCs. The Vil count is similar. Res collected is still just about equal. Lucho slightly ahead in KD. And this might come down to whether or not Mangudais can snipe off the bombard cannon. Nikov might need more armor. He's trying to do it. Conscription Parthian tactics. Those skirms have all their upgrades. Nikov has enough stone for another castle, but he'll probably spend it repairing. Lucho trying to do a forward castle. That would be Mamluks. Nikov, though, with a castle in the left, still really doesn't know what Lucho's doing out there. He's going to send 12 Vils for that castle. That'll eat into the stone he would have to repair. Full skirm war time. Once the castle goes up, it gets harder to snipe off the bombard cannon. And Nikov can't really go Trebs here thanks to the cannon. Split on the skirms, but that is a nice Mangonel shot. Still getting value out of the Mangonel and Imp. And the more the skirm numbers climb, the harder it is to snipe the cannon. And this is maybe Nikov's opportunity. The skirms are out of position. 1 cannon down, 2 cannon down, 3 down, 4 bombard cannons sniped by Nikov, keeping himself alive. Keeping himself alive. And in the left, there is the castle. And what could he work towards now as the Mongols? Maybe more Vils, eventual farms, and Hussar raids. We have 6 TCs from Lucho, so he's not going to die anytime soon. Oh, those cannon were so expensive. And remember, he's been using the market a lot. And Nikov maybe can just maybe hold the middle now. There's another cannon that's forward. Has to snipe the Mangonel. Onager! How many times have we seen Onager this set? Onager for Nikov. He'll try to go Mangudai Onager. That he could snipe that cannon. That is so tempting. Elite Mangudai is on the way. They'll have a much better attack bonus against Siege. Forging in Heavy Camel. Now for Lucho, trying to get Trebs. Nikov taking the gold on the left. Now, we talked about Saracens earlier. As long as they have a market, they have gold. And Lucho still with a lot of gold available to him for this push. And where is Oh, he canceled Onager, actually, to go for Elite Mangudai. And maybe here are the Treb snipes he needs. Cannon down, and he needs to hit the Trebs. That's one Treb down. And with the Elite Mangudai, a second Treb down. And Lucho cannot find how to push against the Mangudai. Slowly but surely, Nikov building his eco on 124 vills, 140 for Lucho. Lucho pulling ahead and res collected. And how long will the camels be useful for Lucho? Nikov gonna do a sneak attack with the Mangudai. I don't think that'll accomplish anything. Maybe if he went to the left, somehow he has the gold there. Lucho hasn't been able to stop that. One Treb against that TC might be what he wants. He's just gonna sneak over here, see what's there. If he sees the stables, he knows camels are there. And Mongols don't have the greatest answer themselves to camels. The answer would be hoping the gold runs out. Nikov, who could destroy the palisade and run in, he would lose all the Mangudai though. Still, he has some skirms in the back raiding. He's doing Onager now in Light Cav, trying to go Mangudai Hussar. We'll have Hussars then against the skirms. Remember, Mongol Hussars, they have extra hit points, but they do not have the final armor upgrade. And he's going to need more farms for Hussars. He's got 65 on wood now, so you let your wood stockpile climb a bit, and then you add in farms. Maybe you do heavy plow for the farms. And now both players playing for the right tunnel. Nikov, where are you going? That doesn't lead anywhere. He's lucky the skirms stopped for a moment. He's going to have a ton of Mangudai that have to fight skirms. And he can dodge. If he had Hussars now, he could run the skirms over before the camels came out. Drill Onager will be the play for Nikov as he takes the score lead. This game is insane, but the Onagers are out of position for sniping the Trebs. They have to run back. Onagers should be okay against camels. They kind of kill each other, but the Saracen camels, so much HP. Nikov has destroyed the TC on the left. Maybe he could add stables on the left and start raiding. Siege engineers for Lucho. Oh, the scores are so close. Res collected still close. Nikov with a Vil lead. Nikov working towards 200 pop. Is he gonna Onager cut? Oh, he could Onager cut here and get a location to snipe the castle with Trebs. And as good as skirms are against Mangudai, they still will be against Elite Mangudai. And here's the Onager shots. One miss micro play on the skirms and they all die. Drill Onager. Can Nikov go for Siege Onager? Can he afford Siege Onager now? Siege Onager also would be the counter to Mamluks. Where are those Trebs going? 5 Trebs, but can't be used against the Mangudai. Nikov getting up to 60 Mangudai. This game is absolutely crazy. Nikov with the outpost will see where the Trebs are going. And giving himself an opportunity to snipe the mining camp. He's doing Siege Onager. He will have Drill Siege Onager. He doesn't have Siege Engineers yet. But that's a lot of skirms and camels, and I don't think he can take that fight. But what he can do is Onager the Vils on the gold. Okay, gets only two. That could have been better. How does he fight this army now? He needs Siege Onager, but he might be okay with losing this castle because he takes all the gold that's over here. He takes all of the gold. We have 2-man saw now, and he's trebbing the castle in the middle. Is the middle more valuable? That opens up the entire base for Hussar raids. Nikov still doesn't have that many farms. Lucho destroys the castle to the left. Yeah, right, this is where I'm thinking it's time to go full Hera. And how Siege Onager still a minute away. The camels can't really engage with the Mangudai. There are the Onagers. Does Lucho see the Onagers? Onager shot on the camels. There's a split. But there's a castle here. Another Onager shot doesn't really hit the camels. Nikov has to be careful with the Mangudai micro. The camels are going to go down, but he's losing a lot of Mangudai to the skirms. Although we could get an Onager shot on the skirms. Holding the skirms in position. They split. And Nikov's okay. He retakes the score lead. Was that a good fight? He destroys a castle. Siege Onager, Siege Engineers, let's go. Mongols, Siege Onager. Remember, there's a 90-minute timer too for a score limit. And Light Cav for Lucho. So he's going to swap to Light Cav. Lucho now 15 vils on gold. How much gold is left? There are 4 tiles. Nikov taking all of the gold. He has the map control. He might win it with Mangudai, picking off another bombard cannon. TC destroyed by Trebs. He is pushing up the middle. Can the Mangudai do this? Where are the Siege Onagers? Where are the shots on the skirms? Lucho has the tunnel that has no more resources in it. What an absolute masterpiece of a game. Thumb ring is in for Lucho. He hasn't had thumb ring on the skirms this whole time. Mangudai in the castle. That castle will shoot so many arrows at the skirms. Here come the drill siege onagers. Nikov taking a bigger score lead. The score lead is basically going to force Lucho to push him. Onager shots on the skirms. Finally what he needed. Finally what he needed. The camels trying to dive the Mangudai to hit the Onagers. They won't get there. They won't get there. Nikov is pulling ahead, trying to get to Brazil. The Trebs should go down. Lucho calls the GG. And Nikov in an amazing Game 7. I thought he had lost early on when he was being pushed, but he will hold on and do it. What was that? Mongols Elite Mangudai Siege Onager in a game that started with action from Bill fights right from the start. That was back and forth. The score kept flipping, but he controls the 3 tunnels. Lucho never got to Mamluks. Had to go heavy camel at all. Oh my gosh. 4-3 win for Nikov. We can see the Onager shots on the graph. 72 to 70k. 3 minutes, three and a half minutes later to Imp, but he held. He picked all the cannon off with the Mangudai. The skirms were slightly out of position from Lucho, and Nikov does it. First player to lose their home map, and we'll look at the civs. That'll be, what was that, a loss for the Saracens and a win for the Mongols. And the Palisade Wall, you're right, the little Palisade Wall survived till the end. Let's see if Nikov would be up for some type of interview. Let's see if he responds. I just see if he's up for. Let's just DM him first, make sure he's aware I'm gonna hop in. Don't want to surprise him. Let me also adjust my audio so you can hear Discord properly. Okay, he says yes, let's jump in. Just calming down a bit. Alright, hello Nikov, congratulations. I don't know what to say, that was insane. I mean, well, you can run fast. You had drill siege onagers. Those will ferry you around really quick. And hold on. Let me just try to adjust my audio. You have a minute to calm down. If for some reason they can't hear you, you can chill. Let's see. All right. Discord never likes to be picked up as audio for me for some reason. Okay, say something now. Let's see if we can hear you.
Hello? 1, 2, 3, testing.
Okay, chat, can you hear him now? Yes? Okay, we got yeses. Perfect. Okay, we can hear. So, congratulations. I don't even know what to say.
Thank you so much, man.
You just went qualified to a LAN with Game 7, going full Elite Mangudai and Mongols Drill Siege Onager.
And Fire Archers.
And Fire Archers. Oh, man.
Those last 2 games were insane.
Oh man, I don't even know. So how are you feeling? Because obviously you went to the LAN in China, and recently you had your bout with appendicitis, which I can't even imagine how stressful that is. Now to come back and in the last moment qualify for another LAN. How are you doing?
I mean that was such a. It's also like a, how can I say, like a rematch for me after the appendicitis that messed me up in TTL and all of that. I feel really good to actually have another opportunity and make it to another LAN event.
Yeah,
So personally, I'm really, really happy.
Yeah, well, I'm sure everyone in chat is happy for you too. I'm happy for you. And let's just maybe talk about that set for a bit. So I'll start with the draft. Lucho banned Celts, and you had been picking Celts. I don't know if you probably watched Lucho's Rex before, but he won a game with Celts by laming sheep. And welcome, Dave. Thanks for the raid. We're interviewing Nikov here. What was your plan after you see the Celts ban? Because you would love that civ so far. Blue was in my chat saying, you gotta ban Celts. You can't let Nikov pick the Celts.
I was talking to the guy after a match, and he was, you're so lucky, blah, 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 and just trolling like friends. I'm like, bro, just ban kills. I won like 5 times with kills. Why people don't ban kills? And then Lucho ban kills. He did the right thing, actually. I felt like really good in that map with kills. Broken Civ.
Broken Civ, that might be the first time the Celts' bonus of stealing sheep has ever won a game like that, but you stole them with your transport ship right under his TC. That was amazing.
Yeah, imagine Dev saying, I'm gonna add this bonus and it's gonna cost a game and a match in 25 years to one Brazilian player.
Well, not just that. I mean, Lucho did the same thing. He stole like 6 or 7 capybaras from Hart, and Hart couldn't fast castle with the Britons too. So that's 2 games in a row we saw one with the Celts sheep stealing bonus.
It's underrated in this map, in these maps with so many sheep. Like there are like 4 maps with like, I don't know, 30 sheep. I think there are 4 maps, yeah.
Yeah, hey, when I create when I create new maps for the LAN finals, I'll have to stop adding sheep to them.
Okay, well, just don't add deers because then it's a Mongol fiesta. I know that don't add fish because then it's a Romance fiesta. There is always one seed that making the difference.
Yeah, just no resources. You have to only farm, and we'll see chimeras and Khitans every game.
I think people like the capybaras. So.
Yeah, so I mean, what was that set there? Oh, game number 1. So let's actually talk about this set, Vala de Selva, and maybe you can help me with my pronunciation. I guess Spanish is probably better at pronouncing these than I will be. You had...
Yes.
Yeah, that was kind of crazy. You had a moment where... I wish I had highlights, so, like, we need a full production for this. You had a moment where you had broken in with men-at-arms, and then chased a Vil without going into the lumber camp, and I wanted to ask you about that, because that's always a risky decision about getting trapped versus maybe not doing as much damage. Do you remember that moment? And were you paying attention there? Or was that a decision not to run in, or did you just end up chasing a Vil?
No, it was a decision. I was like, okay, right, I'm not gonna get trapped there, so I would just go out and destroy houses and whatnot, and push with skirms. But if I was skills, I would probably run in because, well, they are so fast, right?
If only you had the Celts.
But Chimera attempts are like, they're no good.
Yeah, so later on you had a moment, he wasn't fully walled, you just kind of ran in, got to the wood line, killed a bunch of Vils. You were making a bunch of knights, and it felt, from watching that, you had a situation where all you have to do is wait for 2 knights, you'd kill all of his mangonels and be in a great spot, and then you have a TC denied and lose more Vils heading to the TC. What happened there?
I was thinking, while microing and all of that, making equal, blah, 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 I was thinking I should go make a TC on the bottom left. What did I do? I went top right. I always. I do the opposite of my brain, what my brain says, and then I regret. I should have gone to the other side to make the town center. I knew he was gonna send 1 archer and find me out.
So
I was sad because he stole my Civ. I wanted to. I think it's pretty strong in that map. So I was like, oh shit, what now? Okay, let's go Chimera. I didn't even practice them in that map. It was like, let's just try.
Do you think that adds things up when you have a Civ you haven't practiced with and maybe a lot of nerves going into the best of 7? You might not have the same decision making you would if you're maybe a bit more calm.
I mean, I didn't even practice the last map, like Araucarias. I was banning it every single time. And I was like, Lucho will ban it too. In Kansai, I guess, I don't know. At least I had Mongols, but I didn't practice that map.
Yeah, well, it gets trickier with the best of sevens, right? Because you're not gonna have maybe the confidence that you won't see a map. You're more likely to see all of them.
Yeah, very likely. There are 2 more maps to be played. Yeah, I don't know.
Yeah. Well, after that, you pick your home map. You pick Monte Pasquale, and without the Celts, you go Armenians, and that was against what did he go there? Was it Italians?
Japanese, I think.
Japanese, Armenians, Japanese. And you opened on water, did the same thing we've been seeing, TC on the main island, but then kind of shift to the mainland and do a lot of churches.
No, I played different this time. I opened Galley instead. I was going just full fire, like brute force with Celts, you know. With
Right,
Armenians,
yeah.
I win Galleys because they have +1. I'm like, okay, they cannot be that bad.
Okay,
Spoiler
yeah,
alert,
exactly.
they were bad.
Yeah, we saw that. You've been playing Fire plus Hulk on a lot of the water maps, whereas I'd been seeing Fire plus Galley from other players, and it seems like you wanted just to change that around for the Armenians having the extra arrow.
Yeah, I don't think that +1 arrow is that strong though. Not a big fan of it. But yeah, I had a practice to build order with Armenians. I knew what to do, so I was gonna crash, go land, and whatnot. I think the key for me was to keep the fish alive, hidden at the bottom of my base. He never found it, and then I also sniped his fish. That bought me a lot of time to push the land. I think that was the key of the game, actually.
Yeah, that and also getting the top of the hill when he tried to go for the TC and you were there with the church at basically the right time just to get the Mangonel push.
Yeah, it's that map. If the game is more or less even and they're both in the middle, in the land, the one who takes that hill with a million jaguars, it's not so hard from there, right?
Right. And then we move on to game 3. That was Seados Karajas, which I'm sure I'm not saying correctly, but that was Chinese against Jurchins there. Very open map, and he was very aggressive on it.
Yeah, I was very unhappy with that game. That's the game I regret the most, maybe because in hindsight I should have banned Georgian. I know it's a very good seed that he loves. He uses it every time and very well. And I wasn't very comfortable with China. I don't know. I didn't have resources to make a lot of spearmen and scouts like him. Having 2 more builds. It's a seed that honestly I practice it mostly in the nomad style maps, right? Especially in Pantanal with like you start with 0 food instead of -90. So they feel very strong there, but in that map, I don't know. I don't like starting with -94.
Yeah, and obviously different for the 9-vil start because you start with negative food of all things, and you have to gather up to 50 food starting from -90 before making a vil. So probably still a strong civ, but definitely a different start to the game that you have to get used to.
Yep, exactly.
And then we move on to, I think it was our water map next, Fernando de Noronha. It was Byzantines versus the first pick of Berbers. So were you expecting Berbers there, seeing his first pick used on that map?
No, he also stole Berbers from me. I wanted them, so they are so good with the speed bonus now. I was like, he took Berber, he took Shu, he's taking all my saves. I'm dead. I don't mind Byzantines there. I think they're okay. I didn't know what to pick. Like, no water seats left anymore, so I was like, well, let's play Byzantines, I guess. The fires.
Yeah, well, again, a situation you're going Fire Hulk against probably pure Hulk, but maybe Byzantine Fires are so good that they still win there.
No, that's not the reason. Last night I was nerding out with build orders and stuff, and I was testing like unit fights in water, very nerdy. And I realized that, for example, 2 fires and 2 hulks beat 4 hulks. If you put the fires on the back and the hulks in the front, because his hulks make 3 damage to my hulks, while my fires are burning them down all the time. Instead, if he focused my fires, I actually take a lot of damage, right?
Right.
So if you have them as mid shield, fire and hulk combination wins.
Okay, so it's more
That's
about the
also
range.
why I was okay with Byzantines.
Yeah, because
It's the
Hulks only
range and-
have 1 range, yeah.
It's the range and the fact that hulks make like no damage to other hulks, right?
Right. Yeah, that makes sense, though. So kind
So
of
I
more
use them
just
as
like
tanks, right? They're just
Yeah,
tanks, and my fires burn them down. I work quite well.
almost feels like the old like rams in front of archers situation somewhat, where you have something in the front.
Something like
as a meta
that, yeah.
unit. Yeah.
Same concept, tanking.
All right. Yeah. Then we move over to Lensoris Marinensis, and I don't know what happened there, but it seemed like you were around 500 resources collected ahead of Lucho in the Feudal Age. Then he still manages to click up to the Castle Age much faster than you did. Were you kind of aware of the eco situation there, or were you just kind of winging the build a bit too? Because we're getting down to Burgundians as your civ there.
Yeah, I was very uncomfortable on the game because I didn't practice Burgundian there. I was actually banning them quite often in my matches. So I didn't even know the build order. I was like improvising. Like, what do I do now? Do I go Flemish Militias? Do I just go water? So I wasn't very sure what to do. I think that was noticeable as a caster. That was a little lost in the game.
Yeah, it definitely was noticeable that you were like so far ahead in eco, but behind in the timing. And then you get to this point late game where he was going cav, you had 5 or 6 bombard cannon. It felt like you still might have had a chance if you were clearing the castles and the trebs, but you didn't really have any halbs or militia at the timing to stop the cav. Did you feel like you just wanted to go cannon there, or were you trying to make a switch, or just didn't have that in time?
I mean, with some Flemish militias, if I had made them, I would take down the castle. I think I would still lose the game. He had so much gold in the map. I had like no left, so it didn't really matter in the end, I think.
Alright, and that brings us then to Coast Arena, where your first map pick, your first civ, you're down, you need to win 2 games, you go Fire Archers. Well, what? Are Fire Archers good on that map? I've seen the Wu picked heavily. I've also seen players think they're not strong. You just basically shot the castle with Fire Archers the whole game.
Confident in that game because I had practiced that build order I did with Wu, and I fish home, hold water for as long as possible, and they just push with a million Fire Archers and use them as traps, quite, right? And get the relics and whatnot. I was a little worried because Sebastian did my same strategy versus, who was it? Cito? The other day. So I was like, I wonder if Lucho watched that game. Because that was the strat I wanted to do versus Vinci, but we didn't get to play that game.
Right.
That was the strat I kind of saved for this qualifier then.
Yeah,
so I was confident with it.
I think Tato also tried it against Leary, and Leary still won the game. There was one moment in that game, though, where you were stopping him from mining his main stone. He tried to run Vils to one of the side stones and killed your scout and built a TC out there. Did you see him doing that?
No, I was too much tunnel vision in the middle there. I didn't know he moved out. I should have made some outpost, right? All over the middle. Keep him locked in his base.
Yeah, right.
I don't know if a rookie mistake, but you just don't realize when you're microing so heavily.
Yeah, right. That's the thing. You're microing all the Fire Archers. But that felt like you had the scout in the right position to see it. You move maybe 3 or 4 Fire Archers there. You stop all the 5 or 6 Vils that ran out and probably win the game there. But then he mined all of that stone and you go to Imp. But seems like Fire Archers just win against whatever composition he has when he has to spend so much eco investing into stone to repair the castle.
I think one of the keys was sniping his fish, or at least most of it.
Yeah,
right?
definitely.
I knew I was gonna lose water sooner or later because, well, Bengalis, he heals, he had more navy, he upped his units, I never did. So I was like, okay, let's just trade water, and it worked quite well. If I didn't kill the water, maybe he could, I don't know if push back would be in a better position. But yeah, it's like, with skirmers you need to get all the attack upgrades, ballistics, all the armor upgrades, and they still kinda die against Fire Archers once you get the unique tech. If you have a group of skirms packed up together, the Fire Archers melt them.
Yeah.
With the fire thingy.
Yeah, I guess the only thing you have to worry about is making sure you can get Imp if he gets Bracer, so that you can outrange the castle again.
No, I was more worried about him doing something behind my base, like sneaking stables and making light caps and just raid me to death, right? But
yeah, that too.
I don't think he got the eco for that either. If he makes that, he cannot make skirms, so he just gets destroyed in land. But that was a concern I had. I was aware of sneaky stables behind my base or light caps running in or something, because that would have been very chaotic for me in such a game.
And then we had game number 7, Arukarias, Mongols against Saracens. And I don't know what to say about that game other than it was amazing.
You know what's sad? I was about to play Gods. And last moment now, like right before clicking in, I was like, wait, I have Mongols! I'm going Gods, fucking Gods! I don't want Gods! Give me Mongols, baby! Oh my god, I almost played Gods by accident, I don't know, brain fart. With Mongols I was confident. Versus Saracens.
Okay, because there were moments where he gets Imp, I think, a good 3.5 minutes faster than you. starts pushing you with trebs, but you're able to snipe off 4 or 5 bombard cannon with the manga dies.
Yeah, that was like the key, right? If I don't get to snipe the bomber cannons, he might actually tear me down and I will lose the game. Also, that castle, you know, I was thinking I need a Mangler to hold this hill, then drop a castle because he's an Emperor. And I didn't make the Mangler. And I was like, I cannot believe it. Do I tap out?
yeah.
Do I play? And then I just play because it was game 7. But that was just brutal. Such a mistake.
That was scary. You'd go to do the castle, you lose maybe 10 vills doing it, but eventually you make it. You get the manga die.
I wish it was 10. I lost like 25. I don't know.
It might have been more than that.
It was a disaster.
But you hold on. Mongols, I was a bit worried. Maybe he gets to camels, maybe he gets to Mamluks, but you held all the gold in the middle tunnels, and eventually, even with the market, Saracens kind of run out of gold, and then you get some good onager shots at the end.
Yeah, I mean, if Mongol get to Sichuan again, Elite Man would die. There is nothing that counters that, right? Ever since 25 years ago. It's like Genghis Khan power. I don't know.
Yeah.
Cannot be stopped. I think I did a better job at holding the goals on the flanks. Maybe he needed to focus those more with a castle on each side. I think he could have won, maybe.
Yeah, by the time he pushed you on the side, you had already mined all the gold from there. Maybe if he pushes the other side, he might get gold a bit and be able to hold a bit longer.
Yeah, I didn't care losing the castle.
Yeah.
There was nothing left there, so it was fine. It was just push the middle, win.
All right, so that is it then. You're qualified. You're our final player for Brazil. Another LAN event for you. Winning over Lucho, both another Argentinian player and also on Wonders with you. So what do you...
Yeah,
this is, I guess, your second win.
That's the only downside because he really deserved to qualify. He practiced a lot, he was playing at his best, and I don't know. Then again, one player needed to win.
One player needs to win, and sometimes...
I'm sure he will have his rematch.
Yeah, sometimes you gotta go through that same situation Lewis did. You gotta lose 3-4, suffer a couple of heartbreaks before you finally are able to break through.
Yeah. He will have his rematch. I'm pretty sure he's improving like really, really fast. And he has a lot of like motivation, you know. So.
Yeah, exactly. So, anyway, thank you so much. I'll let you go. Thank you for stopping by for the interview too. Congratulations, and we'll see you in July.
Thank you too. See you.
See you. Alright, so thanks again, Nikov. Congratulations again. And I'll go. People asking me to post the Rex. I'll post the Rex. Whew, that was crazy. I could not have imagined a better set. When's the last time we saw 2 Age of Kings civs play a game like that? So, thank you all for tuning in. I think that's it for us. Thank you everyone who rated the Onimaru stream. If you haven't already, give the stream a follow. We've hit 2,080 followers. We started around 900 the other week, so thank you all for the support. Also for everyone who watched on YouTube. I'm sure we got some Nikov fans everywhere. So we're gonna end things now. Thank you all so much. And I don't know what Onimaru has planned next. I know I'm going to be casting some more. I saw T90 versus Nilly is scheduled for the T90 Community Cup this week. That'll be epic. We're going to start a Brazilian program in a few minutes. Alright. Well, thank you also for Nego Jalmer for all the help, and Arbase and JBR for all the help adminning. Hope you all enjoyed the maps. Thank you, Franco, for the follow. And we'll end things here. So... I'll see you all later. Thanks again.